We can't even see Yifan anymore. We just see her hands. Whoa! Yeah. Bishop takes e4. That's her calculation mode. That was nuts.
Who really wanted with me? I'm at the top. That's 1, not 2 or 3.
If there is no...
Oh, she blundered a piece! Oh my gosh.
Such a fork, rook d4.
This is speed chess.
Yes, anything can happen.
All I do is win and look good from the top. Let's go. I am unstoppable.
What a streak.
Knight takes g7. Oh my gosh. Kateryna's unstoppable right now.
This is her 7th win in a row.
I don't have a limit, I'm just getting started. I am unstoppable, ask anybody.
Oh, queen h1 mate. Unstoppable mate on h1.
We will see knight e6. She saw it.
I just be making them plays. Get money too and I'm winning the race. Pick out the base.
Oh, she pre-moved king f7.
Queen! Oh. Queen is done.
1 second, she's got a move.
Oh no.
No way.
Go. Pick up the base. Pick up the base.
Hello and welcome to the semi-finals of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. It's going to be a marathon day of a chess and I personally can't wait. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and joining me for all the action is Grandmaster Benjamin Bork. Now Benjamin, are you ready for today's epic matches?
Yeah, we have some very exciting matchups today. We have Vaishali against Polina, but yeah, Ivanka, both of them are going to be super close.
Absolutely. And let's check out the brackets. Brought to you by Julius Baer, the official wealth management partner of the CCT and the WSCC. And there you can see 4 participants remain. And in the left, that is the match that we are first going to be seeing today. Polina Shivalova against Vaishali. Now, both of them are the same age. They're also childhood rivals. What do you think we can expect from this match?
This is going to be a super close matchup. As we can see, Shivalova made her way to the semifinals by knocking out a tournament favor Hou Yifan in the quarterfinals. That was a matchup that went all the way down to the wire. Shivalova was with her back against the wall, but she won the very last game to force overtime. And there she also won the last game by a miracle. Vaishali also didn't have an easy pass. She knocked out Kosteniuk. So it's going to be super close. I don't know who to pick as a favorite here.
You don't know who to pick. I don't know who to pick. I feel that this one's going to be close. So let's consult the statisticians at Smarter Chess and see what the AI has in store for us. And look at this. It doesn't know either, Benjamin. 49% win probability for Vaishali versus Polina at 51%. Oh, it's going to be close.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, to me it's all clear now. I mean, Shivalova, she's got that 1% extra, so she's the heavy favorite, obviously. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's giving Shivalova the edge in bullet, but I mean, Vaishali also in the bullet against Kosteniuk. That's where she turned things around. She was down 2 points and won the bullet portion by 3 points and won a match. So, I don't know. I think both players are bullet specialists. They both fight until the very end, so yeah, it's going to be super close.
It's going to be anyone's guess. And there we can see the players. We see Polina Shivalova there on the right, Vaishali, sister of Pragnananda on the left. Now, both of these competitors are absolute fearsome fighters. You know, you kind of said that Polina Shivalova, she defeated Zhongyi. She also defeated Hou Yifan. Vaishali also defeated Elena Rebers and also Alexandra Kosteniuk. And Polina is definitely the comeback queen.
Yeah, she's a fighter. In that matchup against Hou Yifan, she was down a point going into the final game. She had a worse position, but she kept fighting, and she even managed to win that game. She forced overtime. And in the last overtime game, she was in a losing position, also kept fighting. And unfortunately for Hou Yifan, she lost that game on time, which is why Polina Shivalova is here. But Yovi, the time control for the semifinals is a little bit different.
It's a little bit longer. No, it's a lot longer because the match will be split into 3 segments, 75 minutes of 5+1, 50 minutes of 3+1, followed by 25 minutes of 1+1. And I can see the games are beginning. So let's dive in to the action right now.
Yeah, so we have a reload pass between. Oh, okay. I was gonna say reload pass, but now it's turning a bit more into a Spanish 4 knights with that early knight c3 move, and move d6 by Polina. I felt like Polina was struggling with the black pieces against Hou Yifan and perhaps also against Zhongyi. So let's see how she will do this time around.
Yeah, and it was quite funny actually, because she didn't get great positions either with the white pieces. It's just that her middle game was just marked by a lot of resilience. And there we see another odd move there from Vaishali, a3, d3. Normally with the 4 knights, you're going to be looking at trying to get a knight into d5. So you're going to see moves like bishop to g5 to fight for complete control over that square.
Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled by these moves a3 and h3. I feel like you usually play the a3 when the bishop is already on b3 to make sure that the knight cannot trap it. Okay, we see h6 by Polina. That is inviting g2, g4. I mean, hey, why not? Why not start storming on the king side? You can go g5 after, open up the g file. So let's see, if Vaishali is feeling aggressive, she might go for that move.
Yeah, well, she tucks the bishop back to b3. Maybe this is a prelude to the rock and rolling g4, but bishop to e6 played. Yeah, you got to take. But somehow this feels like an easy position for black with open f-line.
Yeah, I feel like black is doing pretty fine. They have the doubled pawns on the e-file, but the e-pawn is doing a pretty good job. It's controlling the squares on e6 and... Wow, now g4. I mean, I thought, yeah, now with the open f-file, it feels like black should have plenty of counterplay.
Well, I wasn't expecting that, but this is the beauty of this format. We're going to see twists and turns, shocks and surprises all along the way. And now knight to d7, clearing the f-line. Black has a very simple plan of just doubling on the f-file. Actually, why stick to just doubling? Why not go the whole hog with tripling?
Yeah, maybe you can... Yeah, let's say move up the rook, move over the queen, then move in the other rook.
Yeah.
However, if you put the rook in f6, there might be a g5 push, but overall, I think Polina is doing great here. And I don't know what Vaishali is going to do with her king. Maybe she's going to try to go for queenside castling with queen e2, and then tuck the king over to the left side of the board. Kingside castling is not as appealing anymore, as now you've pushed that g-pawn.
Yeah, it really isn't very appealing. And there we see rook to f7 from Polina. Probably going to back that up with queen to f8. But one of the things I also notice is that black isn't restricted to just playing on the f-line. It does have a d5 in the pocket. And, well, now chaos has been initiated. I would go queen f8. Chase away this knight on f3. Engine says yes.
Yeah, the computer is pointing out queen f8. That looks like a very strong move, hitting the knight on f3. And I don't know how you deal with this. Maybe you have to play knight h4 or so, but I think black just takes a pawn on g5. And I don't know, this doesn't look good for Vaishali. I think she's mixing up too many plans and ideas, and I think it's about to backfire.
Yeah, she took a lot of liberties, right, by going g2, g4. I mean, the position didn't really warrant such complication. But, okay, we'll see. Knight h4 played. Black should just pocket the pawn on g5. Bishop takes. Yeah, that makes so much sense. Knight to g6. Of course, the queen will just step away from the attack.
Yeah, the queen in that case can go to d8, so that then if white takes, black can recapture the queen. All very comfortable. So maybe what Vaishali should do is indeed take, now knight g6. And now, I mean, okay, queen h5, I guess rook f6, and maybe your knight's just getting trapped there.
It is certainly... Yeah, how do you extricate that knight? I think you have to go h4. You have to be a bit more... it's not a subtle move. h4. And there it comes.
Yeah, h4. Vaishali is aiming to open up the g-file, the h-file. As then if you take on g5, the rook h8 will threaten checkmate. So let's see how Polina is going to deal with this. You can play rook f6, force white to go h5, and then maybe go for a move like knight d4 to jump into the f3 square.
Yeah. And how difficult would be the piece sacrifice? So after rook f6, I'm thinking pawn takes pawn. And then after rook takes knight, then queen to h5. And I know the computer will just laugh at me and say that's absolute nonsense. But with 3 minutes remaining on Polina's clock, maybe?
Yeah, it's never so easy to deal with these kind of sacrifices in a blitz game. It feels like white doesn't have any immediate threats, but it's not so easy for black to completely get rid of the attack. And maybe if white gets the time to go queenside castles, rook to f1 and f4, open up the f-file, then the black king can experience some difficulty. So it is an idea. I think it's probably too much to ask for. But yeah, the alternative of h5 doesn't look too great either. So maybe that's what Vaishali is considering.
Well, Vaishali doesn't have so much time either. What do you think is the most practical response? Okay, h5. Yeah, but now knight to d4 and white's attack is completely stumped. Knight to f8.
And that is a nice move by Polina, aiming to trade at the knight because then her queen can recapture. And it looks almost impossible to defend the pawn on f2. If you go queen d2, you run into a fork with knight f3, and rook h2, same thing. So knight f8 looks like a fantastic move to me. She wants to take on g6 with the knight, then recapture with the queen, and then swing in the other rook. So I don't think Vaishali has an attack whatsoever, and it's actually black with the attack here. So things have gone really wrong here for Vaishali.
Yeah, and the problem is, like you mentioned, this queen is on d1, it's starting square. Like if it were on g4, you'd have castle queenside, let's have some fun. But on d1, every time you go queen to g4, there's knight takes c2. Yeah, and there you see a trade of knights, and black has all the harmony. Rook h f8. There's no attack whatsoever for white.
Yeah, this looks terrible for Vaishali. And one thing that I really like about Polina's play is that she's always thinking on her opponent's time. So whenever Vaishali makes a move, Polina responds quickly. Like I said, she had already spent her time when Vaishali was thinking, and that's why she's able to build up such a big lead on the clock.
Yep, and we see knight takes knight, take the pawn with check. Oh, yeah, white is not long for this world. And I like the move you're suggesting.
Yeah, Polina putting on the final touches. G4 here looks like a good move, hitting the rook. If the rook moves over to the g-file, there's queen h5. And queen h2 looks very difficult to stop. So Polina is up 3 pawns with an attack. So let's see how she will finish this off.
Yes. Well, this is the problem is her position is so good. You know, g4, okay, that was an elementary way that you showed us. Simply identify the entry square and then just maneuver your pieces towards it. So rook h4, you can go g3 if you want. Keep it going. You can also go queen. Where's the entry point? Well, you can also go rook to f1 actually, if you want to do funny things, but you don't need to. Rook f4. No. What am I talking about? Rook f4.
Just anything should be winning at this point. We see a trade on c3. Yeah, rook f4 is winning. Rook f1 is winning. I mean, queen f6 probably a good move as well, hitting the rook and the c3 point. Maybe aim to go like queen f4 or something as well. So rook takes g4. I guess maybe just take the pawn on c3 followed by queen e4. Looks absolutely crushing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there goes the queen to h2. So rook g2 forced. Queen e3. That's gonna be deadly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, queen e3 on the board. Yeah, it just all looks way too much for Vaishali, who's also down to 6 seconds on the clock. This is going to be on for Polina, and there we have it.
Yep. Yeah, not the best of starts for Vaishali. And there we see Polina with the white pieces. She goes to her tried and tested d4. Ooh, and it is a benko in the air. It's funny to see a benko out in the wild. Somehow I feel like people avoid it, or it's perhaps been worked out a little bit too much.
Yeah, no, I feel like for some years the benko was considered to be refuted. Maybe now with all the strong engines, players will find a way to make it work. Either way, black is taking some risk. For the moment, black is down a pawn, but Vaishali does have a very nice center to show for it, with the pawns on c5, d5, and e6. So she's just leaving this pawn hanging for now, and I guess sooner or later she is going to try to advance even more in the center with an eventual e5 and e4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there we see b3. And yeah, I agree with you. e5, e4 definitely has to make an appearance. I don't think you care so much about this pawn on b5, so Would black be just playing bishop b7? But okay, knight to e5. Looks good.
Yeah, so knight e5, bishop e2. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure Vaishali has compensation here, but I'm not quite seeing it. I feel like the onus is always on black to prove the compensation. Polina has made very healthy developing moves, just bringing her pieces into the game. And so that's why, again, you take a risk by sacrificing a pawn in the opening.
Yeah, you certainly do that. But how should white continue? Is it just to go rook to e1, perhaps play for e4, a disruptive move? Or are you just going queen to e2 and waiting for black to generate something? Because I guess Vaishali's last move indicates that they want to be going rook to f7. And we have a response there from Polina. She just goes g3, perhaps to tuck the bishop onto the g2 square.
Yeah, I like the move g3, also blunting the diagonal of black's dark square bishop. So bishop d6 now played. Perhaps with the idea to potentially take on b5, as now this knight on c3 is pinned. For the moment, white could recapture, as the rook on a7 is also hanging. But, just as an idea. So let's see what Polina is going to do. The move you mentioned earlier, queen e2, makes a lot of sense. Maybe also something like a4 or queen c2 makes sense as well. Because, yeah, overall, I feel like black should not have quite enough compensation for the pawn.
Yes, I also think that as well. But on the other hand, black is very active, and this is difficult to negotiate when you don't have so much time. After all, they only get a 1 second increment per move. And so queen e2 given a question mark rather harshly by the engine, I must say. Especially when it was a move I suggested. Yeah, but I don't see what's wrong with it.
Yeah, maybe if Vaishali now has the opportunity to go for a move like queen a5, attacking the knight. And if you defend it, there might be some lines where you can take on b5, right? Because, again, if you recapture with the knight, let's say go queen a5. If white goes rook c1, maybe you can take. And white cannot recapture with the queen, then... go ahead.
b6. I was thinking of b6 as a possibility. Ooh. Yeah, queen takes b6 is going to be met by knight takes d5.
Oh, that's a nice tactic. So I guess black will have to move the rook to a square like... Oh, but rook b7, maybe knight takes d5 anyway? Probably not. Yep. But b6 is definitely the right move.
Yeah, and found by Polina. So if you go rook to b7, I think you have to do that. Queen takes b6, just a pawn down. But you do also have knight to a4 as well at the end of it. So rook f7... by Vaishali, and you just have to defend against the threat of bishop takes knight.
So rook ac1. Yeah, now black has the opportunity to take the knight and then regain the pawn on b6, but white will get the bishop pair, so that is a bit of a tricky thing. You give up a pawn, and now to get it back you have to give up the bishop, but otherwise white might have the opportunity to go knight a4 and be up a very healthy pawn. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. Again, you don't want to take the pawn on d5. I guess maybe not necessarily because of knight takes d5, because black has knight takes d5, and if you take an e5, the bishop on f3 is hanging. But in case of queen takes b6, there's at the very least knight a4, and you can take an e5 and take on c5.
Yeah, the tactics are definitely favoring Polina here. Maybe she has to go bishop takes knight because of this idea of going knight to a4, and there's just too much pressure against c5. But we see bishop to d7. Hang on. Isn't there any knight to a4 ideas in this particular position? I'm just relying on tactics. But I guess you can go bishop takes a4. That saves the game.
Right. Anyway, we have bishop g2 on the board and now queen takes b6. Okay, so now knight... Oh, wait, but isn't there a knight takes d5?
Knight takes d5.
Yeah, knight takes e5.
But there is bishop e5.
Thing. Right. Yes.
Yeah, Vaishali being sneaky there with setting up bishop b5 ideas, pinning, skewering, I never know the correct terminology, the queen and the rook.
All right, so let's see what Polina is going to do. She can maybe go for a move like rook fd1, just bring the rook into the game, being sure it can never hang along the diagonal. But wow, she goes for knight takes d5. I guess now Vaishali should take with the pawn, and after bishop takes, bishop b5 is absolutely forced.
Yeah, this is going to be a very murky position. Well, we see Vaishali ticking to under 2 minutes. It's a really gutsy decision, right? To accept play with the minor pieces and give up the exchange like that.
Yeah, but white will have some really nice play. Oh, we see Vaishali taking with the knight. Okay, so now the bishop on e5 has to be taken. Bishop b5, and then maybe a move like queen g4.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether it should be queen g4, rook c4. I was trying to assess where to go.
Right, let's see which square Polina is going to choose. Queen c2, also an option, but she goes queen g4. All right, so now we see takes on f1 and white recaptures. Yeah, white has some really nice bishop, but for the moment, there are no immediate threats.
Right, and you do have to be careful as white. So, for instance, if you were to play a really hasty bishop to e4, that will fall foul of knight takes e3 ideas.
Yeah, as in the rook and f1 will no longer be protected. But I feel overall the position should be easier to play for Polina, and she's also up almost double the time.
Yes. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I really like this decision. Maybe Vaishali should be trading off queens with queen to b4, but again, it's not easy to handle the scope of this bishop while sitting on e5. Has bishop to d6 as potential ideas. And a5? Yeah, I would be tempted to go h4. h4, h5. I'm so English.
I like the idea as well, just h4, and then, yeah, if black goes h6, then they're weakening the g6 first. So we see knight to b4 by Vaishali, but it feels like a step in the wrong direction. Maybe something like bishop b4 now, followed by queen h5 looks really dangerous.
It looks terrifying, as well as ideas of h5, h6. Yes, I'm not quite sure what this knight is doing on b4. And yes, Polina agrees. She just goes h5. Big plan of h6 and just crack open those dark squares around the king.
Okay, knight d3, hitting f2 and the bishop. But bishop c3 played by Polina. The pawn on f2 cannot be captured, as white will take, and if you recapture with the rook, white will take on g7 with checkmate. So I don't really like the knight maneuver to d3, because now the knight can also be hit with the tempo with the potential bishop b4.
I'm very worried about that as well. I guess bishop b4 is screaming to be played, unless there's some... No, you can't go knight takes f2 because of rook takes f2. Yeah, there's just no threat for black whatsoever.
Well, I guess with this last move, queen e6, she's aiming to go knight e5, hitting the queen and setting up ideas of knight at f3, and there we have it on the board. But the computer does not like... Wait, maybe just wait, queen g5? I think the computer was just pointing that out before I drew my own arrow, because you cannot go here, you take... And then this is hanging. So I think queen g5 looks crushing, and there we have it on the board.
Yeah. Ooh, dominance. Once again from Polina. No, this banker has not worked out well for Vaishali at all. There's too much pressure against g7, and knight to f3 is impossible. 7 seconds. Yeah.
Just take on g7. This looks terrifying for black, followed by bishop b4, and I don't think you're holding this with just a couple seconds on the clock. Bishop b4.
Yep. You just want to get access to h8.
Play with 0.3 seconds on the clock. Only move, defending g6 and aiming to capture the pawn on g7. It's not over yet. Ooh,
yeah, okay, Vaishali. Threatening rook to d1, bishop to d5 check.
Yeah, everything looks scary here, especially... Oh, check, rook h1. Vaishali, to her credit, is holding on. So
big threat of queen takes f2.
Yeah.
And
maybe f4 to try to blast open the diagonal.
It makes so much sense to go f4. But you don't come back from that move. So I can see why Polina is hesitating here, just working through the complications. But I don't see anything. F4. Hang on a second. Bishop takes pawn. Bishop takes e5.
Yeah, that looks crushing. And now, yeah, bishop takes e5 is the kind of move you face with 1 second on the clock. You're like, I don't know what to do, and then you flag. And that's what happened right there.
Okay, we are on to the third game, and there we see Polina with a commanding start of 2 points. But okay, we're in for the long haul, because we do have a lot of time left in this set.
Yeah, so we see Vaishali switching it up and going for a Kala setup with d4, e3, bishop d3, and b3. It looks quite innocuous, but there is some venom to this play. White is keeping all of their options open. You can go c2, c4. You can go for plans with 9bd2 and knight e5. So let's see which plan, and that's the plan Vaishali goes for.
Quickly met by c5 from Paulina, and here he goes. This is the big idea. You just go f4, and are you going to move a knight over to f3 and g5? Or you can move queen f3, of course. Queen f3, queen h3, simple chess.
Yeah, indeed, that's the idea. Bishop a6 by Paulina, offering the trade of bishops. So now maybe c4 by Vaishali. Keeping the bishops on the board makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, definitely. You want to preserve that bishop because it is like the linchpin of your attack. So I'm expecting c4, and then sure enough, here it comes.
Yeah, I like White's position. White's got a very strong knight on e5. The queen on f3 is also nicely positioned, and she can go queen f3 next to go for an attack. And it's not going to be easy at all for Black to deal with this. Now, I guess you don't want to play queen h3 too quickly, as Black sometimes has to move knight e4 to block. But maybe there are some tactics with like take, because you can't quite recapture, then this knight is hanging.
Oh,
Wait, and that's
yeah,
what Evil Bar...
those tactics happening right now, because you can't go knight takes d2, so you can therefore go c takes d5.
Yeah, this is exactly what Vaishali needed. She just had 2 crushing losses, so a win here would go a long way for her confidence to get back in the match. But yeah, c takes d5 looks winning here. I don't see what you do with Black.
Yeah, I don't see either. And there the evaluation bar confirms it is completely winning for White. She just has to understand 2 things, and that's knight takes d2 is impossible because of queen takes h7 checkmate, and also that e takes d5 isn't possible because of a capture on d7.
Yeah. No, this just looks lost for Paulina. The knight on e4 is hanging. There's no good way to reinforce it. Yeah, you can recapture the bishop. That's going to hang the knight. If you take on d2, then White takes on h7 with the checkmate. So it's quite interesting how this system, this Kala system, which looked quite innocuous, turned into such a crushing position for Vaishali so quickly.
Yeah, it was very impressive. And do you know, we're only 14 moves in. This has been a disaster for Paulina.
Yeah, knight e4 was just a tactical oversight. It's a very typical move to put the knight there in the middle of the board to block the bishop, to try to halt White's attack a little. But yeah, c takes d5 and White's just winning a piece. So that's quite unfortunate for Paulina.
Yeah, I agree. It's also good for Vaishali. You know, you mentioned that it's good for her spirits, but also will kind of give her some understanding of where Paulina is weakest. So it might be in these kind of closed, tense positions, and we might see Vaishali steer the game into those types of games. And c takes d5, we see Paulina thinking, but nothing to be done.
Yeah, I think you have to play f5, you know, just accept that you're lost, but I mean, I guess it's really bad. Yeah, I mean, White can take an e4, e6 is also hanging in a lot of variations. But, you know, I think you have to play on here, bishop takes e5, and just hope for the best. Everything looks winning now. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do.
Yeah. Well, you can just go and knight takes e4. And because what I want to do is be very sneaky. Once the bishop retreats, you just go knight takes c5, and you cannot capture the knight because of this checkmating idea of queen takes h7.
Yeah, that's a very nice move. Knight takes c4, so let's say they take on d5, then also knight takes c5, hitting the bishop, threatening checkmate. Every single piece of Black is hanging, and White is just completely winning. Now, the one thing you don't want to do is take the bishop right away, because then Black is able to take on d5, as now there's no longer a knight hanging on d7. But knight takes c4, great move by Vaishali.
Yeah, she is so good at tactics. That's very much the Indian school of chess. It's all about calculation and playing critical moves wherever possible. What's been your experience about playing this new generation of Indian youngsters?
Yeah, they're all very well prepared. They all calculate very well. And yeah, that's also what we're seeing here with Vaishali. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right. When it comes to these to these tactical positions, they're extremely good. And I think often players want to avoid those types of positions against them.
Yeah, I've seen certain kind of strategies be used against them. Like, for instance, I saw Anish Giri. He was deliberately provoking them into playing aggressive systems when the position actually warranted a much calmer approach. But it's actually very difficult. I mean, I have only played Gukesh when he was like 12 years old. I got crushed. I played Nihal Sarin, got crushed as well. And they were not old either.
Yeah, I remember playing Pragnananda when he was 11. And we got into a completely drawn endgame. I was ready to agree to a draw, but for whatever reason, he didn't know how to hold the endgame and actually managed to win. So I think there was just some knowledge and experience lacking at that point, but I'm sure that, of course, by now he knows how to hold such endgames. But yeah, I mean, sometimes against the youngsters, take them to an endgame. You know, that's sometimes a good strategy.
Yeah, that was the old advice. You just go into an endgame and just kill them with your experience. Not anymore. I mean,
Right.
Look at this. Vaishali is a piece up, and of course, the knight is attacking this bishop on f6. Black's position is on the verge of falling apart. It's completely hopeless.
Yeah, no, we're gonna see one for Vaishali. Like you said, she's up a piece. So there's no doubt that she's gonna win this game. She just has to finish it off. But yeah, it looks absolutely hopeless for Black. But to her credit, Polina is fighting on. I mean, she is up in the match, so it might make sense to drag it out for now.
Yeah, but it's still very much early days. So it might be more useful just to conserve the energy, because this is a long semi-finals. You know, we're going to see at least 4 hours of play. It might be a good idea just to kind of say, okay, this is lost. I cannot save this one, and let's move on to a new game. But we see Polina. She is being tricky. Rook takes e3. I'm expecting queen takes h7 and pick up the queen.
Yeah, and there we have it on the board. All right, so Vaishali gets back on the scoreboard, and now it's 2-1 for Polina. So we see Polina opening up once again with 1d4. Let's see if Vaishali is going to stick. No, she doesn't stick to the Banco.
Yeah, we see a different approach from Vaishali to the Queen's Gambit declined, and it's also a Catalan from Polina. Thrown in a check. Where's she going to put the bishop? Okay, e7. That's the more mainstream approach. And now knight to f3, knight b7, bd7. Yep, this is all very, very standard.
But a very early knight to e4, which is possible, but it's not as common as the more usual kingside castles. So a very direct approach by Vaishali. Maybe she wants to follow it up with a quick f5 push, going for a stonewall setup. And since Black has not castled yet, it's not completely insane to go for the attack with h5 and h4. So let's see if that's something Vaishali has on her agenda.
I'm pretty sure she has. I mean, I saw Humpy Canary do this in the women's candidates. You know, ideas h5, g5, just storm the center. But the problem with this approach is it's really no holds barred. You know, once you play like this, you have to follow through in the most accurate of ways. Because what White will want to be doing is kind of moving the knight back from f3 and then just going f3 and at the right time exploding open the center. And with this king stuck on e8, it's really, really dangerous.
Yeah, and we have g5 on the board. I think she might not have liked h5 as much, because maybe White had to move h4 to bring Black's pawn pushes to a halt. But I think now just h5, b3 doesn't do a whole lot, and it's really Black making some moves on the king side.
Yeah, I'm surprised by b3, because I have seen knight to e1. You don't worry about this pawn on c4. You were prepared to sacrifice it many moves again. Why worry about it now? And okay, now we're seeing knight jump. Yeah, Polina definitely has to make these types of moves and go f3 at the right time and just break open the position, because otherwise she is going to get strangled on the king side.
Yeah, so let's see what Vaishali is going to do. Maybe h4 here to try to open up the king side. You can go g4 to keep things close for now, but then h3 is always going to be annoying. And we have queen c7, bishop b2 on the board. I think now, yeah, just go h4. Oh, she doesn't.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
I was wondering about just going h4, h3, g4, or maybe actually leave the pawn on h4. Let's leave open the position, the tension rather, on the h line and just go g4 and see what happens next.
Yeah, but I also like this approach by Vaishali. Bishop d7, she is now ready to go queenside castles on the next move. And then she can think about it, ideas of rook h7, rook h8, h5, h4. I mean, maybe h4 earlier. Open up the h file, and at some point, things crack for white, usually in these types of positions.
Yep. Well, if you allow queenside castling, then you've literally given black a free hand on the king side. So you have to do something radical, and that's why rook has appeared on d6, but it's just ignored.
Yeah, I do like to move rook d6, so in case black takes, you can recapture, and white regains the rook in the corner. But I also like what Vaishali is doing. She's just completely ignoring it, queenside castling. Now to move h4. She is playing a great game so far. I really like what she's doing, and I think she's got great chances to even up the score here.
Yeah, and there we see a3 with the idea of going b4. It's low. Let's there we see king to b8. Oh, b4 now.
Yeah, but king b8
White
is also
can't
slow, and
hesitate.
b4. Yeah, Polina is fighting back. I like what she's doing. Maybe you just take the pawn on c5 on the next turn. Okay, bishop c8, offering a trade of rooks. Let's see how Polina is going to deal with this situation. Now, I guess takes is still not a threat, as again the rook in the corner is hanging.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to be taking that rook. But on the other hand, you do want to somehow magically put the queen on h7, so it could do something on the king side. Maybe you just want to be going g4 and just play it positionally as possible. So the big idea is just to go g4, lock this light square bishop out, and then just play the endgame.
Yeah, now let's see what Vaishali is going to do. She's holding a lot of trumps here. Polina currently is thinking. She goes b5, okay, but I don't really like it. I like the idea of a3, b4 to open up the queen side, but now she's locking it down.
Is b6 a threat? Because if it's not, then I feel like black needs to do something. I just want to be going, okay, hg, and then g4.
Yeah, maybe g4. You can also consider maybe moving this d-rook out of the way, maybe to, let's say, g8, to keep two rooks on the board, and then you can go rook g7 or rook h7 after that. Although, it feels like with the two rooks, you're not checkmating quite yet. You really want to have the queen over there as well.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I like your idea now that I'm thinking about it. Like, yeah, you just keep the rooks on the board. And this bishop on g2 is such a bad piece, and that's going to cause no end of stress to Polina. Clock situation is very balanced. Both players around the 2-minute and 20 mark.
Yeah, what actually about this idea? Like rook g8, rook g6, rook h6, then move the bishop, and queen to h7. That might be an idea to get the queen to the h file.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but apologies for that noise in the background. It's the Hurtigruten. It's the cruise ship that goes all the way up to northern Norway, and it always signals its intentions when it comes to port.
All right, nice. But yeah, let's see. Maybe rook dj8 would definitely signal Vaishali's intentions. Let's see if she's going to go for that move.
Yeah. Okay, we see rook hg8. Okay, now big threat of bishop takes rook. How is Polina going to handle this? Is she just going to stubbornly keep that rook on d6? Or will she blink and trade? No, she just keeps it there. So the first thing is bishop takes rook. Let's be up some material.
The rook can be taken. Yeah, white's going to recapture. If you take on d6 afterwards, there is that move bishop b5, and white does win material in that variation. So I don't think you want to take twice. You're going to have to move the queen, and then white can plant that bishop on e5. Honestly, that looks pretty nice for white. I feel like white should have pretty good compensation. So I predict that Vaishali is not going to take.
But she does have the option of going rook takes rook and then capturing with the bishop.
Yeah, why not? That's just an extra pawn. Yeah, just take it. Yeah, and she does.
Yep. And now it's scary for Polina because black has moves like bishop to e5, just neutralizing this bishop on b2, and this bishop on g2. It's such a bad piece.
Yeah, no, I really like Vaishali's chance here. Bishop e5, as you mentioned, is a great idea, trading off the bishops. And then white's going to be stuck with this super passive bishop on g2. The bishop on c8, to be fair, isn't doing much yet either, but there should be plenty of ways for black to improve the position. I think at some point, maybe you overprotect this pawn on e4, but let's say b6, bishop b7, and then you can go f4 to open things up.
Yep. And there we see Vaishali increasing the tension, forcing the white bishop to either move or trade itself. And I love your idea of just relocating the bishop to b7 and also supporting f4 ideas. Anything that gets black's attack going on the queen side gets my approval. a4. This is a really nice idea. The whole idea is you're meeting b6 with a5. Rook h8, queen a1, potentially in the air.
Yeah, rook h8, nice move by Vaishali, grabbing the open h file. Now a5 is not a good idea because of queen a1, and black just wins the pawn. So rook d1, perhaps therefore by Polina. Yeah, white doesn't really have any active ideas, but Polina is up quite a bit of time. So let's see how she will try to use that time to create some problems for Vaishali.
Yeah. Yes, it's still a really tense situation, especially looking at the clock time, 25 seconds, and she steps back with the queen. I did wonder whether queen to c7 was a possibility. Keep an eye on a5 and a5, a6 kind of cries out to be played.
Yeah, Polina creating some chances here. This is not easy. f4. Okay, why can that pawn not be captured?
Just take it.
Then the bishop also comes to life. Yeah, just take it. Maybe take wise.
You could take it with the queen as well. E takes f4, and if pawn takes, you can go queen takes. And now this bishop on g2, which has been such a dud throughout the game, is suddenly brought to life.
Yeah, so you can indeed take twice, recapture the queen. Feels like white should be a little bit better. You can also just consider recapturing with the pawn. Okay, we have queen takes on the board. Perhaps that was the safer option, but not the more ambitious one. But I still feel like white's definitely better in this endgame. Look at this bishop on e4.
Yeah, this bishop has suddenly become a monster. And Vaishali has to cling on to the h line. But look at that. The rook can swing over to g1. Vaishali 9 seconds. Throws in a check. Step up. Step.
King up. Looks tough with 5 seconds. Rook g1 maybe? Yeah.
Looks
is it
good.
Enough, or is it just a draw? Check.
Can you go king to e5? Yes, you can.
Move. Check. Is there a win here? The computer... Oh, maybe rook g8, threatening b6. There we have
that's
it.
a beautiful move. And now go g6.
Okay, not over yet. So what is the winning plan here? Maybe...
f4, f5.
Wow. And she finds it. f5. Rook takes c4, the only chance. But this has got to be lost. Because black's going to be in Zugzwang.
Absolutely. Yeah, which pawn do you hunt down? Well, Polina decides that she's going to take both of them, and the black king is caged there on b8. And what a turnaround in this game. It was advantage Vaishali throughout, and now rook to f8. You can just wait with the rook. Any king, rook takes bishop is incoming. And there you see Polina, she goes back to having her 2-point lead. Yeah.
What a heartbreaking loss for Vaishali. She was in the driver's seat for pretty much the entire game, but she loses, and now Polina takes a 2-point lead.
Whoa, that was such a tense match between the players, trading blows, excelling in complicated positions. Well, we did see the players leave their screens, so that means we are going to take a very quick break. But when we come back, we are going to see more of 5 minute plus 1 second chess.
Do you think you're a better content creator than Andrea Botez?
Wow. No.
True.
Okay. Wow. So you're not just best friends, but you also really look up at what Andrea and Alex have achieved.
I do. I think to begin with, they've inspired me a lot, especially when I was starting streaming. Andrea does so many different things. I mean, how can I compare with someone who's DJing around the world and chess boxing? And I think we do different content. So I think it's hard to say who's better, who's worse. I think she's really good at what she does. And I think it's really cool that she's branched out and done things that are so different to chess content. So I really look up to the fact that she's chased her dreams with that.
That's so nice of you to say as a friend and also so inspiring.
Yeah, no, but I really think so. I wasn't sure what the lie detector thing was going to show, but I really feel that way.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I'm joined by the one and only Vaishali. Vaishali, thank you so much for chatting with me today. Did you have a moment when you crossed 2,500 mentally where you were like, I did it, that's it?
You're completely right, that's what I felt.
Okay.
Like after my second round win, I crossed 2,500, which I knew, and I was like, okay, I finally done this, yeah, because it become Grandmaster. It has been my childhood dream ever since I started playing chess.
Hopefully the childhood dream was also world champion.
Yes.
Because you kind of have no choice, right? This is the tournament that ultimately will qualify you to play. So what are the emotions like?
Yes, I'm very, very excited for the tournament. I mean, this candidate cycle was not at all in my plan. I won Grand Swiss and I got here. So I'm very excited and looking forward to it. Like, I'll be playing some best women players in the world. So I'm very excited.
What is it like back home? I mean, to be obviously now Grandmaster, 2,500, contending for the title. Yeah, just kind of give me a sense of what it's like, because I think it's not like this anywhere in the world and it's nowhere close. So
yeah, it all started with one man, Anand sir, and he has got what it is today, and he has brought in like a lot of changes. And for example, this Best Bridge Anand Chess Academy, which has helped us I'm also part of it, and which has helped us a lot. Like, there are some top trainers there where we get to train, and this Anand sir is doing also these things, and even otherwise he has been helping. He's been doing many things, like inspiring all of us, and yeah, as you say, like there are so many things. Like, Indian players are playing tournaments here and there, and there are probably right now there is one more Grandmaster, one more. I mean, the number is going to increase or something. So yeah, we are also getting a lot of support from the government, a lot of sponsors coming in. We have a lot of tournaments also happening in India, which is also helping us.
you love chess and you're really good at it. What do you love to do that you're really bad at?
Yeah, there are a lot of things.
Hello, and we are back with more semi-final action between Polina Shivalova and Vaishali. So far, we've seen the first half of the 5+1 segment, and it's been a tense match so far. In fact, it was so tense that the breaks surprised me. What about you, Benjamin?
Yeah, it's been a lot of chess. It's all very fast-paced. But yeah, Polina having a 3-point lead. Quite a heartbreaking loss for Vaishali. She had the opportunity to tie it up, make it 2-2, but it's Polina with a 2-point lead. Do you think Vaishali is going to come back in the 5+1 portion, Yovi?
Yes, I mean, we saw a powerful display from her with the white pieces. We also saw this last game. Yeah, it was a heartbreaking loss, but she can take from it that it was a fantastic opening. And that when it comes to close positions, Vaishali is just that tiny bit better than Polina. So that's something that Vaishali will be thinking about. She needs to reset. Both of these contenders are incredible fighting players. They've demonstrated time and time again that they're able to recover from bad situations and display their comeback abilities. And there we see Polina and Vaishali, and we're off for more 5+1.
Yeah, and we see Polina switching it up to the Petrov defense. All right, so let's see what Vaishali has prepared against this, as I think this is one of Polina's main openings.
Yep, we do see the Petrov, and this is the main line. I can remember the very first time I allowed the Petrov, because I was a kind of very much a knight c3, knight f3 person, and my opponent just kept out blitzing these moves that we're seeing on the screen, and I was like, wow, there's so much theory in this.
Yeah, so I know her brother, Prag, had some nice ideas recently in his games against Jan Pomniachtchi, so I'm curious to see if Vaishali also has some ideas here, if maybe she's allowed to use a novelty or so that her brother has cooked up. Anyway, it looks like White's got a pretty nice position here, as she has the bishop pair, nice pressure on the S7 point, and she also has the option of working on the king side with moves like king g2, h4, h5, and rook h1.
Yeah, definitely a nice idea there from Vaishali. And then suddenly you got me thinking whether there is a kind of a clause in their relationship between Prag and Vaishali that, you know, they can play out certain lines, but she's not allowed to play them in her games.
All right, so we have to move a4 on the board, creating tension on the queen side. So let's see what Polina is going to do. I think a takes b5 isn't too terrifying. You can just recapture the pawn. Doesn't seem like a big issue. She goes rook b8. It's a little bit surprising to me, but anyway, now let's see what Vaishali is going to do. I still like the idea of king g2, h4, rook h1, and h5, but I don't know if it's going to be too slow.
Well, b takes a4 isn't a threat, so I don't see what's stopping White from continuing their plans. I guess Black's play is basically based on knight to b6 and putting pressure on a4. And there we do see bishop e3.
Yeah, developing the bishop all makes a lot of sense. All right, so let's see what Polina is going to do now. She can also play a7, a6. She goes a5, okay, gaining space on the queen side. Again, I still like the idea of king g2. Do you think we'll see it?
Well, that's what I'm expecting, because otherwise White's position doesn't have too much harmony, because like I mentioned, Polina has the idea now of going b takes a4 and then knight to b6 at the right time. You've got to obviously defend c6, but okay, here we come. c4 and then a quick trade. Rook b4, knight b6.
Yeah, we see knight b6 right away, taking the bishop. All right, so let's see where the bishop is going to go to. Maybe to b3, we see rook c1. Okay, so in case Black trades, White will no longer have the bishop pair, but the pawn on c6 is quite weak, so White's definitely still better there. Let's see what Polina is going to do. Maybe she can just move the queen.
I was going to say, even if you lose the c6 pawn, ultimately the position's not that bad for Black, because White's extra pawn is the d4 pawn, White's king is unsafe, and Black is very active down the b line.
Yeah, no, for sure. So we see queen e7 by Polina. Right, stepping out of the c-file, and now Vaishali again is going to have to make a decision. Is she going to keep her bishop on the board, or is she going to move it? Now we see the move king g2, which I think makes a lot of sense, because previously Black had the option of going knight d5, because after takes, there would have been bishop h2 check. Now the move is no longer a check. So let's see, maybe bishop b4 followed by planting the knight on d5 is an idea.
Yeah, I like that one. I'm also nervous about the bishop pair for some reason. Maybe it's not justified, but I was thinking the more you delay taking on c4, the more that white has moves like bishop to a2, just keeping an eye on this a2 g1 diagonal, and then, you know, playing for full board domination.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. All right, so let's see what Polina is going to do. I still don't quite like the idea of taking, because I feel like after takes on rook c1, the pawn on c6 is just going to drop in the next couple of moves. Rook c8, you're always going to have to reckon with bishop a6, so yeah, I don't know. And okay, if you move the bishop, I guess bishop f4 shouldn't be an issue, but yeah, she should make a move here.
Yeah, a lot of tension. Yeah. For me, I think I don't think I could handle this type of pressure. I would just take. I know you don't like it, and I'm going to have to beg your forgiveness. But I would just kind of grimly go rook to c8, and then, you know, bank on going rook to b4 at the right time. And there we see bishop to e7. Okay, interesting move. But this allows bishop to f4.
Yeah, the bishop can go to f4 hitting the rook, but I guess the rook can maybe slide over to d8. And then the pawn on d4 can also become quite weak, as it's being attacked by the queen. The bishop can slide over to f6 to attack it once more. So overall, I think a nice move by Polina. Again, keeping the idea of knight d5 in the position. And maybe white is a tiny bit better, as the evil bar is indicating, but black is super solid, so I feel like black shouldn't have too much to worry about.
Yeah, nice re-maneuvering with the bishop. And we see rook a2 played by Vaishali. She just wants to go rook c2 and then pounce on the weakness that is c6.
All right, so we see rook a2. Okay, bishop f6 hitting the pawn on d4. All right. The computer is giving that a question mark, but it seems a little bit harsh to me.
The computer's always such a stern judge. So I guess you can just go... I mean, is black threatening bishop takes d4? That's my first question.
I think so, because after rook d1 or rook d2 or rook d1, there is always the move c6, c5 available to defend that bishop. So bishop takes d4 to me looks like a threat. So let's see how Vaishali is going to deal with it.
Yeah, if it's a threat, then you have to maybe step with your rook to d2.
Right, but then this pawn on a4 is hanging, so that's why things are not so easy for Vaishali here. Actually, I don't know, the computer thinks bishop f6 is a mistake. It's now saying white is the advantage, but I don't know why it's so enthusiastic. Okay, maybe it's this move, bishop b3, but what happens in case black takes?
Well, let's pin rook to d2. Aha, I get it. Rook to d2, and you can't go c5 because of rook takes c5.
Yeah, that line actually is quite interesting, because let's have a look. So let's say black takes on d4, rook d2 and c5. Okay, knight d5 instead was played, hitting the bishop on b3 and the bishop on e3. So we see a trade on d5. I feel like here still, this looks pretty nice for white, as rook c5 is coming next with a double attack on d5 and a5.
Yeah, definitely. This is certainly advantage white. And yeah, somehow black isn't quick enough to generate any counterplay. So after rook c5, 2 pawns under attack. Which one do you hold on to? Rook to d8, suggested by the engine. And rook takes a5. Simple solution.
Yeah, I guess when the white rook captures there, maybe you can go for a move like bishop b7 to try to trap it with moves like bishop b4, and after rook a6, queen to b7. So I guess that's the idea, and we have rook fd8 on the board. So does white take, or do you throw in a move like bishop f4 first?
I'm definitely a materialist, so I'm taking on a5. I don't care the consequences. Rook takes a5, and I'm just going to try to grimly hold on. I mean, black is going to have to use up a lot of energy to recover that pawn. So bishop to e7, again, looks like a great shot, but rook to b4, targeting the d4 pawn, and here queen to d1 is the passive way of holding everything together.
Yeah, so let's see if we will see the move queen e1 on the board. There we go. Yep, good move by Vaishali, the only move to defend the pawn on d4. And now we see queen e6 with the idea to take on d4 followed by queen e4. And queen e3, nice centralizing move by Vaishali. I think she's got a great chance to win this one, as she's up a pawn to the good, and it's up to black to prove the compensation.
Yep, and it's an A pawn, and the A pawn can just advance. So rook A6, A4, rook to B8. Rook A6 is a move. Rook A3 is another move that she could play just to make sure that her queen stays safe on D3.
Yeah, rook C5 also makes a lot of sense. Rook B5 to force the trade of rooks also makes sense. Black is forced to take. And then the question is if you can hang on to the pawn. Maybe, I don't know, if black takes and queen b6, you lose it. So rook c5 on the board. Okay.
I liked your rook b5 idea. Rook c5. Rook c3. No, but rook c3 allows queen to e4 check after the trade.
What if we sack the rook here? So take, take, take. Definitely is an idea. If black can take on d4 after, then queen g1 will be a big threat. Rook b3 is in the air. She goes king h7 first, but I like the exchange sack.
Yeah, but king h7 is really tricky because now you do have rook takes bishop, and it's going to be very dangerous because there's no rook c8 at the end of it. And Vaishali, 27 seconds. a5 played. Yeah, take the bishop.
You gotta go for it. You gotta go for it. Otherwise, White's simply gonna push this pawn to victory. And yeah, to me it looks fine. Just sacrifice the exchange and hope for the best.
14 seconds. Oh, no, she chickens out.
Yeah, but that's not the move, because now White's in full control with a6 and rook c6. And Black's gonna have to suffer. Queen back, but it's not over yet, but you're just forced into a passive position here.
Yeah, absolutely. Queen c5, and now you just have to make sure that the pawn on a6 is always covered. Yeah, rook to d6 is good. I was also looking at queen to b5. Yeah, okay, pick up another pawn. Even simpler.
Yeah, queen takes d5 here, win the pawn. And now, yeah, just move the rook out of the way, queen c4, and then d5 looks devastating. I think that the problem for Polina here is that she doesn't watch Gotham chess. I mean, if she had, she would have definitely sacked the rook.
Is that his trademark?
Yeah, no, that is definitely his trademark. I've taught some classes in St. Louis, and whenever there was a puzzle where the solution was sacrificing a rook, all the kids would go crazy, you know? Like, you've never heard his trademark, like, sacrifice the rook?
Yes, I have, but for some reason I got it confused with Eric Rosen with a sacrifice. Oh no, my queen! And
yeah, no, that is Eric Rosen's thing, yeah.
Yeah, knight to bd7. And, well, we're going down this line again. And yesterday we heard from Kateryna that it could help her find improvements. Where is Vaishali's improvement in this line?
I don't know. It feels like White has got a nice advantage in the last game. We see Polina switching it up with the move a4. Okay, supporting the pawn on b5 once more. Maybe not rook af7, swing the rook over along the 7 rank. But yeah, overall, I'm not a believer. I'm not a believer of this game, but I feel like Black doesn't have enough compensation.
In the hands of Polina, she was making it look effortless for White to defend Black's initiative. We'll see whether she manages to do the same again. But she came up with this lovely idea of just going g3, tucking this bishop back on g2, queen e2, and then just saying, hey, what do you have next?
Yeah, no, I like the idea of tucking the bishop into the g2 square, also blunting this diagonal of the bishop. And again, the onus is on Vaishali. She has sacrificed the pawn. She has some activity. But yeah, when you're down material, it's up to you to prove that you do have enough compensation.
Yeah. And okay, so let's try and put our brains to work and see how Vaishali can make things complicated. And the engine is saying not by bishop to b7, but, well, h5. Well, that is designed to induce some terror because h4, h3, perhaps on the agenda. Also, knight to g4 is a possibility.
Yeah, so I like the idea by Vaishali, but queen d3, Polina highlighting the drawback of that move h5. Now the g6 square is uncovered, so maybe her queen can say hello there and create some problems for Black. For queen g6, maybe there's a use of like knight e2 to f4, so I like the move queen e3 by Polina.
Yeah, it looks good, but okay. Black has really gone all in. So what about moves like knight to g4, attacking f2? And that's a question. You don't really want to be stepping up with f3, because once the knight moves away, h4 really starts to poke at some soft spots.
Yeah, so knight g4, annoying move by Vaishali, hitting f2. You don't quite want to go f4 either, so I think a good move, at least poking white a little bit, asking some questions. I mean, knight d1 is a move as well to defend the f2 point, but you don't want to do that either. So let's see what Polina is going to do.
Yeah, I suspect that she might go knight to d1 just to keep the integrity of her pawn structure intact. But it's such a horrible move to play. Oh, whoa! That's brave stuff. I completely forgot about the queenside activity. Yeah, b takes a6. Knight takes pawn is going to be met by rook takes knight. Pawn takes bishop in the air.
Right, yeah, no, I also forgot that the pawn on a6 was hanging. Alright, so bishop c6, but the computer is giving that a miss. And now black is sacrificing a lot on the queen side. So let's see what Polina is going to do. Is she going to protect that pawn with like f3 or f4 or knight d1? I don't like knight d1 as much as I do like the idea of going knight b5 down the road. There might also be ideas of, let's say, queen g6. And then if black takes, maybe like take on d5. And if black takes, rook takes f2 is an idea. Because if black takes, there's queen takes g7. But yeah, let's see if she's considering ideas like that.
Yeah, there would be some poetic justice there if Polina does end up going queen to g6, because that's exactly how Vaishali won one of their games in game 3. With some like queen to g6 targeting g7.
I'm trying to remember the game.
It was in the Torre, or no, not the Torre, the one e3, the collie.
Oh, yes. Right, with the bishop on d3 and the queen on h3. Yeah, that game. Alright, so yeah, let's see if her queen is going to dart into that g6, where she says no. She goes f3, hitting the knight. Oh, and according to the computer, knight takes h2 is the move.
Oh, that's nasty. Knight takes h2, king takes h2, queen h4 check.
Uh-oh, that looks crushing. Polina must have completely overlooked this move. I don't know what you do here with white. I think if you go down that line, I think you're just getting crushed. Black takes on g3, then takes on f3, and there has to be a checkmate there.
Yeah, white is not surviving that one. White has to continue as if nothing's happened and just go queen to g6. Okay, knight to e2. I know, given a question mark. But to be honest, I didn't see anything better.
Right, so let's see what Vaishali is going to do. She can take the rook and f1, get the exchange back, or take on f3, and then white's entire kingside pawn structure is shattered. I like that idea as well.
Normally I'm a materialist, but here I certainly prefer knight takes f3, because I feel it's much better, much more productive if you wreck the king side. And knight takes f1, rook takes f1, and then still white is surviving.
Right, so let's see what Vaishali is going to do. She has great chances here to even up the score. But she's taking her time. I think overall, she has done better after the break. I feel like she's playing a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressively, and that's why she's coming back into this match.
Oh, she went for the rook, and now queen to g5. You know, I'm not sure. f4. And I guess the queen can step up to g4, but instead it goes back to h6. And, well, there you see the engine highlighting some brilliant moves, b4, in order to gain the d4 square for the knight.
Yeah, queen g5 just seems a little too slow now. The white king is feeling completely safe again. So I like that move at b4 in case black takes, then the d4 square becomes available, hitting the bishop. So let's see if Polina is going to go for it, though. She goes bishop h3. That feels like a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah. But okay, h4, it's not that intuitive, you know, because you just automatically think, well, white's going to go g4, close up the position. And does black want to be making moves such as g5? But king to h8. I don't like that move at all, because it puts the king on the same diagonal as his bishop on b2. And king h2, quickly played by Polina.
So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. Still, the move h4 looks interesting to try to open up the h-file. And g4 has now definitely become less appealing. Oh, she goes e5, trying to blast everything open.
Yep, those pins, they are pesky. And what to do? I guess you could just do a nothing move. I don't know, I'm just going to suggest rook f2. Just to kind of maintain the balance. Bishop to g2, that's fine. h4.
Maybe now, yeah, I still like the idea of h4, trying to open everything up on the king side. Rook h1 played. Okay, so don't take as white's going to recapture or go king g1, and then your queen is in a pin. So let's see, maybe now you take on f4, but I guess white recaptures with the g-pawn, and again, for the moment, white's hanging on.
Yeah, white is definitely hanging on, but there we see g takes f4. Which way to recapture? You suggested g-pawn. Is it possible also to go knight takes f4? Just to...
Or maybe pawn takes. Maybe just pawn takes with the idea of going king g1 next to hit the pawn on h4.
Yep. Well, 51 seconds for Paulina. She's pausing and she's gone e takes f4. Remember, don't go h takes g3 because of this pin, the white rook against the black queen.
Right, so either king g1 or king takes g3 wins the game for white. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. She's got 1 minute and 10 seconds on her clock against 50 seconds for Paulina. And she must realize that here she has great chances to equalize the match.
Yes, it is great chances, but on the other hand, it's a very, very complicated position. I know the engine is saying that black is so much better, but there's still a lot of room for error here. And like, for instance, you can't go d4 because the bishop takes bishop, and you do have pitfalls such as after pawn takes pawn being impossible. And yeah, you can see it, bishop to e7, and that was given a question mark because apparently bishop to e5 is good. Yep, reinforcing f4.
Yeah, bishop e5 makes a lot of sense. Bring the bishop into the game, defending that f4 point once more. And I guess it's also useful in some other variations. Maybe like a7 and the bishop can park itself on b8 in some lines. Just being really annoying that they're not giving up that a-pawn easily. But she goes queen f3 instead.
Yeah, she wants to prevent d5, d4. Bishop a8. Black is insistent. Maybe just go bishop e5 anyway. A7. Oh. Is the idea that after d4 you go bishop takes... Queen takes bishop? No, you can't do that. That's just too much.
Yeah, I think it's too much. Yeah, black goes queen a6 right after because of the a-pawn. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. She's got great chances here, but we are approaching a time scramble.
Yeah, I hadn't quite realized that the players really don't have too much time. King to g1, double question mark because of is it bishop takes bishop, rook takes pawn is the big threat?
That, but there's rook takes... Oh, wow, and she sacrificed the queen, but no, but the a7 pawn is gone. This is way too much.
Yeah.
No.
And yeah, queen h5, classy move, attacking the knight on e2. And you go... No, you still can't go pawn takes pawn. But this is also good enough.
Never mind. Yeah, queen g4. Yeah, it's just way too much. I mean, she's down a queen for only 2 minor pieces. So we see Vaishali here putting on the final touches. Queen to g3, d3, and this game is about to be over.
Yeah, and with this victory, it means that Vaishali levels the match. They are on 3 points apiece. 12 minutes and 35 seconds remaining of the 5 minute plus 1 second portion. And Vaishali, she goes e4, e5, and we are seeing another low pass. Do you think that Vaishali will go for this system of knight c3, a3, h3?
I think she might play the same system again, yeah. Especially now that black has played b5, it makes a little bit more sense. I'm wondering here if white can go for the move knight to g5, as black is going to have to play d6, d5, but she goes a3 instead. I guess she's doing more of the same again, because here knight c3 is one of the main moves.
Yep, and there we see h3. I was going to ask the question, like, will she play h3? Yes. And what is black going to play? h6, and the knight comes out to c3, rook to b8.
Alright, so here white often plans the knight on d5, plays for activity in the center. Bishop e3, also a very useful move, developing the bishop, facilitating a d4 push. So we see knight a5 and probably c5 by Polina to gain more space on the queen side.
A typical Chigorin approach here. But again, you do concede the d5 square for good. So this is something that white really needs to start playing again. So knight to h2. She wants to be going knight to g4 and just establishing complete control. Also f4, as Benjamin's highlighting. Bishop e6. Oh, what to do? f4. Players sharpening up.
Yeah, so let's see what Polina is going to do. I guess it's a good idea to trade on a2, as white is going to have to recapture in an awkward way. Probably with a rook, but rook on a2 is a little bit weird. You're often going to have to spend a move moving it back, and only then you can move it over to the action on the king side. But you go c4, allowing white to go f5 and get a strong clamp on the king side.
Yeah, also wondering about this pawn on c4. Is that actually something that you can maintain? Because once the bishop is booted away from e6, you have moves such as b4.
Right, so let's see. Yeah, b4 is a nice idea. Knight g4 by Vaishali, playing on the king side. I like what she's doing in this game. So let's see what Polina is going to do. But I feel like white's got a very clear play on the king side, and black's play on the queen side hasn't quite taken off yet.
Yeah, and she's going for that plan of just dominating the d5 square. It's simple and it's good. Bishop to g5, to take or not to take. Or she can just simply build with rook a e1.
Rook a1, nice move. Bishop f2, also an idea to keep the bishops on the board. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. Polina having a slight lead on the clock again. But yeah, overall it feels like Vaishali has definitely stepped up her game. And I don't know, do you feel like Polina is playing a little bit less well coming out of the break?
Yeah, it seems like Vaishali has just figured out her opponent that little bit more. You know, she's made some adjustments to her play. She's beginning to understand that you know, she should just steer the position into very tense, complicated, locked positions. And so here you see queen to e2 being indicated. You don't want to be trading queens. And, well, we see that Vaishali does that. But it's not a big deal. White can go f6 and try to establish a pawn wedge. Or knight to d5 is also really tempting.
Yeah, I don't quite like the trade on g5. I felt like white had great attacking chances on the king side, but we're just queen e2, maybe king h2, and rook g3 after. But there's definitely still an initiative in the endgame. I guess after g3, black is able to go f6 because the pawn on c4 is still on the board. So maybe you go f6 yourself with white, but she goes 95 instead. Also looks like a good move.
Yeah, it also looks like a good move because I'm not really sure whether black can get away with moves such as f6 because, you know, first up, you can see the g6 square, but also you still have this idea of going b4 on your pocket and increasing the pressure against c4.
All right, so let's see what Polina is going to do. I mean, I'm sure she's looking at ideas of f6 to solidify her pawn structure, but it is, of course, a bit of an issue that you do open up that long diagonal. So I don't know, definitely it looks like Vaishali is better here, and yeah, it's just an unpleasant endgame for Polina.
Yeah, no, I'm very, very concerned for Polina because it's basically you have to assess whether f5, f6, is that a dangerous threat that white has? It certainly looks that way. And maybe it's time to... I was going to say pawn takes pawn, but yeah, I cannot do that. You cannot do that at all. In fact, you cannot move the knight away from a5 because of the pressure against c4. And no, I'm officially stuck for a move. Maybe you can help out, Benjamin.
And so is Polina. That's why she's spending a lot of time. Yeah, it's a tough position. I also don't know. Yeah. She goes rook f8. Okay, I think that makes sense, so the king can always run away. But maybe now that this rook is away, maybe it's a better idea now to go f6.
Yeah, f6, very, very scary. Pawn takes f6. Of course, you can recapture, but the pawn on g5 is now a massive target.
So yeah, taking doesn't look like a good idea. Maybe bishop e6 to try to eliminate the knight as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that looks like a great try. still, this pawn on g5, I feel like it's not long for this world after rook to g3. Paulina, 2 minutes left. Oh,
She goes bishop c6 instead. Okay. The computer is giving that a question mark. I mean, white can go knight e7, take, and then take on c4. That looks pretty scary.
yeah, that looks very, very scary. It's just a clear pawn up with full domination because the pawn on f7 is on prise at the end of it. Yeah, I think Paulina, she's cracked. Her position was getting more and more difficult, and now she's just tossed away a pawn.
Alright, so let's see if Vaishali is going to go for a knight e7. Looks very appealing. It's going to win a pawn, and she goes knight e7 is on the board. Okay, king f8. Take on c6, and you can also take on g7 first, but I guess just take on c4. And black is not in good shape to take on b2, because white takes on g7 and then on f7.
Do you think it's better to go f takes g7 to make the king extra vulnerable?
I think, yeah, it definitely makes sense, because if you take on c4 first, black can still keep things close with the move g6. So
Yeah.
I like the idea of taking on g7 as well.
And she's taken first dc4, which is fine. Hang on a second. She does have the possibility now to close up the position, to go g6.
Right, yeah. But white will have quite a dominant position on the queen side, as then after takes, but it's going to have like almost a 3 versus 1 situation. And this pawn on f6 is also quite a thorn in black's side, as it's always going to make sure that the black king is going to be stuck on f8.
Yes, and also this pawn on f6, yeah, it traps the king in a mating net. The pawn on g5 is hanging at the end of it, but she goes for b4. Yeah, this is perhaps a better version of losing a pawn.
Maybe no, take on g7 followed by c5 is an idea, hitting the f7 point. As then this rook on d8 would be a little bit overworked. It can move to f8, because then you hang the pawn on d6. So let's see if that's something Vaishali is considering.
It's certainly tempting, and she does c5 first. Interesting, and now pawn takes pawn, bishop to d5. It's got excellent squares for her pieces.
She could also go bishop d5 right away to attack the knight. So let's see if she's considering that as well. Black could meet that with a move like rook c8. I guess knight d4 is an option as well, but maybe then c3. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. She's got great chances, but she's down 40 seconds on the clock.
Well, she takes on d6, and now I'm expecting her to just park the bishop on d5.
Bishop d5 looks like a nice move, but there is the move knight d4 for black as well.
Yeah. It's kind of swings and roundabouts, because after knight to d4, I liked your idea of going c3. And
Right, but maybe
just kicking that
takes,
knight
like,
away. Knight c2. Yeah, Vaishali, not much time. Maybe she also has to go rook to f2 in order just to maintain her pawn structure. Pawn takes pawn.
Knight takes
Ooh, knight takes
c2 now.
c2.
I think she's thrown it. Material's becoming even now. Knight takes b4, then black is challenging that bishop on d5. Knight takes b4.
Yeah.
I think Paulina might get away with the draw here.
Well, Vaishali's only got 22 seconds left. She might be able to score more, because her rooks are very, very active. 1 minute for Paulina, dropping back the bishop to c4. Vaishali's plan is just simply to go rook takes g5, rook takes e5, and try to win as much material as possible.
Yeah, so I like the idea of rook d4 hitting the bishop on c4 and the pawn on e4, and Paulina goes for it.
Yeah, okay, and now maybe rook to... Okay. This is interesting.
Rook b6, I guess with the idea of potentially rook f4, because rook g4 played. Definitely still some pressure for white, because that pawn on f6, it's going to be difficult to eliminate it.
Yeah, there was a good idea there from Paulina not to take the rook and allow white the potential of playing g4, g5. 9 seconds for Vaishali. Clock is ticking down. Maybe she could go rook takes rook and then go g4.
She's hanging the pawn on f6. Black can just take it and black should be fine. So that is what Paulina goes for.
Yeah. Polina's out of trouble here.
Right, it should just be a draw. Even a move like rook f5, I guess, should be fine trading the rooks. So let's see if this is just going to be a draw or if we are in for more adventures, as both players are getting super long time.
Yes, and there's only 1 minute and 21 seconds remaining in this 5-minute portion. So if these players carry on for over 1 minute, this will be the last game of at this time control. And there we see the players repeating the moves.
Oh.
Oh.
Vaishali going for the win. I think the right decision, because it's going to be easier for her to walk her king up. King e4. It's not a draw yet.
No, it's certainly not a draw.
Wait, how do you defend it? Oh, there goes the pawn, and white's all of a sudden winning.
Yeah, and there goes another pawn.
Okay, g5, b5. The b pawn is pushing up the board. White has to be winning here, but she still has to finish it off.
Yeah, that's a crafty. So, but here, the knight is going to get trapped.
Well, the question is how, because now there's knight h2. Okay, bishop c4 maybe, and then king f4 and takes on g3. Okay, not over yet. Knight d2.
Bishop a6.
Six, nice move. Knight b3. There's knight c5. Oh, now might be a draw.
And by the way, this clock has run out. This is the last 5-minute plus 1 game. And wow, what a turnout for the books. Because we see that this is now a drawn endgame. Black wants to sacrifice the knight for the pawn on g5. Whoa, what's happening here? I got very excited. And there's a crafty sacrifice to win the remaining pawn. And a smile from Polina as she draws a lost position. Now the players will have to reset, recover, because we're moving on to 3 minutes plus 1 second. And Benjamin with a tied score, 3.5 all. Well, this match is certainly close.
This match is close for sure, and like you said, there was a bit of a smile by Polina, and I also saw a little bit of frustration on Vaishali's face. I mean, she had the win in her pocket, but she let it slip with just seconds on the clock. So I think important for Polina to hang on there, as Vaishali had won 2 games in a row. This game would have been a third one, and now Polina is at least going into the break with a bit of relief, and Vaishali is going into the break with a bit of frustration. I'm curious to see how the players will get out of the break.
Absolutely. And on that note, we are going to go on a quick break. And when we come back, all will be revealed as the players battle it out at 3 minute plus 1.
Do you think the cow opening is a good opening, Anna?
No.
True.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate? If it's not a good opening, why should people still play it?
I think the cow opening is easy to remember. I think it has good characteristics. I think that it's a system. You can play it however you want, and it's, like I said, very easy to remember. So I think it means that you don't have to study a lot of theory to play it. And if you don't want to study a lot of chess, and if you don't really care about really improving your chess skills in that way, you just want to play because it's fun and you just want to have something easy to remember, then I think it's good for that purpose. But I mean, I am a chess player at heart as well, and I've played chess my whole life. I know that having knights on the sides of the board doesn't necessarily mean that it's good, and it's easy to kick them away. So it's, I think, more than anything, an opening that has good characteristics, but maybe not chess-wise a good opening.
I think that's a good answer, and I think that's why we are both cow opening brand ambassadors by the end of this video.
Exactly, we're both that. I still think it's an opening that people can play and that people should play.
I know, right? It's brilliant.
I strongly suggest you stop banning me when my account didn't even have an entire game played yet. This seems very unfair. I'm better than 100% of your GM level players and you stupid banned me. WTF is your SU? I hope Bobby knows it and is auto-resigning in his grave. You.
Wow. Dan, you want to run with that one?
I thought maybe you would take it. I mean, he apparently, if we're banning him before he's even completed a game, I don't know. I mean, kudos to you and the crew, Casa. I don't even know what else to say to that.
A lot of times people that, have played games, they might finish them and they react and they're so hot, and step away from your laptop or your phone, decompress a little bit, give yourself the opportunity to turn that temperature down before you respond. Like that's the first bit of advice, because if you're dealing with support like that, you're gonna have a hard time dealing with people in your own life. So take a moment, think before you make that move, and then maybe then the response will be a little bit different. Rest in peace, Bobby Fischer, one of the goats of the game. At the end of the day, I don't think he's auto-resigning in his grave. I don't believe that. I think he might have a lot of perspectives on the way the game has gone. I don't think he's thinking like that.
Why should I open a new account if you guys keep on closing them?
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, we're closing your account for a reason, and so the behavior has to change for you to, keep an account open for an extended period of time. So clearly the behavior isn't changing, and that's, why you're in the situation you're in. There's such a great opportunity to enjoy your time on the site. We have so many things you can do. You can play, you can talk to people, you can learn, you can watch top games. Your experience is going to be soured if you're, making these decisions. So
do better. Do better. I like that. Maybe we'll get lucky and that user will watch this video. And just maybe that'll be all they needed to hear. Oh, do better. Okay.
Hello, and we are back. One segment done, two more formats to go. This is the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. Now, before we dive into the games of 3 minutes plus one, well, we have a very special announcement, because now is your chance to play 5-time world champ Vishy Anand. In honor of 25 years since Garry Kasparov's iconic game against the world, legendary Grandmaster Vishwanathan Anand has volunteered as tribute for the next game, Vishy versus the World. To join the Vote Chess team of Chess.com players and creators, use !play Vishy in chat or visit go.chess.com play Vishy. That's go.chess.com/play Vishy. And remember, bring your A game. And that's exactly what the players do need. Their A game. These players have taken us on quite the adventure, full of twists, turns, and in the end we saw our draw there. 3.5 all between the two players. Well, we kind of said it, Benjamin. It's gonna be a close match.
We always speak the truth, and yeah, that's what we're seeing here. It is a close one, and yeah, not much separating, nothing separating these two right now. Both of them are such incredible fighters. Polina was just lost in that last game, but she kept fighting, didn't make it easy for Vaishali, and in the end she was able to save half a point. Like I said before the break, I'm quite curious to see how that's going to impact both players. I think for Polina, definitely nice to stop the bleeding a little bit, and now she is going to have the white pieces to right the ship a little bit, as she has been struggling, against Vaishali's Benko.
Yes. Yeah, it's been an interesting approach there from Polina, and there we see e4 played, c6, the Caracan from Vaishali, and yeah, I had a game against Polina in this particular variation, and yeah, it was exactly this variation, but okay, Queen c7, Bishop to e3, okay, unusual.
Looks a little bit, looks a little bit timid and unusual to me. Usually white plays wants to get the bishop on f4, so white often goes for like knight e2 followed by bishop f4. Anyway, it feels like here black is doing completely fine as they have their ideal setup.
Black is absolutely fine. All black needed to do was to go bishop to h5, bishop to g6, and just swap off all the bishops. So you kind of want to get this type of position and play in 2 stages. Stage number 1 is you predict what white wants to do and you stop it. So if white wants to get a knight to e5, well, then you just simply stop it. And the main thing is you just want to be preventing white from generating a kingside attack. Now, once you've done all that, you just focus on going b5, b4. That is your late middle game plan. And then you're just that little bit better.
Right, so okay, here by Vaishali is setting up the idea of knight to b4, hitting the queen and the bishop, which is why a3 was played. I mean, if you captured the c-pawn, she could have taken, and oh, she goes pawn to e5. Interesting approach, as the king was still in the center, but now white can just castle, and white might hope for a very small advantage.
Yeah, this is really unconventional play from Vaishali, and I have seen e5. It's a really aggressive kind of system, but like you say, castles definitely looks like that's a move that white should be playing. I wonder whether white is calculating the consequences of d4. So that's why we see queen to d1 being played.
Alright, so queen e1. Okay, so now let's see what Vaishali is going to do. She can maybe go bishop f4, offer the trade of bishops. It's not going to be easy to get d4 in, because let's say you go rook fd8, castles, and d4. White can take everything, and at the end there will be bishop takes h7. So I like the idea of bishop f4, to at least trade off one bishop, so that white doesn't have the bishop pair anymore.
But Vaishali likes the most aggressive option. Do you think we might see knight to e4 followed by f? No, is your move, bishop f4 played.
Alright, and as the computer is indicating, white should trade on f4, because if you castle here, then black can take, and white is going to be stuck with an isolated pawn on e3 themselves, and then white cannot speak of a structural advantage anymore. So here we see black having the isolated pawn on d5, so white having the slightly better pawn structure, but it's only one weakness, so I feel like it's not a whole lot for black to worry about.
Yeah, it's not so much, and black has lovely control over the e line and the c line as well. You know, the knight is primed to jump to e4 just to be a nuisance, and the big question for Vaishali is where she's going to put the queen. Queen steps back to d6. That's fine. Queen to f3. And here is where I just can't resist the moves like knight to e4. I've been pounding the table for a long time for this move.
Yeah, no, I like knight e4, it would throw knight d2. I guess white has a cover with a move like rook e1. A move I also like is a move like queen b6, as it's going to be quite awkward to defend that pawn on b2. You're going to have to make a move like rook a b1, which is a little bit passive. But Vaishali, she needs to move here. She's already down a minute on the clock.
Oh, well, I wasn't expecting this move, d4. I'm going to say I'm surprised, but I'm so not that keen on it, because after c4, oh yeah, rook to d1. Rook to d1 is even better, because pawn takes c3 is impossible because the bishop takes h7 check. Yeah, but what I didn't like about it is that the knight had some beautiful squares to jump to, primarily e4. And now this knight on f6 is anchorless.
Right, yeah, so queen b6, a good move by Vaishali, hitting the pawn on b2. Okay, so let's see what Polina is going to do here. I mean, she can take on d4, black will take the pawn on b2. That still looks fine for black, so I'm curious to see what she'll play, but she has a minute to figure something out.
Yeah, well, she attacks the rook. Yes, but rook to d8. And what's happening here? b4, d takes c3 is a must.
Yeah, you can also throw in the move g6 first, but d takes c3, and I feel like now black should be doing pretty fine.
Yeah, I kind of feel black is okay, but still it is advantage white, because when it comes to the minor pieces, the bishop is so much more superior in these open positions. And there you can see bishop to b1 is going to come to a2 and start looking at the f7 pawn.
Right, but the main problem here for Vaishali is the fact that she's down to 22 seconds. She's down a minute on the clock. So let's see how Polina will try to work her time advantage. Queen f3, king g7. White takes on b7, black will take here. So good move by black.
King to g2. And Vaishali, she has to pick up the pace. Just 20 seconds left. And again, bishop b3 in the air. H4, bishop b3.
Alright, let's see if she'll go for it, as it would allow black to trade off the queens, which is often a good idea if you're down on time, because it makes the position easier to play.
Yeah, and there we see h4. Rook to e7 is a beautiful defensive move, just kind of stopping the white rook getting to the d7 or c7 squares.
So rook d3. I think Polina overall is doing a good job, just keeping the game going, poking and prodding, asking some questions, keeping the pressure on the clock. But again, I like the idea of queen e4 to trade down and make the position easier to play, as Vaishali has very little time.
Yeah, and I'm not keen on rook to e3, but there's still some questions to be answered by Vaishali. So for instance, what white really wants to be doing is going a5 and then getting the pawn to a6, from where this pawn on a7 will be a tremendous weakness. And there we see rook to d3. Rook is mobilizing just 10 seconds. And the clock is ticking down. She's got to move. And she lashes out with g5.
Yeah, don't know if that was the right idea. Rook d5 looks interesting here, hitting the knight and the pawn on h5. So let's see if Polina will go for that. But now black has got some clear weaknesses.
Yeah. And yeah, black's pawn structure on the king side is terribly weak. I'm expecting bishop to d1, targeting h5. 5 seconds for Vaishali. One pawn falls, a4.
Maybe f4 here,
f4.
kicking the knight away, and there we have it. Check, there's just king h3. No, she's collapsing, and it's just because of the time.
Yeah. But now Paulina down to 14 seconds. So it's becoming a mad scramble. Rook to e3. This is a beautiful pin.
Yeah, now the knight's in a pin. But how do you finish it off? Okay, she takes, I guess she should be first. Yeah, king e3, king d4, and that should be a win for Polina. Oh, yeah, no, black's not on time. This is over.
Yeah, she can just go b5. And there's no coming back from this one. And there we see Polina wins the first game in the 3 minutes plus 1 second portion. We move on to game 2. There we have a lot of time left. 42 minutes.
Yeah, so Vaishali is just going to have to play a little bit faster. She fell behind the clock just too easily, too far. So let's see how she will do this time around. Again, we have a reload pass with a quick d3, knight c3, and a3. But this time she castles, rook b8. I feel like we've seen the exact same line in the previous white game of Vaishali, right?
Yeah, and but this time there's no h6 from Polina, so that's perhaps one subtlety. c5, she's adopting this kind of Chigorin approach, where normally you then just drop the knight back to c6. Okay, so we see b4 being played. Knight drops back.
Alright, so let's see what Vaishali is going to do here. The pawn on b4 is under attack, so she played rook b1, rook b6, and maybe now is a good time to jump with a knight to the d5 square.
Yeah, especially since black can't play knight takes knight because of pawn takes knight. Forking the knight and the bishop, h6, h3,
Both
queen
players
d2.
making queen d2 is a nice move here, c3 as well, covering a lot of squares. So, advantage for Vaishali, but she is down half a minute on the clock.
Yes, and it's such a tense position that the action will be happening a few moves down the line. So Vaishali's got to make sure that she plays incredibly quickly at this point and just save that time for when the position becomes massively complicated. And there we see knight to d2. She really likes this f2, f4 push.
Yeah, let's see if she'll. And yeah, there we have it once again, f2, f4. But yeah, I feel like often in the reload pass you're gonna have to be a little bit more patient. Just maneuver your pieces around. It's not that easy to go for all of these pawn breaks. But anyway, let's see what Polina is gonna do. Is she? I mean, take, maybe like followed by knight e7 is an idea to target the pawn on d5.
Yeah, and interesting there that she captures with the bishop. And there we see some more minor pieces leave the board. And yeah, I was wondering about jumping in with the knight to d4. You do have an idea of knight to e2 check, so the knight isn't in big danger. White ultimately just wants to go c2, c4 and try to grab as much space as possible in the center.
But yeah, no, 92 to c3 was a nice threat, so 94, good move by Vaishali. And the computer is indicating here that black should play f7, f5 to kick that knight away. Because I guess otherwise, c2, c3, it doesn't quite trap the knight, but jumping back to f5 looks quite passive.
Yeah, the knight is just not secured. And there you see f5. Both of these players are so dynamic. Knight to g3 played. And here, since this position is so crazy, I was going to wonder about this. Like, does it require emergency action like g5?
I don't know, but it looks quite weakening. I guess f4 is forced here, yep. And now maybe just 94. I guess then I can always jump back to f5, but the black king has definitely been weakened.
Yeah, definitely. But okay, it's on light squares, and there's no light square bishop on the board, so not too critical just yet. But yeah, again, anything can happen. Knight to e4. Why the hesitation, though?
I don't know. She might be considering a move like c3 or bishop c3 as well, but I don't think... Oh, wow. That's what she was considering.
Well, hang on a second here. What's happening? So, where's the knight going? You just go bishop g7. And then knight to h5 is going to be following. And what is the situation after queen to g5?
Oh, c2, c3. She's aiming to trap the knight on d4. Okay, so in case of queen g5, I guess she wants rook g4. There's a check with king h2, and I don't see a follow-up. So rook e3. The board is being set on fire here. The players are finding some great moves.
Yeah, and we are in only move territory here because Vaishali needs to find rook to g4 in order to stay alive. Rook g4 threatens knight to h5. Moves like king to h2 probably don't quite cut the mustard because of bishop to e5.
Right, so rook g4, great find by Vaishali, but she only has 29 seconds on her clock, and now Polina needs to give up her rook for the knight on g3, so that in case white recaptures her knight, it can escape via the f5 square. But yeah, it's super complicated here, but credit to both players. They're finding some good moves.
Yeah. Yes, rook takes g3, such a nice shot, but born out of desperation, and there we see Polina thinking, white has the move knight to h5 in their pocket. Also, this knight on d4 doesn't have any squares to move to, so that, yep, of course, she finds this. This position is completely wild. Rook f3, 27 seconds for Vaishali. She has to hold the dark squares.
Alright, so rook g3. Let's see if we will see a repetition here with knight f5, rook f3, and knight h4, or I feel like Vaishali definitely can avoid the repetition with a move like rook f2. And it's actually Polina who, I don't think she necessarily minded the repetition, but I guess maybe she just felt like queen g5 was a better move.
Yeah, I think so. And there you see rook f2. There's no risk for Polina to play because if she's able to coordinate attack on the dark squares, she is just going to be winning. This rook on b1 isn't really playing. And 8 seconds left for Vaishali. The panic is going to start setting in. Queen takes d5 is a possibility. Rook to e3 is also on the table. And sure enough, Polina plays rook e3. Targeting c3 and h3. Rook c1.
Rook c1, GG. That's it. You just win the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there we have it. Yeah. Vaishali is just a little bit too slow, and Polina punishes her with... as Vaishali only has a few seconds on her clock.
Yep. And Vaishali keeping the game going, but a queen, knight, and bishop is simply going to overwhelm 2 rooks. So, 27 seconds for Polina. She can just play calm. I like this queen to g5, knight to f5. Oh, oops, queen takes g2 is checkmate. And that always ends the game.
Yeah, so Polina opens up a 2-point lead. Let's see how Vaishali is going to respond. She plays the Caro-Kann defense again. I felt like it went quite well for her in the last game. So let's see how Polina switches it up, and she does so with the move knight e2. This is definitely an improvement, as she won that bishop on that active f4 square.
Yes, definitely. This is the way to go. And here, White does have that small advantage. It's a little bit annoying at times of the bishop pair. And g3, h4 are kind of space gaining moves, and what White is basically saying, I just have a much more comfortable position than you do. So rook to b8, I wonder whether a4 will make an appearance. Yep, designed to prevent b5.
Right, a6 again. So Vaishali maybe still wants to go b5, because if White takes twice, there might be ideas of knight e7. So we see queen e1, and I think here, in case Black plays b5, often a clever response is to take and then go for the move b2, b4, and that's what Polina does, as the pawn on b5 can easily become a weakness.
Exactly, and this knight on d2 maneuvers itself to c5, and it just sits there very pretty on that square, whereas Black's knights, they will take an age to get to c4.
Right, so we see knight e7 hitting the pawn on c3 and aiming to go knight f5 perhaps, so rook c1 to defend the pawn. A bit of a pity to give up the a-file, but there was no good other way to protect the pawn and leave the b3 square open for the white knight, and there the knight goes, aiming for c5.
Very nice play there from Polina. How the knights come in. Yeah, but you can beat the knight back. I like knight c5, as you've indicated. You can also go bishop e1, f3.
Yeah, no, that was an option as well. And here, yeah, I'm sure she's looking at some sacrifice, but I'm also pretty sure that it cannot ever work. I mean, because you can think about it. Take stakes, because if White takes again, then you can recapture and you have a perpetual. But it feels like there's got to be some way for White to keep the game going after bishop takes g3.
Yeah, I agree. And is White threatening knight takes e4? Because if that's in the air, then you can't make those slow improving moves. Okay, that's why we see queen c6.
Yeah, so queen c6 played, strengthening the knight on e4. So let's see, Polina goes bishop d3, reinforcing the pressure on the knight. She doesn't mind giving up the bishop on d2, and understandably so, because the bishop right now is quite passive. So I think she's aiming to go queen e2, pressure the knight, and also pressure the pawn on b5 again. And she can increase the pressure with moves like rook a1 to a6 perhaps.
Yep, and White demonstrating a lot of control in this position. And we did ask earlier, and we weren't really sure, Benjamin, you and myself, about who was the favorite in this particular matchup. Even the stats didn't know. It was 51% to 49%. How close is that? But chat, on the other hand, they know better, because we asked chat, who do you think will win? Chat responded 58% in favor of Polina.
Okay, so that's also quite close, but they're definitely leaning more towards Polina's chances. Alright, so anyway, we have queen e2 on the board, hitting the knight. Let's see if Black's going to take on d2. Maybe you can also go for a move like rook to a2, because if White takes with the knight, you take with the pawn. If you take with the bishop, then there's bishop, rook takes d2. But anyway, Vaishali has captured the knight on the c5 square.
Yeah, I tell you what's concerning me though, the time disadvantage for Vaishali. I think fundamentally her position is slightly worse. I think rook a2 absolutely is a must. But 46 seconds on the clock, she's just not been able to adapt to this new time control. Whereas Polina, she's an experienced player. You know, she is the 2023 winner of I'm Not a GM Speed Championship. And we've seen her just defeat Zhongyi and Hou Yifan.
Yeah, she's a fighter, and in those matches she also did a great job on the clock, always being up on time, keeping the pressure on their opponents, and that's what she also is doing right here, and that's also why she is able to build up a lead in this section. Anyway, so rook b8, rook c2, yeah, it's looking like a nice position for Black. The pawn on b5 is chronically weak, and these knights in the center for now are pretty, but maybe like bishop e1 and f3, and you can start pushing them away.
Yep, and I've been crying for this move for a long time. Bishop e1, preserve the bishop pair, and I love your idea of just posting back those knights. Okay, f3.
F3. Or rook c1, also fantastic move indicated by the computer, with the idea to go rook a1 later to take over the a-file.
Okay, well, we see a rook appear on c1, but it's not the one recommended by the computer. And then, yeah, f3. F3, right. And see what happens next.
Yeah, you want to play f3 here before black has the opportunity to go knight e5. Okay, so the knight now has to move, I guess, to f6. But 15 seconds for Vaishali.
Yeah, and interesting enough that Polina doesn't determine the position. Bishop takes knight. Bishop takes g6, pocket the pawn.
Yeah, and she goes for that. That's just a free pawn.
Yep, absolutely. It's, yeah, the rook attacks the queen. Queen is just going to move itself. I would have centralized it, but I think this one is also good enough. Queen to f5, very active play from Polina. She's going to back that up with bishop to d4. Another pawn goes, but Vaishali hoping to get control over the e4 square. It's a nice kind of coffee chess move.
Yeah. I think definitely a good idea to at least create some activity. Queen e5, okay, threatening checkmate on 1 now. So she defends against it. Maybe rook a2 is a tricky move.
Oh, yeah. It's certainly very nice. And where's the queen moving? Queen f5.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks super tough for black to defend with 8 seconds on your clock. Maybe h4. So Polina having great chances here to open up a 3-point lead.
Yeah. And that would be 3 wins in a row. I mean, that is difficult to recover. h4, love that move. And there we see 35 seconds. Okay, not played, but it doesn't matter because white has full control of the position. Rook f2.
Rook f2, good move, forcing, trying to get some more trades in. Rook a, but yeah, good decision by Vaishali. She has to keep some pieces on the board. Hope for a swindle, but rook f7, I think that's about to be it. King h3.
Yeah, exactly. This bishop on d4 to controls the key. f2 square, and there we see another victory for Polina as she gets a 3-point lead. Started off the 3+1 with 3 victories in a row.
Yeah, so we see Vaishali switching it up and switching back to the collar opening with d4, e3, knight f3, bishop d3, and b3. It worked out pretty well last time, so let's see how Polina is going to switch it up this time.
Well, puts her bishop on e7, and maybe... Well, she was very quick with this a5 idea and then challenging bishop a6. Maybe a5 is a kind of waste of time. So knight to e5.
All right, so I'd say if you wanted to take the knight, take it now, because now white's able to go f4, and then it becomes much less appealing to take, as white can always recapture the f-pawn. So we see her taking on e5 and knight e4. This is often a good approach to equalize the game.
Yep, it certainly is. And there we see f4 being played by Vaishali. And she's just simply going to argue that, yeah, when the knight on e4 eventually does get removed, her pawn is going to be a strength, whereas this pawn on e4 can be corralled. So I like this approach. Queen e2 is in the air, and I just like how you keep the tension alive in this type of position. You just keep improving your game, threaten moves like f4, f5, and yeah, there we do see a trade of knights, and black is the one to play f5.
Yeah, f5, very solid move, breaking down a white space advantage on the king side. In case white takes, black just recaptures the bishop, and black's doing absolutely fine. So I'm wondering why the evil bar was a little bit enthusiastic for a second, but now it's just right in the middle, because I think black's doing absolutely fine here.
Yeah, I do feel that white probably has to go queen e2. What, g4 is asking a little bit much of this position. It's way too reckless. Don't believe my g2, g4 pawn thrusts. And their queen to e8.
All right, so I'm curious to see where she's going to go with the queen. It can go to g6, but if black's not able to create any play on the king side, then the queen can also be slightly off here. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. I feel like the position should be approximately even. So let's see if this time she can finally hang on the clock with Polina, as that's been a problem in the last couple of games.
Yeah, and there is a kind of problem with her position as of now, and that is it's not clear what the plan is going to be. If you go rook to d2, then you're going to have to work out what's going to happen after pawn takes c4. And if you yourself go c takes d5, you have to always ask yourself what happens next, who benefits from this. Black is just very active, and h5 is a brave move there from Polina, because she could be threatening h4. Now g3 I'm not a fan of, because it just weakens those light squares around the king that little bit more.
Yeah, so let's see. Now at least h4 can be met with g4. But like I said, now the king is going to be permanently weak. So let's see how Polina will try to take advantage of that. She takes on c4. Okay, so now white recaptures with the bishop. There's some pressure on the e6 point. And yeah, with black, it would be great to go queen e8 to c6 magically, but you can't, because the moment you go queen e8, you hang the pawn. So maybe that's why she goes king h7, with the idea to go queen e8, give up the pawn, but nah, I guess it's too much, because there's no threats along the diagonal, but at least in case white ever captures, it's not with a check.
Yeah, do you think that your idea of just getting the king to, I'm thinking of getting the king to h6, now work with me, and then just move the queen out of the way and then play for g5.
Aha, perhaps.
Well,
Anyway,
that was all kind of moot, because that didn't happen.
Yeah, h4 on the board, okay. So now I guess g4 is going to be played, or rook g1 is a move as well, but let's see, what does she have in mind in case of g4, which is what we're seeing right now. In case black takes, recapture with the pawn, and this is quite double-edged. This could work out in both of the players' favor, but we see pawn takes.
Well, hang on a second here. Isn't there rook takes rook, followed by queen e4, but the bishop coming to f3. That's a spectacular move. Vaishali would lose control after that. Queen c2.
Wow, because in case white takes, there's queen c2 with a double attack on the king and the rook on d1. Let's see if Polina finds it. Yeah, your idea rook takes d1 and queen d4 is a great idea, but unfortunately there is that move bishop d3, and white would win the queen. So let's see. Polina did trade. Let's see what she's going to do here.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen, because that would be very unfortunate for Polina. Yeah, you cannot put your queen on e4, bishop to d3. Yeah, bishop f3. Yeah. What a beautiful tactical strike.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere, so it's quite understandable that both players missed it. Alright, she goes king h8. Okay, aiming to go queen e4, as now bishop d3 will no longer pin the queen. Let's see what white's going to do.
Yeah. It's a really tricky position for both sides, actually, because queen e4 is horribly threatening, whereas if the queens get traded off, it feels like it's just done and dusted for white. White would just be absolutely winning because the pawn on h4 is just terminally weak. And the pawn on e6 too.
Right, yeah, but 25 seconds for Vaishali. Let's see what she's going to do. Maybe bishop d3, bishop c1, but wait, what does she have in mind for queen e4 here?
Well, she wants to go queen f1.
Yep, there we go. After check, there's still king h3, and while she's holding, I don't like bishop d5, because I really like the battery on the... Oh, and bishop d3 kind of traps the queen. Queen f3 is 4.
Yeah, you have to go queen f3. And do you remember what I was saying about the endgame? That's just winning for white. Because you just go king h3, and then you just go bishop d2, bishop e1, or even g5 if you want to be simple. And then just take the pawn.
Alright, so bishop d5, bishop c4, maybe b5 to try to create a passer in case white takes, you can take on b3. It's definitely an idea, because now white's got the queen side under control, but maybe Polina can build up some sort of fortress here?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Or
like something.
f5?
Oh, f5 is really, really dangerous. e4, f6. I mean, the evaluation bar is just staying in the middle, so it is apparently a draw, but doesn't feel like it.
I guess the position is just locked. I don't see anything either player can do. On the other hand, bishop e7 is not a good move because of f6, so how do you wait here? I guess with king g7, and if white takes, that shouldn't be an issue. But 6 seconds, she's got to move.
Yeah, a5, f6, yeah, king to g6.
No, but... Oh, bishop g5! Was there bishop g5?
Yeah, there was bishop g5. But now it's not possible because this bishop, it just keeps an eye on the e5 pawn. Oh, it was a one-shot wonder.
Yeah. Alright, so let's see if we can pull it up after the game, because there might have been a missed opportunity for Vaishali. Because now it seems just like it's headed for a draw. And maybe Polina... Let's see if she's going to try to milk the clock or... No, okay, so let's pull those up real quick. Because I think right here with bishop c7... They thought they were just going to move back and forth, but bishop takes g5 was here. because in case you capture the king, there's f7 and the pawn promotes. And if you take on e5, then white takes here, and this should lead to a winning king and pawn again. Because black's extra pawn, the b pawn is not going anywhere, and white has that extra g pawn that you can push forward.
Exactly, you use the g-pawn as a decoy to win that king and pawn endgame. And well, Polina Shuvalova, she is in complete control in the 3 minute plus 1 second. I saw Polina walk away, breathe a sigh of relief as she survives that game. That means the first half of the 3 minute plus 1 section is over. Everyone is going on a break, including us. But when we come back, we'll find out whether Polina can extend her lead or whether Vaishali will be able to bounce back.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any Chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
Do you often get upset when you read comments on social media about you?
Yes. It hurts.
Yes, that's the truth.
Probably the one that hurt me the most, or at least it was the most difficult to deal with, was during one of the candidates tournaments that I covered from the Chess24 studios. We had a hashtag that was to send questions in to the casters. It was Pepe, Cuenca, and me, and someone just figured that it's a great way to use that hashtag to bully me live on air. And the problem was that we've just asked, like, oh, are there questions from the audience? And this person just sent like 12 tweets in a row, so only his tweets are on the screen. No. And they were all, it's not even mean or rude, they were just very sexual and very I don't even know how to put it. When they question whether you're more than an object and someone that just should shut her mouth because...
I am so sorry.
Yeah, he went in a very not nice way about what's a woman's role.
Yeah. And to go through that, especially when you're live and it's, in the moment, and it's so hard to know what to do there. So that must have been absolutely terrible. I'm very sorry.
Thank you. Fiona was in the other studio, and as soon as we had a break, she gave me a big hug. Yeah. I think I needed it badly.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally, from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
This summer, millions of people flock to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
We are back with the second half of the 3-minute plus 1 portion. We just saw Polina just emerge in dominating form as she leads the match by 3 points. We see her there. Maybe she will be our finalist. We'll find out because Vaishali is in her way. Can Polina hold her nerve? That is the big question. And Benjamin, we've seen Polina just be incredible. She's quick, she's confident, she's resourceful. What can Vaishali do if she wants to level the match?
I think she definitely needs to play a little bit faster. She's been getting into time pressure almost every single game. And other than that, I think that's the main thing. That's the main thing, honestly, because I feel like in most games they have been pretty much even, but the time situation just became a problem, and that's why Polina has been able to build up such a big lead.
Yep, and there we see Vaishali come to this game. She's played very quickly and she's just unleashed h5. Very interesting move there. And then knight h7 played, knight to f6. Are we going to see a draw by repetition? Well. What's the answer?
If I were Polina, I would definitely at least, repeat once and then see what Vaishali is going to do. But I was wondering, after knight h7, bishop e3, couldn't Vaishali continue the game with h5, h4?
Yes, she could. But it might be good to get a black out of the way so that she can just recover. But h4 played, Vaishali means business.
Alright, so let's see what Polina's going to do. I like queenside castling. She can just target the king on b1. The king is sitting perfectly safe there. And yeah, black hasn't achieved that much with the push of the h-pawn. So I guess at some point this knight is going to jump back, and then maybe Vaishali is going to go queenside castling as well.
Yeah, sure. You can't castle kingside, not with the h-line about to be opened. Yeah, I agree with you. Knight to f6 definitely looks very logical, followed by queenside castling. But then one has to ask, after the moves like bishop to g5, what are you doing with this pawn on h4? Are you going to go h takes g3? Are you going to step it all the way to h3? And there we see king to b8 being played. And wow, given a question mark because c4 is good on account of the king, queen, bishop all lined up on the same diagonal.
Yeah, I like the move c3, c4 a lot. Because in case black would have taken, you can recapture the knight, challenge the bishop with that ease of bishop f4. Now that moment has passed, and it's just a slow Carlsbad position. Bishop g5 hitting the pawn on f4. But overall, I think Polina is doing pretty well. She's got the bishop pair, just a little bit of pressure. Vaishali seems to be struggling in these types of positions. So I think overall, it was a good call by Polina to repeat the position once, see what Vaishali wants. And, if Vaishali wants a draw, that's fine with Polina, as she is up in the match.
Yeah, she's up by 3 points, and that's certainly going to have a psychological impact. a3 played by Polina. It's actually very difficult to come up with a plan. But rook to b8, interesting. With the idea of going b5, and then knight a5, knight c4.
Perhaps, but I feel like for the moment it would be too much. Especially right now, b5 would hang a pawn, as white can take on h8 and then take on b5. You can consider taking on h1 and now b5. She goes knight g4 instead. But still, it feels like the b5 push would weaken black just a little bit too much.
Yes. But there we see knight to b3 being played. But the thing is, though, what is black actually doing? Maybe now f6 and e5, you kind of feel like you should be breaking out some way. It's very difficult to just keep on maneuvering. But maybe that's all you have to do. Sit and wait. The art of doing absolutely nothing.
Right, yeah, let's see if she's going to go for that. Yeah, I feel like f6 and e5, that gives white perhaps an opportunity to go bishop f5, as then the knight on g4 is running out of squares. And as we're talking about this position, Yovi, Vaishali is again a minute down on the clock, which has been causing her so much trouble.
Yeah, and you said you did not like e5 because of bishop to f5, and sure enough, it's happened. And wow, I'm not a big fan of this position for black. And there we see Vaishali 1 minute on the clock. The problem is that the pawn on e5 and d5 look very, very impressive. But as soon as she steps forward, well, this d5 pawn just becomes a vulnerability. Yeah, queen to b5 is the move that cries out to be played.
Yeah, so queen b5 hitting the d5 pawn. Black is pretty much forced to go knight e7 to defend it and attack the bishop on f5 at the same time. Wait, but now at least Black is able to solidify their pawn structure a little bit with moves like a6 and f5 coming next.
Yeah, okay, maybe this was the best chance that Vaishali had. Look how fickle we are. I didn't like e4, and it turns out maybe it was the best practical try. And yeah, queen to e2, queen to f1 chosen. Rook h7 is in the air for white though.
Yeah, rook h7 is always going to be annoying for Black to deal with, so f5 here makes a lot of sense hitting the bishop. And I'm not sure where Polina should go. I mean, I guess the bishop is going to have to move back to keep the h-file open for the rook.
Yeah, then the bishop has to step back. Rook h7. Ooh, did not expect this one. Okay, but it makes sense now that the queen is on f1, protecting h1. Okay, how do you like them apples? So knight to c6. Queen h3 was the move I was going to suggest, but yeah, f4.
Right, and Polina just playing quickly. We saw this also in her earlier matches, just playing quickly, keeping extra time on the clock, and banking on chances later on. It's worked out brilliantly for her in her matches against Hou Yifan and Zhongyi, and it's working so far as well against Vaishali.
Yeah, absolutely. And Paulina's just making great moves as well. She's maximized the potential of her rook. She played bishop to e2 just to prevent any knight to b5 shenanigans and sacrifices. And now queen to h3. Vaishali down to 20 seconds. What is this? Knight to a1. Knight c2?
Right, or queen f5. She's going pawn hunting on the king side. I think that pawn can just be captured, and I don't quite see the black compensation. The knight on a1 looks passive, but white's king is super solid on a2.
Yeah, I know. He's got his best defender as well, right next to it. So queen to b6, yeah, you can't go knight to c2. There's a queen to b3 check, but yeah, just improve your queen. 7 seconds.
Uh-oh. Rook takes c7.
Rook takes
wins the
rook
game.
Takes knight.
Yeah, and I think Polina is going to go for it. I mean, that should just win the game.
Yeah.
Queen d7, by the way, also looks like a good move. Take, but yeah, it's just over. I mean, black doesn't have enough here. Queen d7.
Yeah, I love queen d7. Yep, played. Queen a5. Queen takes a4. That's a killing move.
Yeah, again, the knight on a2 is holding everything together. Okay, e3, but I guess just queen f3. Black takes an f2, you take an e3, and then slowly but surely you should be able to crawl out and win the game.
Yeah, that's a very calm response. I must admit, I did panic a little bit when I saw e3, but yes, here you go. And now the knight can be mobilized. It's got a beautiful post on c5. All you have to do is make sure you watch out for a rook and a queen attacking the b1 square.
Yeah, so yeah, either rook h1 is an idea or queen coming down to g2. She goes knight c1 to defend, but it... wait,
what's happening here?
Yeah, I guess... I mean, white's winning, but it's not over yet. Okay.
Oh, Vaishali, but she's only got 1 second.
She almost flagged there. She moved at half second. Oh, move the bishop.
She's got 2 seconds now. And could this be like a blockade, a defense? Just keep an eye on this knight on c1.
Yeah, I guess white's holding everything together. Now the queen is coming out. Okay, maybe move up the king. Yep. Now you can activate the queen again. Gotta move.
Oh, she does. Make that move.
Ooh, threatening queen a4. You gotta...
a4.
Uh-oh, this is tricky. Knight c1. She barely got that move off. King d2.
Yeah.
Run. Uh-oh, yeah. And the king is safe. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, queen d2.
Vaishali.
There goes the bishop. Wow, and Polina has to go for the repetition. Polina playing on here. She has a lot of pawns for the exchange.
Oh no, rook f1. Rook f1. Rook f1. Sorry. That would have won the queen.
But she missed it. At f4, maybe there's still a chance for white. d5. I guess you don't have more than a perpetual, though. Check, check.
Yeah.
And it's king f3.
Rook f1.
Polina keeps going for the win. Queen g5. This looks terrible. King h2, only move. Oh, and there goes
It
the
is
knight.
the only move. But the players don't have
but
any
how do you-
time.
Okay, you have to go to b8. You have to go to b8. Only move.
Oh, she
What?
goes b6, but now this is just a draw.
No, the computer is saying black is winning. I guess you move out of the checks on the 8th rank. Wow, what a game.
Oh, wow. The king just puts his running shoes and off it goes to the king's side. Wow, that's incredible defense there from Vaishali. And she's going to turn it around. Unbelievable save.
What a game, what a game. And yeah, it's Vaishali winning this game. She was down a lot of material, but she completely turned it around.
She had no time. She had no time. She had a lost position. And suddenly she just magicked an attack out of nowhere. Well, we'll see how Polina is able to recover from that heartbreaking loss. And then we see Vaishali with the white pieces. It's knight c3 Lopez, d6.
Alright, so pawn takes d4. Okay, so black trades on c6. Okay, so here we see black having the bishop pair, but white having more space in the center. But yeah, I'm also curious to see how Polina is going to react, because, I mean, that was a tough loss. I think if she had won that game, I mean, obviously it's too early to call it, but a 4-point lead is a lot.
It is a lot, but also that's the kind of loss where you get tilted, right? And your mind just keeps looping back to that, like, how on earth did I lose that? How can I make such silly moves? Well, that happens to me anyhow.
Right. Yeah, devastating loss that was for Polina, but I think overall she's pulled herself together. White having a slight advantage in this game, so Vaishali really needs to put on the pressure in this game, as she has an opportunity to come back in the match. As, like you said, Polina might have been a little bit tilted after that last game.
Yeah, well, we'll find out, but Polina's making all the right moves here. She's a pro at online chess. In fact, she qualified into this competition because of her scores, her average scores on the title Tuesdays. And there we see knight to b6. It's given as a miss, but it looks good to me. Controlling the d5 square.
It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, making sure that this knight cannot jump into the d5 square too easily. Queen e8, putting some pressure on the pawn on e4. Again, it feels like Vaishali should have a slight advantage because she has a slightly better pawn structure, more space, but black is very solid here.
Yeah, black is very solid, but white has more space, as you've indicated, and the rook lifts up to d3, might be swinging over to g3, from where queen to f6 will start eyeballing the black king. Definitely some defensive work needed by Polina, and she offers a queen trade. Of course, Vaishali says nope.
Alright, so now the other rook swings into the game, rook ae8. Okay, so let's see. Vaishali here has the opportunity to go rook g3 and queen takes h6. But I guess black can go queen e6 to defend. Also, she can move the king. So, yes, there's definitely an attack, but the attack shouldn't be too scary, at least for now.
Yeah, I know it shouldn't be too scary, but, you know, when you only have 2 minutes on the clock, how are you going to handle f5?
I guess you go f6 to stop.
And if you go
altogether from
f6... Yeah, because it's not possible for the white knight to transfer itself to f4 unless it uses, what do you call them, those things that happen in Star Trek. My mind has gone blank. But it might actually be happening right now. You know, she might be playing for this, putting it to knight to e2 to f4, and then in it comes.
Right, so it would be nice. Okay, so c6, nice idea. She's aiming to go d5, blast open the e file to create some counterplay. As then the white pieces would all of a sudden be offside. So I like what Polina is doing. She's also up half a minute on the clock. h3 by Vaishali, but the computer hates that move. I don't know why.
Saying d5 is a good breakthrough, and those rooks on the e-line are coming to life. Well, take it.
I guess you take, but black just recaptures with the pawn. d4 coming next. Ideas of queen d6 at the right moment as well, hitting the rook. Rook e1 is always an idea that you want to keep in a position. So it's looking unpleasant for Vaishali, and she's getting down to a minute on the clock.
And there's 5 minutes and 32 seconds in this particular segment. So, yeah, we're probably going to see another game. Yeah, I think she had to take. And yeah, this rook and this queen there on the king side, they're just on a limb. Maybe it's time to just centralize them. And there we see b3 being played, just trying to dominate the knight. d4 very quickly. Oh my goodness me, where's the knight going? Knight to b.
Is there queen c7 hitting the rook and the knight?
Yes.
You want instead? Okay, queen c7 maybe still? Is the idea to
Absolutely.
go rook e3 after?
Yeah, that looks absolutely killing. Knight to e2. Well, can you not go rook to e3?
Yeah, rook
And
e3 looks
after-
crushing, threatening rook 1 takes e2.
And now you can just introduce a new piece into the attack. Knight e5. That's it.
White's almost in Zugzwang. I don't really see a move for white here. That being said, what is the final punch for black? I'm not quite seeing that either, but at some point things are going to collapse, especially with 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and she plays c3. Knight takes...
Oh, maybe you
Hang
just
on,
take
hang on.
the
Knight takes pawn. And then after,
Right.
after rook takes rook h1.
Exactly, great stuff. Do not take the knight. Okay, this is also fine, by the way. She's keeping complete control. There's nothing you can do about rook takes, queen takes, and rook h1 winning the queen. And she's about to demonstrate it.
Yep. But I like the way... no, she goes rook c1. Also good enough.
That is so painful. There's nothing you can do about checkmate. Wow, what a move. And a great way to recover from that heartbreaking loss and take the 3-point lead once again.
Yeah. And Polina Shivalova, she just keeps on impressing, right? No tilt for her. She just plays effortless, powerful chess. So there we see knight g f3. Well, okay, this is okay for black, but black needs to know how to handle these knight to e5 jumps. Yeah, this is a good response because white doesn't want to be taking on b7 because of rook a to b8.
Yeah, so rook f1, a pretty typical move, setting up a knight to e5. So we see Vaishali trading up the bishop for the knight, rook b8. Also typical stuff. Maybe b5 here? Yeah, on the board.
Yep, b5 played.
Oh, wait, can you take that pawn?
Yeah, now I think about it, yeah, you could have taken that pawn because the knight on c6 is hanging. Whoops.
But now you certainly can. I mean, I guess black is aiming for knight a7 and queen b6 to get the pawn back, though.
Yes. Yes, so knight a7, a4. And now you can just continue as if nothing happened and just mobilize. Yep, queen to b6. I also quite like going knight to e4 to go knight to d6, just to keep some kind of extra control over the position.
Yeah, no, that's also a great idea. All right, so let's see what Polina is going to do. Her bishop... Okay, so she's giving the bishop back. She's saying, like, hey, you can get it back, but after all of that, I go rook e-a1, and your pawn on a5 is weak. Yes, my pawn on b2 is a target as well, but I can always go knight at d3 to defend it. So I quite like her approach. So maybe... Well, the drawback, I like your idea of knight e4, but there is knight d7, forking the queen and the rook.
Yes, I realized that too late, but maybe you can play with that idea by going rook to f to d8, but there we do see the trade, and here, well, black has to be very accurate, because if you were to go rook f to b8, then knight c6 is annoying.
Yeah, that's a nice move,
And there's
hitting
also...
the rook in the pawn. Wait, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say also there's rook takes a5 because of back rank issues.
Right, right. So the computer is pointing out knight e4. I guess the idea is that, yes, you cannot take on a5 right now because you're going to hang the pawn on b2. And in case white plays knight d3, black is probably just in time to go rook a8, as now after b4 the pawn on c3 is hanging. So I think rook a8 is absolutely forced here, otherwise you just lose the pawn.
Yeah, and there you see Vaishali plays it. But the problem is that this knight on e4 can be booted out with f3. And so you have to put the knight on d6, and then you have b4 as an idea.
Right, so let's see if she's gonna go f2, f3, hitting the knight. The knight, I guess, is gonna have to go back to d6. And maybe after b4, you still have knight c4 to hang on, but it all looks very fragile.
It certainly does, and sure enough, the knight gets kicked out. Knight to... Where to go? Other than knight to d6, I don't see any other... knight to d2. Very, very nice. Threatening knight to b3, and, well, the rook is kicked away.
I think still b4 is the right move, as after knight b3 you would get yourself trapped. But knight c4, hanging on to the pawn on a5. So let's see what Polina is going to do here. I mean, she has the option to go knight e5, force the knight trade, as then the pawn on a5 should drop. She goes king f2 instead. But maybe now black has the opportunity to make some luft for her own king, as that could always be useful in some variations.
Yeah, I think it's very important to do that. Either that or go king to f8 and try to centralize the king. But g5 was Vaishali's choice, a nice active move. And how is white going to add even more pressure? Knight to c5.
Nice move, aiming to go knight b3. Alright, so let's see what black's going to do. King g7, okay, knight b3. I'm sure she has something in mind, but I don't know what.
Well, the thing is, maybe you've got rook c8. Yeah, rook c8 at the end of knight to b3, because there are pins on the board. So now, if you go pawn takes, that's clear. Rook takes knight, and you can't go rook takes. But I don't know, it's playing with fire, because you're allowing an a-pawn to run up the board if you make moves like rook c8.
Yeah, after rook c8, I would take with the knight, and after knight takes, take with the rook, and if black takes, take with the pawn. And then if black takes on c3, you go pawn to a6. Yes, black got their pawn back, but white got the rook behind the passed pawn, and that endgame looks miserable. But I guess maybe there's a way to improve for black on that variation somehow.
Okay, and there you see the
improvement.
improvement. Knight to d6, and the c-pawn is under fire, so you have to go rook to a3.
Yeah, because if you go rook c1 or rook c2, black will have rook takes b4, so rook a3 forced. Vaishali should have good compensation here, but she's down to 24 seconds, which is making it tough for her. And king this is a nice idea. She wants to go king d3, so then the knight can move again.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure about g4. I felt like it gave white that extra tempo. There were maybe moves of stepping back with the rook, threatening knight to b5. So 14 seconds for Vaishali, and now she steps back with the rook, but the king is beautifully placed on d3.
I'm looking at a funny variation, like can you go knight b3, knight b5, knight c5, take, knight d7, king here, take. I guess at the end black goes knight b5, hitting the rook, and c3. Anyway, rook a2 seems a lot more calm.
Yeah, but I kind of liked your idea. So there we see rook c2, rook c1 forced, and yeah, white is on the verge of going knight b3, knight c5.
Vaishali fighting here, creating counterplay along the... Okay, so rook a8. Do you trade or maybe let black trade?
Rook a2?
Let's see. Or rook a5. I like rook a5.
Oh, that's nice.
So then I jump back to d6. Maybe rook a2. Yeah, you don't want to trade and give white a strong a-pawn. So rook a7, okay.
Yep. And, well, the rook has got an active, but rook to b2. Can you play like that and then try to push forward the b-pawn? And well, what's happening here? b5 is going to be making an appearance, and b6. Rook to d7.
I'm puzzled by the move rook e8. It seems like it's just losing a tempo. But yeah, b6 is pushing up the board. b7. Can you
There's
queen?
no checkmate. She wants to go rook takes queen, and then rook to g2. Rook to g2, rook to g2, and yeah.
Oh, and king g4, and you just checkmate.
And there you go, Vaishali turns it around and she wins. And you can see the frustration on Polina's face. What a save from Vaishali. And wow,
what a
the
game.
games were so intense that actually we finished the 3+1 section. Wow, these two have had us on tenterhooks. What a nail-biting match it's been so far. The 3-minute plus 1 portion, well, that was all about Paulina's display and speed, with reflexes and intuition. So she does have a 2-point lead, but what a save there by Vaishali at the end. Oh, Benjamin.
Yeah.
Quick words.
Yeah, crucial win there for Vaishali at the end, because if Paulina had won this game as well, we would have been looking at a 4-point lead going into the ball. Now with 2 points, I think anything can still happen. So it's definitely advantage Paulina, but Vaishali is fighting back.
Yeah, wow, it's been intense chess here at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. But after we come back from a quick break, we are going to dive into some lightning fast chess because it is bullet time.
Have you ever cried because of a mean comment from a viewer?
Yes.
Oh yeah, she did.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I completely agree with what you were saying before. I try to think like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's just someone that is probably jealous, because why would you be writing a lot of mean comments if you're a very happy human being and you're very positive, then why would you go around and write mean comments to other people and try to bring other people down? So I try to think about that, but it still gets to you. I think it's really hard to not have that get to you. And when you have, I mean, sometimes I have not just one person, but tens or hundreds of people that are criticizing me or my work or different things. And I think, yeah, it does get to me. And I think that's maybe one of the things that demotivate me. I'm not at the stage where that motivates me more. I'm at the stage where it demotivates me, but I'm hoping that will start motivating me more. But yeah, no, I think criticism is hard, and I think there's so many things that I hear so many times. It's kind of like the same type of comment that I hear so many times that you almost start wondering, is this true? Is this, if hundreds of people are saying the same thing, is this true? But you have to just not let that get to you and be stronger than that. But it's like you said, it's something that you have to learn, I think. It's not something that you just have it in you. You come into this world, you start getting recognition, and then people start writing mean things about you, and you learn how to take those things and how to keep going and how to not let that get you down. So yeah, I completely understand what you were saying before about this. I agree, it's hard.
So d4, d5, c4. This is the Queen's Gambit and this is the starting position for this course. My name is Kamil Plichta, I am a FIDE master from Poland. This course is going to be suitable for people of all levels, especially since I'm going to teach you attacking play, aggression in chess, gambits, compensation, all kinds of dynamism, imbalances, and in general we have one target. This guy here on e8. You might be like, yeah, this has to be some marketing stuff, it's impossible, come on, you just can't attack with d4. Think about it. Alekhine, Kasparov, Botvinnik, Mamedyarov. They played d4, it was their main opening, so I suggest queen e2. This is a better way of playing. We are hitting the knight goes to f6, and now we are not slowing down. We sacrifice the second guy with d5. d is a big threat, so takes, and rook d1. And just see this, for the cost of 2 pawns, we already have huge pressure on black's position, and after bishop e7, knight c3, black really has to walk a tightrope to survive this. There are 9 games featuring this position, white score is 7 out of 9.
Hello, and we are back, and it's all systems go at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, because now entering the bullet portion of the semi-finals. It's been an intense match between Polina and Vaishali, but in the end it does look like Polina is emerging as the favorite, as she has a 2-point lead over Vaishali. But in bullet chess, anything can happen. Do you think Vaishali will manage to make that comeback?
I think she definitely has a chance. She was also 2 points down against Kosteniuk going into the bullet. Now she's 2 points down again, and there's even more time on the match clock. That being said, Polina is also an incredible bullet player, so I think Polina definitely still has the advantage, but Vaishali is going to fight.
Yes, and there we see the actual score, but earlier on, Smarter Chess gave us their predictions. Let's see how they match up. But there we do see the players, and Vaishali, Polina getting ready. And now we have the Smarter Chess predictions. And there we see 4.5, 3.5. It wasn't that close in reality, but when it comes to the bullet, 3.5, 4.5, Polina will edge it.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, Polina was definitely the better player in the 3+1 portion, but we are going to be up any second now with the first game in the bullet, and there we go. Vaishali opens up with e4.
Yeah, and there we see. And Polina, just looking at the camera, she looks like she's having the time of her life. And I think she's going to have to enjoy the moment, because I see the evaluation bar rising all the way in White's favor.
Yeah, and I think that move bishop d7 was a bit unfortunate. She was probably anticipating moving knight takes d4, after which bishop d7 is aimed to defend the pawn on c6. But here, it looks very clumsy, and Vaishali breaks open the position with e4, e5.
Yeah, this is not working well for Polina. She will have to fight with every ounce that she has if she wants to stay alive here. c5 attacking the queen. It's a good move to keep the game going. Queen steps back.
Yeah, let's see where the queen is going to go. It can go to c4, hitting f7. Now black should absolutely castle, and so she does. So at least, you know, she's made it out of the center, and she's still alive. So knight takes d7 and knight d5. Yeah, it is still... Oh, bishop takes d6.
But bishop takes bishop! Knight to e7. Oh, no. This is not one for the history books. And there you see Vaishali winning. And now the gap has narrowed. Just 1 point separates the pair. We'll see how this one develops.
And we have a Spanish 4 knights with 94 kingside castles. Let's see, so c6. I feel like black's generally doing pretty well in this line. But at least now Polina is making her moves quickly.
Yep. And bishop to e2, d3. This queen on f3 is misplaced. There you go, queen to g3. f2, f4 wants to be played.
Yeah, the bishop on e2 is doing a good job stopping the knight from jumping to the h5 square. So with black, okay, Vaishali's taking a lot of time here for a bullet game. I think you should just castle and f4. I mean, you can always take it. There's always queen b6, so she's just got to move.
Yeah. 30 seconds there for Vaishali. And, yep, she castles. King h1.
Pawn to d5, good move, breaking in the center before white was able to get a free hand on the king side with f2, f4. And at least Vaishali now is picking up the pace.
Yes. But the question for Polina is how she's going to increase the pressure. I mean, does she want to go bishop to g5 with the idea of pawn takes pawn followed by a capture on d5? But yeah, there we do see Vaishali closing down the position. I really don't like this queen on g3.
Well, but now white can go f2, f4, open up the king side, and this knight can always jump back via the f2 square. So I think overall, I like white's chances simply because of the time.
Yeah, Vaishali just 15 seconds. Bishop to d6 in the air, and knight to e5 quickly played. But Vaishali, she's been mega resourceful when she only has seconds left. So 15 seconds will feel like ample time. Okay, queen to e7, Vaishali improving the position, making those trades.
Ooh, bishop d6. Bishop d6 is there, winning in exchange, but she misses it.
Okay. Rook to d8. No chance for that.
Alright, I still like white's chances keep the queens on the board. Yep. All right, king h7. Black's very solid here.
I guess white has to double on the f line in order to do something, but okay, rook to e8. This is a great prophylactic move there from Vaishali, and well, we do have a chaos. Vaishali, 5 seconds. She's got to move. Does she trade?
White's definitely still better here because all of these pawns are stuck on the dark squares. So now queen e4, queen e2, sorry, let black take and get an active queen on e4. Because these pawns are always a liability.
Absolutely, and here they come, the queen a8. How are you going to hold on to a6? Queen takes a6.
That's a big pawn to throw. I mean, yeah, just a5.
Yeah, but Vaishali's been tricky. h5 with the idea of going h4 at some point. Queen g5 in the air.
Bishop b5 maybe to trade off the bishops, and I think you can just take that pawn. Just take it.
Yeah. Just take it and go for a run with the king. 10 seconds.
Yeah, Lena hesitating. Bishop b5. Okay, I think you move the king. No, taking queen e5. That's a queen b7. Both players blundering now. Queen b7, yeah, and queen f3, and the queen comes back. This should be a win for white. Check, check, and take on c5. There we go.
And the king is perfectly safe on h2. Yeah, the player's not quite trusting. Yes.
Queen b6, GG. And there we have it.
An important victory there for Polina. But the players not quite trusting their instincts, because I'm sure they were thinking about bishop takes bishop, but somehow they overthought it. And we have a Caro-Kann. Again, this time it's Polina playing it. And knight to d2, knight to f3, knight e7. Are we going to see c5? No, knight to d7. Okay, a very closed formation from Shabalova.
Yeah, but she breaks out with the move f7, f6, and now her bishop can come to d6. I really like her position here, especially for bullet. She's got nice active moves, kingside castles, knight f4, and white doesn't have such an easy plan.
Yep, e takes f6 being a big positional mistake there. In fact, what is white's plan? It's a dream Caro-Kann.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Castles, knight f4, rook a8, the moves all play itself here. But I do like this idea of knight f1 to g3 by Vaishali.
Yeah, she's keeping the pieces close to her king. That's always good. Hang on, bishop to g5. Okay, there is a square on f7 for the queen. And yeah, well, you know, black has got a beautiful position, but it's not easy to kind of orchestrate an attack. Knight to f4.
Right, white had to give up the bishop pair as there were threats with knight takes g2 and c3, so she just drops the bishop back. But yeah, you're right, it's not that easy to increase the pressure, but Polina putting so much pressure on the clock. She's up 40 seconds.
Yeah, and there we do see that Vaishali. Oh, my goodness me! The queen is falling.
Uh-oh, that was a big blunder. She had to recapture the rook, and now it's just game over. Queen b3, or queen takes f3, everything collapses.
Oh. Yeah, it was going so well there for Polina. But Vaishali, she is tricky.
Yeah, she's about to make a 1 point again as, yeah, there we see. Maybe Polina could have played it on a little bit longer, shaved some time off the match clock, but it is only a 1 point lead after all. Anyway, we're off to another game, and now we see Vaishali playing the Caro-Kann.
Yep, and again, it is an exchange variation. Knight to e2 played, bishop to g4 is the recommended move. I know, because I wrote a book recommending it. But there we see. Okay.
So that is why it's the recommended move, right? You're recommended.
Okay, exactly. Exactly. But actually, what Vaishali is doing is perfectly fine.
Right, yeah. So black having the isolated pawn, but having a lot of activity in exchange for it. So I feel like black should be doing pretty fine here.
Yeah, absolutely. You just have to not panic about the isolated pawn. And there you see Vaishali playing quick moves, putting pressure against this knight on e2. And you just have to make sure that your pieces are active, that you have control over the open lines. And this is great stuff there from Vaishali. Queen to g4, preventing a knight from getting frisky on the f5 squares. I love this.
She goes knight e4, jumping in with an knight. Maybe queen b5 is an idea, hitting the pawn on d5, creating some threats. Let's see what Polina is going to do.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. Queen b5, really unpleasant. Bishop to b6, lovely.
That's a strong response, hitting f2. Maybe you have to take an e4 and then block on d4?
Yeah, well, she blocks on d4 immediately. And so many possibilities here. Bishop takes knight, knight takes knight. Queen f4 is another idea.
Alright, let's see
Well,
what
knight
she's
takes
gonna
knight
do.
is impossible because a rook takes e8. Let's rule that one out.
She's taking a bit too long here. White, by the way, is threatening f2, f3. So queen f4, good move, hitting the f2 point. I guess now maybe white trades. Queen f1, wow, that looks passive.
Yeah. Knight f6. Queen d3.
Still.
Oh, yeah, oi. h5. h4. h3 on the horizon.
Yeah, nice move by Vaishali. Okay, queen f5, offering to try queen h6. Maybe queen f3, freeing up the f5 square for a knight.
And Vaishali doesn't care. She just goes for it.
Maybe now
She's
g6,
ambitious.
kicking the other knight away. Yeah.
Okay. King g7. Knight can jump to e4. Rook can come in. Bishop c7. Love this move.
Yeah, knight g4. Nice move by Polina to trade off some pieces and alleviate the pressure. Queen f6. Maybe now the knight can jump back to f3, hitting h4. I feel like Polina's taking over here. Take, take.
Yeah. And there we see rook h8. Not the ideal square for the rook. Is there any rook? There's rook f5 ideas.
Right, so we see queen trade. Now h4 is quite... Wait, how do you defend? Bishop d8, but okay, c4, bishop f6 is there.
C4.
Bishop f6. Ooh, but it was missed by black. Take.
Yeah.
1 second.
2 seconds.
King d6. She's blocking the d pawn now. And she takes it. Oh, black's better now because these pawns on the queen side can be very weak. Bishop f6.
The king is going to start marching. Uh-oh. Rook to e2. But Vaishali, just 2 seconds.
Okay, knight d2, king d5. Yeah, black having great chances here to win the game. Bishop c. Okay, you got to block with the pawn.
And now attacking the pawn on a3. King comes in. King b3.
4. Uh-oh, and the pawns are all going to fall on the queen side. King b2. Uh-oh.
And Vaishali's going to tie the match.
Yeah, there goes b4 as well, and white's got nothing to show for it. Just a5, push the pawns up the board. King b3. Okay, knight e5, but rook e3, great move. Because
Yeah, now
the
a5.
pawns on the queen side are going to be so much faster.
Yeah, look
It's
at
not
it
even going to
go.
be close.
And there you see Vaishali. She is munching down on that lead. And there you can see she has leveled the match. We have 13 minutes and 17 seconds remaining. It's another Caro-Kann. Wow. c4. Okay, now you have to go knight e7. Okay, knight c3.
Alright, so Vaishali understandably so switches it up. The last game didn't work out at all. But I feel like here Polina is doing pretty fine as well. Her knight can come out to the comfortable c6 square. But then the question is, what are you going to do with this knight on e7?
Yes, well, one thing that white could have done in the opening was take very early on d5, because that would have forced a pawn to capture, and either then you can hunt the bishop or you can just kind of play it just like an advanced French. And there we do see that rook c8 given a question mark, but this bishop is posted up to a great square on g5. Bishop f6 coming.
Yeah, she goes knight a4, good move as well, hitting the queen. Queen b5, I think a clever response by Polina. Her king is struggling to find a safe place, so I think it makes sense to trade off the queens.
Yeah. Knight b6.
Yeah, she goes for it. Let's see where the rook is going to go. I guess maybe to b8.
Yeah, but I'm also wondering whether white can try to corral the pawn with moves like a3, b4, rook c5.
Alright, yeah, rook c5, nice move, rook c3 instead. There's ideas of king d8 to c7 to trap the rook, but knight f5, nice idea as well. Maybe bishop b4 to a5. White has to watch out for him.
Yeah. And, okay, the rook moves.
Okay, bishop b7, okay, trading off the bishops. Feels like white should be better. b4, perhaps? What is Black's plan?
Well, win the knight. Put the king on c7 and double up on the g line.
Right, but you can always go a5 to hang on to the knight. Or oh, and now b4 is under attack. So maybe you have to move the king again. And then white can consider to go like a5. I mean, a6 then black takes, but it feels like black's queen side is kind of shaky.
Yeah, that's certainly true. The king really wants to be on d7, but of course there's a knight on b6, and there goes a pawn. Rook f8 from Paulina, f6. Wow, we could see Vaishali take the lead in the match for the first time.
All right, king d6 played. The rook is under attack. You have to move to a4 to continue defending the pawn on d4. Rook f7, maybe a6 and create some problems along the 6th rank. Maybe just double up on a g file. Yeah, I like the idea. Rook g8. Or, oh, that's a nice move as well.
Yeah, and there we see Vaishali. She's playing with seconds left on the clock. Okay, so we see a trade of rooks. Is there any chance for Paulina to perhaps mix things up, save it with... Knight c3!
Uh-oh, and everything falls. So that's right what the doctor ordered for Paulina. She's now going to take the lead again.
Oh, it was such a beautiful game there from Vaishali, but in the end, the clock was her downfall as she blunders in a winning position. But yes, Paulina with the white pieces. Okay, knight to d4 played by Vaishali. This match is unpredictable.
It truly is, yeah. And again, we see a Spanish 4 knights. We had seen this variation before. Okay, knight h5 stopping, then move queen g3. Clever stuff. It's now this queen on f3 is a little bit stuck over here.
Yeah, that's why d4 was chosen as the pawn break. How to handle that? Queen e7.
She goes
makes sense.
Queen e7, okay. Let's see what white's gonna do here. I feel like black should be doing fine. I mean, you can bishop c4. Yeah, bishop c4 makes sense. Putting it on a more active square.
But can you just go b5 and even go? I'm thinking either a5 or okay, pawn takes d4, and that would
wait. Could you have taken everything and then c5, c4 maybe was an idea?
Oh yes, and the bishop on b3 is trapped.
Okay, maybe now knight g3 is the knight's kind of stuck over there anyway. And if black takes, I guess you recapture with the h-pawn. I assume you can make a case for taking with the f-pawn as well.
Yeah, and well, this position, black doesn't seem to have any problems whatsoever. You have bishop e6 in the air. There's bishop d7 chosen, and white just simply goes for doubling.
Wow, and f5 by Vaishali, setting the board on fire. But I don't know, the king on h8 can now become a little bit airy. So let's see how this will play out. Maybe, yeah, f4. Oh, no, but you just take. That just hangs a pawn.
Oh, no, yes, but Paulina doesn't see it.
Rook d1. White's still having the initiative, though. e3, good move as well.
Bishop e6.
Trade.
Oh, this is crazy position.
It feels like these pawns in the middle are always going to be a little bit vulnerable, though. So I like Paulina's chances also because she's up on time.
Yeah, I like her chances as well. It's the black king that is really concerning, because I can see like rook to d1 from white, followed by moves like, okay, queen to d6 played. Endgame is going to be great. Can you just take?
Yeah.
Take and go f3?
I think you should, yeah. And so does Paulina. She takes the pawn. A queen takes... Yeah, it's understandable that Vaishali wants to keep the queens on the board, because I feel like the endgame is just going to be suffering. And she goes for the attack with g5, g4.
And Paulina, she's determined to get into an endgame. And here comes g3.
I think so, but the king can run away. 6 seconds for Vaishali. She's got to move.
She definitely does. And there we see rook to e5. Getting some counterplay. Why not c5? And sure enough, it appears.
This pawn on g3 is so annoying. Maybe rook h5 should have been played. King up, okay. I assume this should just be a draw. But
Oh, but 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Gotta move. Okay, king moves
G5.
G5.
Okay. Check. And rook G4. Rook G4. Everything collapses. Oh, she missed it.
Yeah. In fact,
She get
how
another
does she hold
chance, or
on
is that a threefold?
King H5.
Oh, King H5. She improves on the variation. Yeah, now I think King G5, is that it? No.
That's not a threefold.
Ooh,
Oh!
Rook H8, Rook H8. Rook H8. There goes the pawn. That's huge.
That is absolutely huge.
Uh-oh. Rook F8, and there goes the F pawn as well. Rook F5, but there goes the black king. It's not over yet. King D2 is a clever move, and black is stuck. Yeah, you have to move the rook along the D file, and then white wins.
Yeah, and Polina Shivalova, that was a topsy-turvy game, but she wins, extends her lead to 2 points, and 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the match. Vaishali needs to make that comeback, needs to win at least 2 games.
She needs to win this game right here. I think even with the draw, there will not be enough time to win 2 more games. So she needs to win this one. And again, she switches back to the caller setup.
Yep, and it's been working a dream for her. Queen to F3. She just goes F4, and the big threat of... Okay, this is a nice move there from Paulina. She just simply trades off those dark squared bishops, and
Ooh,
here...
Rook C1. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
but
she didn't see it.
Okay, let's see where the queen is going to go. Queen D7. All right, maybe just move a rook to the C file, and that's what Paulina does.
F4. Maybe the plan is to go knight F3 and then park up the bishop on E5. But, whoa, that's a brave move. G5.
G5, okay, that looks quite risky. Maybe something like taking F5, and she takes on H5, F5 here. No, she goes rook F2.
She's still got another chance to go F5.
And Paulina says, I'm gonna get out of here with King F8. I think a clever idea, as her king was being attacked on the king side.
Yeah, and maybe black can now go on the counterattack with rook to H8. So that's why F5 comes. But you can take with the e-pawn. In fact, you are morally obliged to take with the e-pawn. But that's why she goes E5. Maybe there would have been some knight takes F5.
Okay, so we'll see a trade, and now white can take the pawn on E5. Looks pleasant for white, as everything is weak in the black camp, but maybe black has a way here to keep things even. King E6, that's a nice move.
It's a lovely move. Just using the king as the glue to keep the position intact. But after the bishop trade, now the knight comes to D4. It's still not easy because the black rook can also start maneuvering. Rook to G8, lovely move. Rook C8.
To play, but this gives Paulina the opportunity to free the knight, as the knight was stuck defending this pawn over here. Yeah, but now black's definitely got the worst behind her, because knight C5 also, knight C5 hitting a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Knight C5. E5 instead. Knight C5.
H4.
No.
D4, knight to E5, B4. And she takes.
Okay, take on C1 and take on A4. Looks a little bit better for black, but probably holdable. Rook C3.
But wait 1 second, Benjamin. Only 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the match. Paulina's going to milk this one for as much as it's worth.
Yeah, but I don't think she can milk it as long as to make the time run out. I think there will be a final game, but Vaishali absolutely needs to win this game. With the draw, the match is over.
Exactly. Exactly. If you can extend this game for as long as possible, it's going to increase her chances. Rook to C4. And Paulina's so quick. She can just go rook to C7. Look how she just waits.
Wait, knight B6, forking the rook in the D5 pawn. Uh-oh. There's chances now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there was the rook! She just put the rook on hanging.
Oh, but Vaishali didn't spot it. And knight E3. Now this H-pawn falls. Okay, rook takes knight.
Oh, and you're threatening rook takes C3. It's over. There's nothing you can do.
And knight to C4.
Oh, she misses it. F4. Wait, there's still anyone's game. A couple seconds on the clock. Knight C4. Knight f5. That's a clever move, as now you win the pawn on d4.
And now rook h2 is coming. She has to
Knight
defend.
back to g4. Vaishali's
h2.
only chance to win here is on time, and she needs a miracle here to stay in the match.
Yep, 1 minute and 14 seconds. It's been such an emotional
92,
match. 92.
But she missed it. All right, should be a draw. Just 96. Or, yeah, again, Vaishali's only chances here are, you know, a win on time or maybe black hanging the rook. Otherwise, it looks like Polina is going to win the match.
Yep. Do you think she can extend this game for 47 seconds?
Wait, she hung the knight!
Oh my goodness me!
She can maybe drag this out for long enough and make sure that there will not be a final game. I think she can.
Oh, wow. 33 seconds.
Oh, there was no rook d3 winning the knight. Uh-oh. Check. And now black's in the mating net.
Yes, but it's escaped now.
Seconds.
It's a race against the clock for Vaishali.
I don't think she'll make it. But okay, knight b4 is a big threat. A check.
Can she checkmate?
Gotta move, gotta move. Gotta move.
It's 10 seconds remaining in the match.
And there goes the pawn. I don't think she's gonna make it. 4...
No, the match is over. Polina Shivalova, whatever happens here, is going to be in the finals.
What a game, what a game. There are 102 moves in, but it's all not gonna matter because this will be the final game as the match clock has expired.
Absolutely. And there we
Wait,
see...
and Polina might play for the win now.
Yeah, maybe she will.
Polina looking relaxed now as she realizes the match is in the bag, but what a match this has been.
Absolutely incredible tussle between Vaishali and Polina. Both of the players pushed each other to the limit, but they have entertained us with some incredible, exciting chess. Whoa, Benjamin! That match, look at the final scoreboard. 3.5 points apiece in the bullet. But in the end, it's all about Polina.
Yeah, that final game was incredible. Like, black hanging a rook, white hanging a rook, black hanging the knight, but in the end it was a draw, and Polina wins the match. Overall, deservingly so. She was always in the lead. There was that one game, though, that Vaishali had the opportunity to take over the lead, but overall, I think Polina is the deserving winner.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we are going to go on a quick break, but when we come back, we are going to have an interview with Polina Shivalova, our first finalist.
Do you think you're a better content creator than Andrea Botez?
Wow. No.
True.
Okay. Wow. So you're not just best friends, but you also really look up at what Andrea and Alex have achieved.
I do. I think to begin with, they've inspired me a lot, especially when I was starting streaming. Andrea does so many different things. I mean, how can I compare with someone who's DJing around the world and chess boxing? And I think we do different content. So I think it's hard to say who's better, who's worse. I think she's really good at what she does. And I think it's really cool that she's branched out and done things that are so different to chess content. So I really look up to the fact that she's chased her dreams with that.
That is so nice of you to say as a friend and also so inspiring.
Yeah, no, but I really think so. I wasn't sure what the lie detector thing was going to show, but I really feel that way.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I'm joined by the one and only Vaishali. Vaishali, thank you so much for chatting with me today. Did you have a moment when you crossed 2,500 mentally where you were like, I did it, that's it?
You're completely right. That's what I felt.
Okay.
Like after my second round win, I crossed 2,500, which I knew, and I was like, okay, I finally done this, yeah, because it become Grandmaster. It has been my childhood dream ever since I started playing chess.
Hopefully the childhood dream was also world champion.
Yes.
Because you kind of have no choice, right? This is the tournament that ultimately will qualify you to play. So what are the emotions like?
Yes, I'm very, very excited for the tournament. I mean, this candidate cycle was not at all in my plan. I won Grand Swiss and I got here. So I'm very excited and looking forward to it. Like, I'll be playing some best women players in the world. So I'm very excited.
What is it like back home? I mean, to be obviously now Grandmaster, 2,500, contending for the title. Yeah, just kind of give me a sense of what it's like, because I think it's not like this anywhere in the world and it's nowhere close. So
yeah, it all started with one man, Anand sir, and he has got what it is today, and he has brought in like a lot of changes. And for example, this Best Anand Chess Academy, which has helped us I'm also part of it, and which has helped us a lot. Like, there are some top trainers there where we get to train, and this Anand sir is doing also these things, and even otherwise he has been helping. He's been doing many things, like inspiring all of us, and yeah, as you say, like there are so many things. Like, Indian players are playing tournaments here and there, and there are probably right now there is one more Grandmaster, one more. I mean, the number is going to increase or something. So yeah, we are also getting a lot of support from the government, a lot of sponsors coming in. We have a lot of tournaments also happening in India, which is also helping us.
you love chess and you're really good at it. What do you love to do that you're really bad at?
Yeah, there are a lot of things.
Hello and welcome back, and we are here with our very first Women's Speed Chess Championship finalists. That is Polina Shiralova. Polina, that was such an epic match with a nerve-wracking end. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited right now. I feel like we played a very good match. It was interesting. It was the intrigue. So I think it was going good for me, as I did have a lot of advantage, like +3 and +2, +1, and I felt like I did spoil some completely winning positions in 5+1, in 3+1, but that happens. And when I go to bullet, it was just +2 for me, and I saw her match against Alexandra yesterday. I saw she's playing very good in bullet, so she plays a good speed chess, and I understood that +2 it could be either way, especially in such a long match with 25 minutes. And after I lost that first game, like completely in completely bastard manner, I just blundered it. I felt like for a second that, oh my god, I can now just start losing games like this. But then I came back to play some normal chess, and we had an equal match in bullet. I felt like, so I think as we finished +2 for me, so we had an equal score in the bullet section, so it was interesting to play. But I think I didn't give her like too many chances to win in this segment. So anyway, I'm happy to win a match.
Yes. Well, it was very, very exciting. But going back to those emotions in the match, because you mentioned there you were 3 points, and then it went down to 2 points, and then it slipped down to 1 point, and she even equalized in the bullet portion. Like, what did you mentally tell yourself, or were you just always confident that you could turn this around?
Oh, did she equalize at one moment? Okay.
You didn't.
I maybe missed that moment. I forgot what was the question.
Yeah, no, it was just about the emotions, because it looked like you were in powerful form, but then there was just that one tiny moment in the bullet when she came back. She won those two games, and then you just recovered and you came back and you just started playing incredible chess back again.
I think maybe I just felt that, okay, if I don't want to lose a match, I should start playing again quickly, and some normal stuff. I remember that game when she took on e4 and I played d4 instantly. It takes it takes only 4, and I just blundered the queen. I had a good position and I was up on time, but I just spoiled that game. And yeah, of course you don't like to lose like this, but I lost to her some games in that manner. I think like 2 or 3 games I lost to her in such way, just with the big blunders. So she's tricky. She's trying to do like some tactics. She do some I forgot that word. She's trying to beat me on tactics, to make some traps, and sometimes it worked out. But I felt like generally playing especially in 5+1 and 3+1 segments, I felt myself quite comfortable playing all over positions. Yeah, in bullet it was a bit more trickier, and in the last game also, she if she won that game before the clock ran out, okay, she had an extra knight, so she should win that game. But of course there was some seconds sticking out, and I thought like, okay, if I'm able to save this game until the clocks run off, it would be it. So it was not an easy task for her after all.
It was definitely a race against the clock, and it's good to know that you did have an eye on the match situation. But did it help that you've known her since you were a child? You've been competing against her in World Juniors. Did it help that you've been familiar with her style?
I don't really remember us playing a lot in the youth chess. Probably it was. Yeah, I remember how we played in Women's Grand Prix in such tournaments. Yeah, I felt we always had an interesting games. So it was nice to play with her. She's the same my age, so yeah, it was interesting.
Yes, and looking ahead, of course, there is another semi-final match happening between Kateryna Lagno and Ju Wenjun. What are your predictions for that match?
I think it would be a pretty close match. I don't know who will be the favorites actually. I think Kateryna yesterday had a tough match against Wala. As on positions, I think Wala had more better positions, but she was flagging a lot, so that helped Kateryna. For today match, I don't know. It will be an exciting match, I think, also, and quite close.
And will you stay up to watch it?
Yeah, I think I will partly watch it. I will not watch it like until the start and the end today, but I will keep an eye on it.
Yes, and of course in 2023 you won I Am Not a GM Speed Championship, and we have a question from chat. Says Abdullah Ayman asks, what are your plans for the GM title?
Since that time I didn't really succeed in gaining GM norms, so now I don't know, I'm just trying to play chess to increase my strength, increase my ratings, and I feel like it is hard now to gain a GM norm, so it should be like extremely good tournament, and especially with the ratings, they are getting a bit of inflated. So it's tough to get a 26 and a higher performance. But I'll try, and I hope to make it someday.
Well, we certainly wish you the best of luck with that one. I also have a question from Kilo Nola that asks, do you have any advice for someone new to speed rapid chess and looking at you as inspiration?
I think the main advice is just to play more and more as much as you can. So just play with any format, any increments, and play 1 + 0, play 3 + 1. Just do it and do some tactics as well, and you will improve.
Okay, play as much as possible and as many tactics as possible. I like it. And is that how you will be preparing for tomorrow's big final?
For tomorrow, I think I will more have a rest, because these matches, they are three hours to play, and it's quite a lot. So I think I will do some sports. I will have some rest and also prepare a bit. Yeah, some puzzle rush as well, as always.
I like the formula: sports, puzzle rush, and then chess. Well, thank you very much, Paulina, for joining us, and good luck in your big match tomorrow.
Thank you.
What a player we had there, Paulina Shuvalova, who defeated Vaishali in a nail-biter of a match. Whew, that was such an incredible display of nerves, fighting spirit, you name it. That match just had everything.
It truly had, and yeah, she won an incredible match against Vaishali, and she's just had an incredible path all the way to the final, beating Hou Yifan in the quarterfinals earlier, so she's a very deserving finalist, and I'm looking forward to see who's going to join her in the final.
Yeah, I am definitely looking forward to seeing that, because we have our second match of the day between Kateryna Lagno and Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun. Now, both of these players have showed tremendous prowess over the online boards. And, well, we are going to be seeing at 6 p.m. Central European Standard Time, 12 p.m. That's a more nicer time, Eastern, that this big match will be occurring. And I think it's time for us to go on a short break, just recover, regroup, and get ready for commentating what is going to be an absolutely exhilarating match between the pair.
Do you think the cow opening is a good opening, Anna?
No.
True.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate? If it's not a good opening, why should people still play it?
I think the cow opening is easy to remember. I think it has good characteristics. I think that it's a system. You can play it however you want, and it's, like I said, very easy to remember. So I think it means that you don't have to study a lot of theory to play it, and if you don't want to study a lot of chess, and if you don't really care about really improving your chess skills in that way, you just want to play because it's fun and you just want to have something easy to remember, then I think it's good for that purpose. But I mean, I am a chess player at heart as well, and I've played chess my whole life. I know that having knights on the sides of the board doesn't necessarily mean that it's good, and it's easy to kick them away. So it's, I think, more than anything, an opening that has good characteristics, but maybe not chess-wise a good opening.
I think that's a good answer, and I think that's why we are both cow opening brand ambassadors by the end of this video.
Exactly, we're both that. I still think it's an opening that people can play and that people should play.
I know, right? It's brilliant.
I strongly suggest you stop banning me when my account didn't even have an entire game played yet. This seems very unfair. I'm better than 100% of your GM level players and you stupid banned me. WTF is your SU? I hope Bobby knows it and is auto-resigning in his grave. You.
Wow. Dan, you want to run with that one?
I thought maybe you would take it. I mean, he apparently, if we're banning him before he's even completed a game, I don't know. I mean, kudos to you and the crew, Casa. I don't even know what else to say to that.
A lot of times people that, have played games, they might finish them and they react and they're so hot, and step away from your laptop or your phone, decompress a little bit, give yourself the opportunity to turn that temperature down before you respond. Like that's the first bit of advice, because if you're dealing with support like that, you're gonna have a hard time dealing with people in your own life. So take a moment, think before you make that move, and then maybe then the response will be a little bit different. Rest in peace, Bobby Fischer, one of the goats of the game. At the end of the day, I don't think he's auto-resigning in his grave. I don't believe that. I think he might have a lot of perspectives on the way the game has gone. I don't think he's thinking like that.
Why should I open a new account if you guys keep on closing them?
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, we're closing your account for a reason, and so the behavior has to change for you to, keep an account open for an extended period of time. So clearly the behavior isn't changing, and that's, why you're in the situation you're in. There's such a great opportunity to enjoy your time on the site. We have so many things you could do. You could play, you can talk to people, you can learn, you can watch top games. Your experience is going to be soured if you're, making these decisions. So
do better. Do better. I like that. Maybe we'll get lucky and that user will watch this video and just maybe that'll be all they needed to hear. Oh, do better. Okay.
Have you ever cried because of a mean comment from a viewer?
Yes.
Oh yeah, she did.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I completely agree with what you were saying before. I try to think like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's just someone that is probably jealous, because why would you be writing a lot of mean comments if you're a very happy human being and you're very positive, then why would you go around and write mean comments to other people and try to bring other people down? So I try to think about that, but it still gets to you. I think it's really hard to not have that get to you. And when you have, I mean, sometimes I have not just one person, but tens or hundreds of people that are criticizing me or my work or different things. And I think, yeah, it does get to me. And I think that's maybe one of the things that demotivate me. I'm not at the stage where that motivates me more. I'm at the stage where it demotivates me, but I'm hoping that will start motivating me more. But yeah, no, I think criticism is hard, and I think there's so many things that I hear so many times. It's kind of like the same type of comment that I hear so many times that you almost start wondering, is this true? If hundreds of people are saying the same thing, is this true? But you have to just not let that get to you and be stronger than that. But it's like you said, it's something that you have to learn, I think. It's not something that you just have it in you. You come into this world, you start getting recognition, and then people start writing mean things about you, and you learn how to take those things and how to keep going and how to not let that get you down. So yeah, I completely understand what you were saying before about this. I agree, it's hard.
So d4, d5, c4. This is the Queen's Gambit and this is the starting position for this course. My name is Kamil Plichta, I am a FIDE master from Poland. This course is going to be suitable for people of all levels, especially since I'm going to teach you attacking play, aggression in chess, gambits, compensation, all kinds of dynamism, imbalances, and in general we have one target. This guy here on e8. You might be like, yeah, this has to be They played d4, this was their main opening, so I suggest queen e2. This is a better way of playing. We are hitting the knight goes to f6, and now we are not slowing down. We sacrifice the second guy with d5. d is a big threat, so takes, and rook d1. And just see this, for the cost of 2 pawns, we already have huge pressure on black's position, and after bishop e7, knight c3, black really has to walk a tightrope to survive this. There are 9 games featuring this position, white score is 7 out of 9.
We can't even see Yifan anymore. We just see her hands. Whoa! Bishop takes e4. That's her calculation mode. That was nuts.
Who really wanted with me? I'm at the top, that's 1, not 2 or 3.
If there is no...
Oh, she blundered a piece! Oh my gosh.
Such a fork, rook d4.
This is speed chess.
Yes, anything can happen.
All I do is win and look good from the top. Let's go. I am unstoppable.
What a streak.
Knight takes g7. Oh my gosh. Kateryna's unstoppable right now.
This is her 7th win in a row.
I don't have a limit, I'm just getting started. I am unstoppable, ask anybody.
Oh, Queen H1 mate. Unstoppable mate on H1.
We will see knight e6. She saw it.
I just be making them plays. Get money too and I'm winning the race. Pick out the base.
Oh, she pre-moved king f7.
Queen is done.
1 second, she's got a move.
Oh no.
No way.
Pick out the base. Pick out the base.
Hello and welcome back. One semi-final match down, one more semi-final to go. This is the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship and I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska. As always, I'm joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bock. Now, we were entertained with an epic match between Vaishali and Shirulova. Now it's the turn for Kateryna Lagno and Ju Wenjun. Benjamin, what can we expect from this one?
Yeah, the match between Shirulova and Vaishali was absolutely epic, but this one also promises to be epic, as we have two of the pre-tournament favorites facing off against each other.
Yes, and let's take a look at the brackets. As presented by Julius Baer, official wealth management partner of CCT and WSCC. Here we have the Smarter Chess predictions. Sorry, I got my move order muddled. It is the Smarter Chess predictions. So what do we think about this one? 49% win probability to Kateryna Lagno, Ju Wenjun 51. This is as close as it gets.
Yeah, the thing is, Ju Wenjun is a heavy favorite. It gives it a 1% advantage. But I think, honestly, that Kateryna has better chances in Bullet. That's where she's won a few matches. That's where she won her first round match against Alois Nurman. And I think that's also where she ran away in the second round against Valentina Gunina. And Ju Wenjun, I think that's where she's going to be a little bit more vulnerable. So I think Kateryna is looking to keep it close and then try to strike in the Bullet portion.
Yeah, we have seen Ju Wenjun, the women's world champion. She's in formidable shape in the 5-minute +1, 3-minute +1. We've seen her overpower her opponents. But yeah, I agree with you. When it comes to the clock handling, when the time starts ticking down, she has been at her most vulnerable. Whereas Kateryna, she is quick. And yesterday we saw her in action flagging against Valentina Gunina. And here you can see the players. Kateryna there on the left and Ju Wenjun playing at 11 p.m. at night. Do you think that's going to be a handicap for Ju Wenjun?
I think so, yeah. The match is going to start at 11 and it can go for like 3 hours. So she might play until 2 a.m. So that is definitely a bit of an issue for her, perhaps. We'll see how she's going to handle it. And yeah, the one thing though with Ju Wenjun in her other matches, I think she was the much better chess player, and that's why she was really able to show that in the 5+1 and 3+1 portion. Now she's up against Kateryna Lagno, who's very evenly rated with her in classical chess. So I think the 5+1 and 3+1 is going to be very even, as actually both players have the same Chess.com blitz rating starting out.
That's incredible. And there we do see it is going to be an open Lopez with knight takes e4 being played and now d5. Now the open Lopez, it has to its advantage the fact that it does have a lot of forcing variations. And there we see bishop to e3 employed by Kateryna Lagno. She wasn't taken by surprise at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we see Ju Wenjun responding quickly with bishop b7. Okay, so let's see here what black is going to do. I think knight c5 is an option to go after the bishop on b3 right away. You can also go kingside castles. But Ju Wenjun seems to be taken by surprise here a little bit, as she's the first one going for a real thing.
Yeah, definitely. Knight c5 is a move that I've seen many times. The open row Lopez is definitely a favorite of Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. and also Liam Le. And there we see knight c5.
Yeah, going after the bishop on b3. So let's see what Kateryna is going to do. She goes pawn to c3. All right, the computer is indicating move knight d3. That's actually a little fork, hitting the pawn on e5 and the pawn on b2, but instead Ju Wenjun trades on b3. I think now after knight takes, even though black has the bishop pair, white is generally doing pretty well after, let's say, knight bd4 here.
Yeah, white does have a beautiful control over the c5 square as well. And the knight on c6 is just awkwardly placed. Like, ideally, you kind of want to be going with c5 and then destabilizing this pawn on e5, but that is never going to happen. And yes, I'm reading some of the comments on chat that this is absolutely going to be an incredible match. Both of these players, they are experienced in this type of format. They're experienced players under pressure as well, and between them they have a lot of accolades to their name. Ju Wenjun is a 4-time Women's World Champion, and then we have Kateryna Lagno. She is a 3-time Women's World Blitz Champion as well as 2-time European Champion.
Yeah, both have incredible resumes. Alright, so here we have the move knight c5 by Kateryna, hitting the bishop on e6. And like I said, I think these are two of the pre-tournament favorites. I'd say Hou Yifan is probably the tournament favorite, but she got knocked out of the tournament. So perhaps whoever wins this semifinal has a good chance to win the final as well. But we know that Shuvalova is awaiting them, and Shuvalova has had an incredible event. Anyway, I quite like white's position here, as I feel like the dark square bishop of white is much better than black's light square bishop.
Yeah, and I agree with you. White has amazing dark square control. Yeah, okay, you have to deal with this tension in the center against e5, but once you handle that, and that could be done by going bishop to d4 or even pawn takes pawn, I think white stands well.
Yeah, I like the idea of just taking on f6, and if black recaptures, maybe moving up the queen a little bit to d3 or d2 to connect the rooks. But Kateryna's idea of bishop d4 also excellent to strengthen the e5 point.
Yeah, I like this. Also, there's now a significant threat of e takes f6, and there's no way on this planet that Ju Wenjun will be happy playing that kind of position with an exposed king. So the tension has to be resolved. Are you going to go knight takes bishop, or pawn takes pawn, or capture on e5?
Yeah, let's see what Ju Wenjun's going to do. I feel like white has a pretty pleasant position here. You can also go for a move like bishop h5, pinning the knight, but white could consider to go g4, just break the pin. So let's see. I mean, I quite like Kateryna's position. I feel like throughout this event, she has been putting a lot of pressure on her opponents.
Yeah, and it's working a treat, and she does go for bishop to h5. Now, one of the reasons I rejected this move was because of g4 followed by e takes f6. And yeah, that wasn't some magic. It actually happened on the board, and g4 being played.
Alright, so we see f takes e5, an intermediate move by Ju Wenjun. You can now expect knight takes e5 by Kateryna. Black to take with the knight, and then white's going to take with either the rook or the bishop. And white definitely still has an advantage. This bishop on the dark squares is eyeing that pawn on g7, so white always has some chances for an attack. And the black light square bishop is lacking targets.
Yeah, totally. And I love this move, bishop takes e5. It's just setting up for a queen and bishop battery against g7. Queen to d4. And then you just centralize your rooks. And sure enough, here it comes. And here, interestingly enough, that's given as a mistake because of f4. Yeah, because bishop e4 is not possible on account of rook takes e4. And quickly played by Kateryna.
Yeah, great play by Kateryna. f4, fantastic move. Threatening to go f5, as that would pretty much trap the bishop. If you go back to f7, white can take on g7 with a crushing attack. So Ju Wenjun being pushed with her back against the wall here. f5 is a big threat. And as you pointed out, bishop e4 is not possible. And moves like h6 also look very passive. So she sacrificed the pawn with c5.
Yeah, and this is very much the Chinese school of thought. They don't want to be suffering. They don't want to be groveling. They are more than happy to be sacrificing pawns in order to get material. So queen takes c5. I wonder whether then that would be backed up by bishop to e4, rooks to c8, and at least black is active.
Yeah, but it does come at a cost of a pawn. So I'm a little surprised Kateryna's thing here, as I think the pawn on c5 should just be captured.
Yeah, maybe Kateryna is looking for a way to keep control. It might be tempting just to go queen to d2 and just prevent this bishop landing on e4. Are you a materialist, Benjamin, or are you like a typical Dutch player? Loves the initiative.
I think the Dutch also like grabbing pawns, so I like the pawn grab on c5. If you're worried here about the black starting some sort of attack against white king, I like the idea queen c7, just trading off the queens and going into an endgame of a pawn.
Yep, it's a very good strategy. I like white's position a lot. And just because of the presence of opposite color bishops doesn't automatically mean that it's going to be a draw. What's important for white is just to keep control over the pawn breaks and deny black any chance of activity. For black, black would be looking at moves like b4 in order to open up the c line and get to rook to c2.
Yeah, so I think Kateryna has to move her bishop here. Bishop b5 looks quite natural. Ju Wenjun might go for that pawn sacrifice with b4, but I think Kateryna should just decline it with a move like rook c1 or bishop d4.
Yeah. I agree as well. You know, it's very important in these type of endings to go for the mini plans of slow improvement. So you don't think about the bigger picture. You just go, let me keep control, improve my king, improve my rooks, and just keep waiting. It's very much a game of patience.
Yeah, so that's what we see here. Rook b8 by Ju Wenjun, aiming to go rook to b2. Maybe just rook e2 to stop that, and there we have it on the board.
Yep, that's stage one of many stages complete, and now it's probably operation just get the king rolling, and then you just kind of play it by ear.
Yeah, king f2, nice move, improving the king. Maybe king g3, f5, just slowly but surely expand on the king side is a nice plan for white.
Yep, and there you see doubling. Is there anything in... No, there's nothing in rook to b1. I'm just wondering why that's given a question mark, and now the king just comes up to g3. Maybe, actually, rook to e1 was imprecise because you did want to be going f5. Rook f2.
So I like the idea of g6 by Ju Wenjun to at least make it a little bit more difficult for white to get that move f5. And I guess at this point, black will take and then go rook g8, but overall, it still looks like Kateryna is making progress on the king side. I like what Ju Wenjun's doing here by going pawn a3 and then rook b2.
Yeah, but now the king is coming up to f4, and Ju Wenjun has to be very careful because rook to g1 followed by rook to g7 would have been deadly. So rook to g8 played. Why is this bad? Aha, because you concede the other line, rook to b2. Every move has its consequences. Great game here from Kateryna Lagno.
Yeah, great technique by her. Rook to c7 on the board to stop rook to b7. Okay, so let's see what she's going to do here. Pawn a3, a very calm move. I like it, stopping a3 from black. And maybe now she can go rook b4 next to target that a4 pawn.
Yep, also good. Also rook to b6 in order just to deliver a few checks. Rook f6, maybe attack the h7 pawn. And Ju Wenjun, she is ahead on the clock, but she doesn't have any counterplay or any source of activity.
Yeah, she's just going to have to sit passively here. So unfortunately, her time advantage doesn't count for much here. So let's see what she's going to do. Maybe like h5, h4, rook g3, what she tried on the queen side earlier, and there we have it on the board.
Yeah, and rook to b4, as you prescribed. So attacking the a4 pawn. I guess you have to go h4 and then rook to g3. Try to get in a few checks that way.
Rook g3, good move. White can go rook e3, but then black can take, and then the pawn on c3 is hanging at the end. But I guess a check on e7 looks, but nah. I think you should recapture the bishop.
Yes, I think so, you know, because now suddenly this bishop on f5 is targeting h3, and that's not possible to defend. So bishop takes h3 played. King g5.
But you don't even keep your extra pawn as there's bishop d7 followed by h3.
16 seconds there for Kateryna, and Ju Wenjun. She is such a resourceful defender, and she is surviving what was a really unpleasant position. Rook a6.
Yeah, rook a6, h3. Black's keeping that h-pawn on the board. Rook h6. But yeah, Ju Wenjun put up some great defense. It looked quite a miserable endgame, but Kateryna misplayed it, and now we should be headed for a draw.
Yep. Well, there's still some room for trying something. Like, for instance, it's too soon to go a4, a5. You cannot sustain. But bishop to f6, that's a complicated move. Threatening rook e7.
Yeah, right. So let's see what Ju Wenjun's going to do. Okay, she's got 16 seconds on her clock. Bishop e6, that looks like a fine move.
Yeah. Oi, oi, oi.
Black is fine, but it looks a little scary with all the white pieces around the black king.
And why was threatening checkmate?
Check and take on h3. Check and take on h3, and you're pushing for free.
Yep. Well, the king is getting pushed backwards, and is there any rook a6? Now the king is escaping. Rook a8.
This is still unpleasant, though. Bishop d4 and then a4, a5. I mean, with 6 seconds on the clock, why can definitely win this? a4?
Definitely. Now the a pawn comes rolling. a5. Oh.
There was a win, apparently, but I have no idea what it does. But, I mean, just pushing the a pawn up the board looks very effective. And I think white's winning. Yeah. Rook d8. That's also
Rook
good.
d8. And here you can pick up a piece. And there you see Kateryna Lagno. She wins the first game. Woo!
What an up and down game. Just when it seemed like Ju Wenjun had the worst behind her, Kateryna still pulled through and got the full point. And we see here Ju Wenjun going for a very creative opening setup with e3 and d4.
Mm-hmm. And yes, interesting approach there from the Women's World Champion. Castles from Kateryna Lagno. Kateryna likes to play the Grunfeld, and she's incredibly well prepared there. So perhaps this is just following from Ju Wenjun's strategy of just getting those opening surprises. a5, nice move, with the idea that potentially after b3, you can meet these ideas with a4 at one point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Kateryna going for a King's Indian setup with a move knight c6 here. I guess she's aiming to go e5 next. And now also her knight king jumped to b4, and after a3 to a6. And white doesn't have that b4 move as available this easily. Kateryna's having some issues, but now she's back in her seat.
Yes. I liked how she said yesterday that she's a mother of 4 children, so she has to spend the day looking after them. But when she's playing chess, this is her time. So e5 played, taking the pawn. Bishop takes, and it's going to be met by knight to d4. Or knight to
right,
d5.
So yeah, let's see. Knight d4 makes a lot of sense. I guess, you're not... Although knight c6 I don't think is too much of an issue, so maybe you can just develop with a move like knight c6. If white takes recapture with the pawn, but Kateryna decides to step the bishop back, very understandable. Next up she can go knight c6 and rook e8, but overall I feel like this should be a good King's Indian for white.
Yeah, I mean, white can just really overprotect the strongholds on e4 and c4, and the whole point was this pawn on a5. There is no natural b5 break, so there we see knight to c6, and I wonder whether Ju Wenjun will play it just like you would almost like a fianchetto variation against the King's Indian, which is just to go f3, queen d2, centralize the rooks, and post up a bishop to g5 or h6. And queen to d2 apparently given a mistake because of knight takes knight. But there's no tactical reason why this is so bad for white.
Yeah, I don't think queen e2 is a bad move. I guess white could have kept a bigger advantage, maybe with a move like knight db5, keeping the knights on the board. And the knight in b5 is so annoying, as it's always so difficult to push it away, as it's going to be very difficult to go c7, c6, as that's often going to hang the pawn. So the players are keeping this tension. The computer is screaming, trade off the knights, trade off the knights.
It's so rare to see a computer so insistent on one plan. But yeah, knight to e5, of course, bearing in mind what the computer wanted, it's not approved.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so let's see what Ju Wenjun's going to do. Rook, if you want to make sense, bring the rook into the game. Or, again, I like the idea of putting the knight here, as it's difficult to push away.
I like it too. And the big question for black is how to start untangling. Yeah, I did wonder about bishop to e6 because, yeah, you target c4 and at least you open up the A line. And the plan that I've seen is that black reroutes the knight from f6 to c5.
That's a nice plan. Yeah. So let's see if Kateryna will go for that. Makes a lot of sense. You're going to have to be careful, though, that you don't allow f4 at the wrong moment. Hitting the knight and f5 could potentially trap the bishop. So she's going to have to worry about all of those things. And we see here why white is better. White has more space due to these pawns on e4 and c4. Black has a more backwards pawn with the pawn on d6. And that's why these pieces over here are slightly stepping on each other's toes, whereas the white pieces have more space to maneuver.
Yes. And if you can't go... I mean, the big question is, can you go knight to d7? But instead we see bishop to d7. And... but hang on a second, haven't we just seen like bishop d7, bishop e6, bishop d7? So some indecisiveness there from Kateryna.
Yeah, it's just a tough position for black. Okay, she trades off the bishop. Understandable, because she was a little bit cramped. And I guess now, okay, we see pawn takes by Ju Wenjun. Slightly surprising to me, but again, it's making it more difficult for black to get c6 in. But let's see what Kateryna is going to do in this position. Maybe at some point rook a3 to hit this pawn on b3.
She goes queen e7. I don't quite know the plan. At this point, I think that maybe black can just go knight e to d7 and then try to post up a knight on c5. And what does she do? b6.
b6. Nice move by Ju Wenjun to chip away at the pawn structure. All right, so let's see what Kateryna is going to do here. But I think things are slightly collapsing. Like rook c8, you take, knight b5. Everything's starting to get really loose. And Ju Wenjun also has a nice edge on the clock.
Yeah, and a beautiful position to boot as well. So, yeah, what could black do other than take on b6? And here, queen takes d6. Okay. Nothing to be done other than...
we have knight e7, but looks quite passive. So let's see takes. Maybe you can follow with a move like knight a4, as the pawn on b6 looks terribly weak.
Looks good. I have no answer to that one, except giving up material. And knight to d7 is also... Wow.
I was just going to say, what about bishop b5 hitting the knight as the knight is pinned? And this looks like a very nasty pin. Maybe you're going to have to take and go like rook e7 to get out of it, but it feels like sooner or later things are going to crack. Maybe after rook e7, what about maybe bishop g5 creating another pin?
Yeah, pins galore, yeah. Oh, no, I'm struggling here because I love your bishop to g5 idea, because you do have knight to d5 at the end of this. And maybe the best thing to do is just simply trade off the queens. And there we see rook to c8 attacking the knight. And yeah, the computer just says go knight to a4, put the material in the bank and stop collecting.
Knight a4, that is a fantastic move by Ju Wenjun. Now if the knight moves, there's knight takes b6, forking both of the rooks. I don't see it here for Kateryna. I think Ju Wenjun is about to even things up. I mean, she's really showing right here why she is a 4-time women's world champion.
Kateryna was on absolutely every aspect of the game. On the board, on the clock, just 50 seconds. And just such a difficult position to boot. Okay. So you do have moves like rook to d1, increasing the pressure. You also can snap off the b6 pawn, but I feel like that's something that you can wait a while with.
Yeah, so I feel like knight takes b6 is sounding her advantage a little bit short. Okay, rook c2 by Kateryna. She's aiming to double up on the second rank. Let's see what Ju Wenjun is going to do. I mean, she's obviously winning. She's up a pawn, bishop pair, but, you know, you still need to finish it off.
Yes, and for the time being, I would say that rook a2 isn't necessarily a deadly threat on account of rook to d8. And you're going to have to give up material. So.
Yeah, no, I was just
32
gonna say-
seconds.
Oh yeah, no, I was going to say just especially now because rook a2 after rook d8, bishop f8, there's now bishop c5, so h6 was played. But what about pawn to e5 here, hitting the knight if the knight moves? There are moves like rook d7, I guess maybe g6 can be taken as well in some variations. It really feels like things are about to crack for black.
Yeah, absolutely. And sure enough, it appears on the board. I love your rook takes g6. That is beautiful stuff. I mean, maybe you have to calculate what happens after knight to f4, but e6 was also tempting there. And yeah, well, so there's some big discovered rook to... Oh, careful, rook to
That's a full rook.
e8.
So full rook, I'm sure Kateryna sees it. Ju Wenjun? Yeah, and now Ju Wenjun spots it as well.
Well, lovely comeback win there from Ju Wenjun with the white pieces. And now it's Kateryna's turn. Will Ju Wenjun mix things up, go for a different opening approach? And nope. It's Berlin.
Yeah, silent of the Berlin, though. I feel like here Black's doing very fine. Queen e2 is not really supposed... I mean, it's a move, but I think Black is almost better in this line. After like Queen e7, there are some repetitions, like Queen e7, Queen a5, Queen e7, and the players shuffle back and forth. Let's see if we'll see that here. I'm kind of surprised with this by this line by Kateryna.
Yeah, Queen e7 played, and Queen to f4. Well, big threat of rook to e1. So bishop e6.
Okay, what about rook e1 here? I think you have to go rook e1 with the idea to go knight g5 or knight d4 to get a better pawn structure. And I don't see a way for Ju. I mean, black is probably completely fine if you accept that pawn structure, but at least, you know, white's got something to show for the lack of development here.
Yeah, and indeed, she goes after that bishop on e6. And I guess you can follow that up with queen to a4, maybe start tickling the black king there on the queen side. It's not that easy for black to actually generate a kingside attack.
Yeah, so let's see what Ju Wenjun's going to do. I guess she should move the queen, accept the isolated pawn on e6, and then after that develop her bishop, bring a rook into the game. Again, white has the better pawn structure here, as all of these pawns are nicely connected, whereas black has these... Oh! There's rook e8 if you don't want to accept the isolated pawn.
Yeah, that goes to show that we were making assumptions that you had to capture. But of course, Ju Wenjun says no, rook e8, you can't move the knight because of the pin against the rook on e1. But queen to g4, well, maybe now you can go h5. But I see the engine is indicating...
The computer was saying h6?
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me.
Here? I like rook h6.
It looks great, right? And white is severely lacking development.
Rook h6, good move hitting the knight. Yeah, I think black's getting exactly what they want here. They're getting the piece back and they're keeping their pawn structure intact. And all of a sudden, white's lacking development. The knight's not in the game, the bishop's not in the game. And black can quickly create threats along the e-file.
And that's why we see d3. Okay, rook takes e6. Rook takes rook. Yeah, I suspected that would happen. And now rook takes e6, threatening checkmate on e1 or taking it to an endgame with queen takes e6. I think I would go for rook takes e6, keep the play alive.
Yeah, rook takes e6 definitely looks like the more ambitious move. So rook to e1 is threatened here. So bishop e3 was played to defend against that g6. But black is still having a great position. Just all the activity in the world. Bishop g7 here perhaps. Or knight f5. Pressuring the bishop on e3 looks good as well.
Yeah, this has gone in favor for black. I mean, yeah, bishop to g7. What to do? White's pieces just lack coordination. Maybe it's time just to go a4, a5 and see what happens. But rook to e1. Oh, I'm not sure about that one. Don't set up pins.
No, the computer does not like that move. Maybe knight f5 here. Let's see what Ju Wenjun. Yeah, knight f5 is on the board. Okay, let's see what Kateryna's gonna... I think at some point you should bring your queen back to the action. Right now, it's not doing much on f3, so... Sorry, on h3. So maybe queen f3, your queen can come back to d1, then bishop d2 becomes an option. At least bring over some defenders.
Yeah, well, what about this move? Because, yes, it threatens knight to c5, but at the same time, the b2 pawn is sensitive. And if you go b3 or c3 is out of the question because the queen takes d3. So you have to go b3, but there's an awful lot of holes.
Yeah, so I don't like the move knight e4. I mean, at least for the moment it's blocking the e file, but I feel like the knight can always be kicked away with a potential f5. So yeah, like I said, I felt like queen f3 was better, given the circumstances. But at least Kateryna is playing her moves quickly and keeping a small edge on the clock.
Yeah, and we've seen that she plays excellent chess when she is down to her last minutes. And it's still a tough nut to crack. I mean, the material is level, white's passive, but if black isn't accurate, then you can see that advantage start dissipating. And then you see rook to e8. What is the big idea behind this move? It's a bit mysterious to me.
It's mysterious to me as well. I feel like it's just too slow. And now, again, I like the idea of queen f3 by Kateryna, bringing the queen back to the defense. Maybe g3 after, making some love for the king. Because, I mean, the structure is fairly symmetrical. So if black isn't able to cash in on their advantage in activity, then white isn't doing too bad.
Yeah, and white should not be tempted to get ambitious and start pushing pawns. I'm just thinking of moves like a4, b4. And the dream is to actually get in b5 and extend the long diagonal from h1 to a8. But yeah, Ju Wenjun, she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, I think a4 is fine. I mean, all the pawns are connected. She's not creating any weaknesses, but you're right. To me, b4 also looks a little bit too risky. She's definitely then the pawn on the queen side become a little bit loose. Ju Wenjun, yeah, she must realize that she's a little bit better, but she probably also doesn't quite see a way through, which is why she's probably spending a bit of time.
Yep, and she centralizes the queen. No immediate threat in the position. h3. Give some air to the king.
Solid move by Kateryna, just slowly but surely improving the position. Okay, let's see what Ju Wenjun's gonna do here. Yeah, honestly, I also don't know. I mean, it feels like black's gotta be better, but I think earlier on there might have been a way to cash in on the advantage of activity, but I feel like now that moment has passed.
Yeah, and then we see a5 just being played by Ju Wenjun. But having said all this, it's not easy for white to come up with a plan other than shuffling. And even shuffling is not an easy task because every move that you play, you're going to concede something. So you go queen f4, well, you're inviting bishop h6. If you touch the g-pawn, well, then you've kind of weakened the queen. If you move the knight, where's it going?
Right, maybe you can consider knight g5, but then you open up the e-file again for black, so that has its disadvantages as well. So let's see what Kateryna is going to do. Her time advantage is shrinking here, because there's no easy moves for her either. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big waiting game. It's the game of cat and mouse, and maybe you can wait with queen to d1. I don't know. It's ugly chess. I don't even want to be suggesting moves like that.
Right, so Kateryna is thinking, let's see what she's going to play. As the times are approximately even now. I don't know. I also don't see an easy move. Maybe king f1 might be useful. Just pass the move to your opponent and be like, figure it out. Good luck.
But then on the other hand, do you want your king on f1? Maybe you do, because you do have to calculate like knight to h4. Is that something that's going to torment white? If the answer is no...
I guess white can just go queen f4 or queen g3. Uh-oh, she's now falling behind on the clock. Kateryna needs to move here.
I also can see black has a nice way to wait, which is just simply to go bishop to e5. Bishop e5 and then threaten. Oh, queen to d1 played. Kateryna also struggling to find a plan.
Yeah, but she took a long time for that move. It took her what is it? Almost 2 minutes. Almost 2 minutes. She was up. She was almost up those 2 minutes that she spent on this move. So I think, yeah, a bit of a mistake to take it that long for that move. Now let's see what Ju Wenjun's going to do.
Yeah. One idea that I had was just to go bishop to e5, knight to h4, f5. Okay, queen to d7 again. After I like this strategy as well. Yes, I like this strategy though, because if it took Kateryna such a long time to come up with queen to d1, then why not also make a non-move and see what she comes up with? A bishop to f4.
Okay, so maybe knight d4. Maybe just bishop e3 back to make sure that you can always take the knight. Black now is starting to go f5. If the knight moves, then you can trade off the rooks and take the pawn on c2. So Kateryna needs to defend against that one way or another.
Also, this queen on d7 should continue guarding the rook on e8, because white does have the ability to go knight to d6 or knight to c5 check. But it's white to play rook to d3. It's knight to e6. Yes.
Ooh, oh, f5.
F5.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
And look at Kateryna. She was like, what did I just do? f4. And Black's winning. Black's winning a piece. And if you give up the exchange, I mean, Black goes queen e1 afterwards and just trades everything off. So this looks like game over.
Yeah, absolutely. Game over there for Kateryna. No, this opening really did not favor Kateryna in any way whatsoever. She got into trouble very easily. Queen takes queen, and then she made this big mistake. Yeah. And Ju Wenjun threatening rook e2.
Yeah, I think just over time, all the shuffling back and forth, it just got to her a little bit. It was just kind of annoying that white didn't have an easy move. And that's why at some point she made this mistake. But overall, good play by Ju Wenjun. She kept patient and she took her chance when it presented itself.
Yep, and she is going to take the lead there. 2 victories for Ju Wenjun, and now we're going to see Kateryna try her luck with the black pieces. Ju Wenjun goes for d4, c4, a little bit more principled than the stuff that we saw earlier. And, well, it's a Benko.
We saw plenty of this in the last match between Shuvalova and Vaishali with the black pieces. Vaishali played e6 here and then recaptured with the f-pawn, followed up with d5, bishop d6. So let's see if Kateryna's going to do the same thing or if she's going to go for a different line.
Yeah, I wonder whether Ju Wenjun was watching the first match and taking notes. Because it was quite effective what Shuvalova did. You know, she just put the knight on c3 and sure enough, e6 happens. Knight c3.
Clever move by Ju Wenjun, making black work to allow white to force white to take on e6. So we see pawn takes b5. Okay, so what if bishop takes?
Yep, I don't see anything to dispute that.
Oh, and look at this. If black takes on d5 and goes queen. Wait, look at this. If black takes on d5, everything, and then goes queen a5, you just go bishop d2. You give the bishop on b5, and then you take the rook on a8. I mean, I guess that might be a theory, unless there's still a trap left at the end of it, white is winning the exchange.
Yes, it's a very convincing line, especially at the end of it. The knight on b8 is under fire, so that's why we see he takes d5. We might see something after something very similar, maybe knight takes d5 and then another move from Kateryna, maybe knight c6.
Yeah, so Ju Wenjun is taking her time here, and yes, she goes for knight takes d5. If black would start with queen a5, white can also play bishop d2, as the bishop cannot be captured due to knight c7 with a family fork. So I think overall, Ju Wenjun's got great chances here to emerge with an advantage. Maybe bishop e7 by black is an option.
Yes, it's a possibility, but you can... Okay, so there we see a trade. Very quick response there from Kateryna. Knight to f3. You've got to stop the bishop from taking on g2. And yeah, where is the compensation? I don't see it.
I don't see it either. And again, that's the big risk you take when you play the Banco. All right, so Kateryna is going to have to come up with some counterplay somehow. Bishop b7, I guess followed by kingside castle is the idea. Well, one thing that is a little bit difficult for white is it's not that easy to develop the queen side, because you cannot go bishop d2, it's going to hang the pawn on b2. If you go rook b1 first, well, then you hang the pawn on a2. Maybe you have to go like a4, but it all feels a little bit clumsy. So Kateryna definitely still has some compensation.
Yes, I guess so. In answer, I have seen a4 as a typical untangling move. The Benko players tend to go a4, rook a2, b3, bishop b2, and that's it. Then they can enjoy the fruits of having one extra pawn. And a4 indeed played.
d5 by Kateryna, but that does close out her bishop. Okay, so let's see what Ju Wenjun is going to do here. Yeah, maybe something like rook a2, b3, swing the rook over, bishop b2 might be a nice way to regroup. Let's see what... And hey, she's listening to us.
I don't know whether that's a good or bad sign, but rook a2 threatening b3, maybe move the rook over to d2, bishop b2. That's the kind of stuff you want. So Kateryna has to fight against this b3. Yeah, knight to b4 is going to be met by rook to d2.
Yeah. Are we sure that Ju Wenjun isn't listening to the commentary? I mean, she followed the exact plan as we pointed out, rook d2 on the board. Yeah, bishop b2 is coming next, and all of a sudden white has great harmony.
Isn't that a thing in streaming, where you can play someone who's listening to you stream?
Yes, that is called stream sniping, but it's considered unethical because let's say I make a pre-move. Like, let's say I pre-move knight e5 here. Then you would play the move d5, d4. So that after knight e5, you get queen takes g2, checkmate. So that's why stream sniping is not considered to be the best thing to do.
Okay, you heard it here. Definitely unsporting. So yeah, bishop to b2 given as a miss. But is that because maybe knight to e5 was the way forward?
Perhaps. Anyway, I like the move bishop b2 as well. It's just sticking with the plan that I pointed out earlier. Ju Wenjun still listening to us. And just passing the ball back to black, as I don't really see a clear continuation for black here. Maybe now knight e5.
Hang on. Knight e5 now, followed by knight to d7 is super tempting.
Oh yeah, because black's going to have to go rook e8 and step into the diagonal of the bishop. But maybe black can throw in the intermediate d4. Oh no, I guess there's f4, hitting the queen and defending along the second rank.
And
what about knight d3 here?
Beautiful move. I love it. And if you don't take off that knight, you do have a knight to f4, which is going to add even more pressure to d5 and even perhaps line up knight to h5 attacking g7. Loads of good moves. Queen to h5. Bishop f6.
Good move. Bring the... Yeah, bishop f6. It does allow bishop f6, creating a bit of a pin along the diagonal. So let's see what Ju Wenjun has in mind there. But overall, Ju Wenjun's been playing great chess. She's up a pawn, completely neutralized black's play, and if she wins this game, she will take a 2-point lead in the match.
Yeah, it's very clear that Ju Wenjun did not like beginning with a loss, because after that happened, well, she's been punishing her opponent relentlessly. So there we see bishop f6 played. F4?
Yeah, so...
No need?
Right.
F4 played.
Okay, F4 is on the board, but this makes the pawn on E3 a little bit loose. So let's see if Kateryna can take advantage of that somehow. Maybe there's ideas of, let's say, I guess D4 runs the bishop C4. But I don't know, now white's position, like I said, it's a bit loose. But yeah, overall, I'm not surprised by Ju Wenjun being the one in control in the 5+1 portion. She slightly outrates Kateryna in classical chess, and this... Like we've said in earlier matches, the 5+1 is the closest you get to classical chess. Kateryna has been running away in the bullet portion, so I think that's where she's going to have to try to strike back later on.
Yeah, she's found a very nifty move there, bishop to a6, because this bishop on b5 was very annoying, you know, helping knight to d7 jumps. And now the question is how to handle that. Do you let that bishop just stand on b5, or are you gonna go bishop takes bishop? I think I would be tempted just to go rook f3, just to cement everything together. I mean, you can still go rook f3 now, but rook c1, interesting, because this does allow bishop takes knight. No,
Right,
c4.
followed by knight d3, John. c4 was played. Ju Wenjun instantly took an. Oh, what if rook takes d8 here? You're gonna have to recapture with the bishop. That looks fairly passive.
Oh, that looks so scary. Yeah, you have to go bishop takes rook, and there you can pick up the pawn on c4. That's one good move. What else can you do as white? You can also go. I'm trying to make attacks against their g7 work.
Yeah, same thing. I'm looking at moves like knight d7, rook e8, queen g4, but it feels like black should always have a defense. So let's see what Ju Wenjun's going to come up with. She has an extra 40 seconds on her clock to figure something out.
Yeah, I'm also wondering whether she can throw in moves like a knight to g4. And there we do see that she just picks up material. Knight to d3, very tricky move. Wow, threat of knight takes knight, and the rook on c4 is hanging.
But the computer cold-blooded figures out that there's just the move queen e2, because then after knight takes knight, there's bishop takes and the rook on c4 is protected. And if you take the bishop on b2, white can recapture with the queen, and then the knight recaptures, defends the rook. And I guess after f6, there's always moves like queen b3, and Ju Wenjun finds it. Wow, she's such a boss.
She is, she always finds those crunch moves. And this is the great thing about her style of play, that even when she is surprised, she's able to just depend on just like only moves. And also her position tends to be very secure, that even surprises just don't come as unpleasant shocks. And there we see bishop f6, queen to b3. Bishop takes knight. Hang on a second.
Maybe queen a5 here, threatening checkmate on one and the pawn on e5. Although, I guess white has to move queen to c3. Kateryna definitely has some chances for a draw here, but it is a 2-pawn advantage for Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, and queen c3 is a must. And of course, played. Queen b6.
I would go h3. Yeah, she is listening to us. Yeah, creating some move for the king. Push.
Yeah, and it's so important in these type of positions just to create a stable hiding place for your own monarch. And queen to a7, she's being pushed back. Queen a6, rook c6, and queen to b5, king rook c8. I like that move. a6, also effective.
Yeah, I don't think Kateryna's going to hold on for too long here. The pawn reaches a7, and then there should be a way for white to win this. The position is just going to become super secure, like rook c7, queen d4. But maybe she's worried about like a7, rook a8, rook here, and queen b6 perhaps, that the pawn might drop.
Yes, it might do, but you do pick up the f7 pawn along the way. But a7 played. Rook a8 is going to be met by rook c7.
Look at this. After rook c7, queen b6, I think there's queen c2 or queen c2 right away. Now rook c7, and this pawn is under attack.
Yes. And, well, it did drop the e5 pawn, but f7 goes, and queen takes g6 in the air. 9 seconds for Ju Wenjun.
She goes queen f2, that also must be winning. Rook just anywhere along the 7 ring, or queen a2, okay, rook d7, check, king up. And queen f4. I mean, the rooking game is completely lost, of course. Queen b8.
Ruthless.
And she finds it just straight here, rook b7, and that's going to be a 2-point lead for Ju Wenjun.
Wow, what a comeback there for Ju Wenjun. Losing the first game, winning 3 in a row. Really, really, really impressive. And there we can see Kateryna leave. The players will be taking a short pause before we resume the second half of the 5-minute plus 1 portion. Benjamin, Ju Wenjun is in impressive shape.
She is an impressive player. Yeah, Kateryna won a great game in round 1 with the white pieces, but after that it's all been Ju Wenjun. She's in full control and now has a 2-point lead. Kateryna is going to have to step it up to strike back.
We'll see whether Kateryna can step it up to strike back as we go on a short break. And when we come back, we'll find out everything and more. See you then.
A lot of people think that chess principles are good to know, but I am smarter than the principles, so I am not really gonna follow them. I'm gonna take my own path. You know, I am guilty of this too. I do it all the time.
So I really like the way that Anna introduced this because I think that oftentimes the phrase chess principles is met with an eye roll by players of various levels, even beginner players, because they're so general as to sound like complete platitudes. And I personally don't have a lot of tolerance for, dumb cliches in real life. The issue with chess is that when you're starting to play, it's kind of like being stuck in the ocean. And, you're trying to find little pieces of flotsam and jetsam and debris to grab onto so that you don't drown. And that process will continue for the first couple of months. Eventually, you build yourself a little island in the middle of an ocean. But for the first part, you have no choice but to grab onto whatever pieces of debris are coming your way. That's a slightly violent way of looking at it. But I like the way Anna phrases this because it's important to hear these chess principles out. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about how you should approach them and how you shouldn't approach them. You should definitely not approach them as some sort of, guiding light that you should follow 100% of the time. But definitely don't just kind of curl up your nose and roll your eyes when you hear control the center or bring your pieces out. If you're a newer player, these are very important rules of thumb that can help you get into normal positions that you can kind of build your chess career off of.
Have you ever considered quitting chess and pursuing a completely different career?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
I feel like I sort of did it. I'm back now at Norway Chess as a commentator. I said I unretired to be at this event because even though chess has been my main career my whole life, I started as a chess player, then an Olympic player, then a commentator and content creator and streamer. During the pandemic, I also started going in the gaming direction, influenced by my boyfriend. And later, these last few years, I actually haven't been in front of the camera as much as I used to. I'm more behind the scenes working with him on his channel and on his content. So I think content creation will always be, or almost always will be, the main path, but I don't think chess is the only path. I love chess, but I think there's a lot more outside chess too.
What made you want to take that move from chess to gaming content creation? Was it just your boyfriend, or was that something that you wanted to do as well?
I think before meeting him, it probably would have been not gaming, but maybe art, IRL, traveling. I think I have a lot of interests, and then gaming became one of my interests because of him. But I always thought that I love chess, but I also like so many things outside chess, and I don't like to be put in a box where I can only do chess content. I feel like I love content creation in general, and I want to have the freedom to do what I'd like to do.
And you're really good at it as well. I feel like your personality is so sweet that doesn't matter what you do, you're like, really good at it no matter what. So
Thank you, Anna. Likewise, you do so much variety content yourself.
Welcome back to the second half of the 5+1 segment at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship semi-finals. Before we dive into the action, well, we have a very special announcement to make because the greatest weekend of speed chess is nearly upon us. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship finals begin this Friday, September the 6th. We come to you live from Paris, where Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Ali Reza Firouzja and Hans Niemann take to the stage to prove their might. The show begins this Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern or 1600 Central European time, with commentary from Robert Hess, Daniel Naroditsky, James County III, Levi Rosman and Danny Wrench. Use !SCC in chat for everything you need to know. Yes, indeed, that field is stacked, but so is this one, as we see Ju Wenjun display her power and tremendous strength to take the lead by 2 points against Kateryna Lagno. And the games, they are already off. So Benjamin, let's just dive in.
Yeah, so we have a Berlin here, and Kateryna switches it up with d3 on move 4, and the move bishop to a4, which is a little bit odd, unprovoked, but it does have some venom to it. In some variations, the bishop will slide back to the c2 square, but overall, I feel like Black's doing very fine after a move like knight e7 here.
Yeah, knight e7 is a great idea, just to kind of reroute the knight to g6. Maybe white can do something similar as well. Perhaps post the bishop back to c2 and, grab some space.
Right, so let's see what Kateryna is going to do here. She can go for d4, but Black just plays bishop to b6, as the pawn on e4 will also be hanging in many variations. So, yeah, white can go for moves here, such as, okay, she can go for that one as well, but I feel like generally after a trade, Black is doing pretty fine. I mean, yes, white has the double pawns that control a lot of squares, but it's going to be more difficult for white to now go for a central pawn push, or at least after d4, the pawn on e4 often becomes a bit weak.
Yeah, it's not easy also to make use of the f-line, because the natural move here would be knight to h4, not possible. So we see queen to e1, perhaps posting up the knight to h4. Okay, well, you go back, I go forward, and Ju Wenjun is taking that literally because d5 has now made an appearance. Gosh, it feels like Kateryna's done nothing wrong, and yet Ju Wenjun has the better position as Black.
Yeah, she just has more space in the center here because the pawns on d5 and e5, and white's pawns are a little bit, further back on e3, d3, and c3. So Ju Wenjun having more space, her pieces can develop to comfortable squares. For example, the bishop can come out here to e6, or maybe pawn h6 to make sure that white doesn't have an annoying knight g5 jump. So I like Black's position quite a lot. So let's see if Kateryna can create some counterplay later on.
Yeah, and there we see a5 being played. Obviously, the threat is a4, maybe even go a3. And it's difficult to find a role for this knight on d2. It doesn't have any natural squares to jump to, and I almost feel like white is playing like the black side of a Lopez, and therefore perhaps has to be content in defending, making moves like knight to h4, get some trades just to alleviate the space issues.
Yeah, she goes pawn to a4 to stop a4 from Black. The drawback of this move is that in some variations, like let's say after h6, e4 takes, you cannot recapture with the knight, as there will be queen b6 check, and then your bishop on b3 is undefended. So let's see what Ju Wenjun is going to do. I personally like the idea of pawn h6 to develop my bishop to e6 and not having to worry about this knight g5 jump. So let's see if Kateryna will go knight g5 here.
Yeah, well, I also would have gone h6. I kind of like that safety first approach. Bishop to e6, d4. Interesting jump there, because it does invite e4, cutting the board in two. And now what happens next with this knight on f3? Does it go to h4? Does it go to g5?
Yeah, so it does make sense from Kateryna to fix the pawns in the weakness, like in the center. Her own pawns on the dark squares, and the opponent's pawns on the light squares, as they have light squared bishops on the board. But Black is getting a lot of space. So knight h4 played, offering the trade of knights. Let's see how Ju Wenjun is going to respond to that one.
Well, one of the things that concerns me about this position is that even if knight takes g6 makes an appearance, black isn't obliged to take with the h-pawn. You can just liven things up by going f takes e6. And if you deprive the break c3, c4, then black is just going to have a free hand on that f line.
Yeah, so let's see what Ju Wenjun is going to do. I think it's not going to be easy, though, to restrain the c4 break for too long. Yes, you can put a rook on c8, but white can also reinforce it with queen e2 and rook c1. So let's see what she's going to do. I mean, she can trade on h4. She can go into an endgame with knight g4, but it feels like there, white should have the worst behind her after, let's say, a trade on rook e1. So lots of options to choose from here. Let's see which one Ju Wenjun will choose.
And she goes for rook c8. Interesting. So what do you think is going to happen after knight takes g6? Do you think she will capture with the h-pawn, the f-pawn?
I think she'll recapture with the h-pawn. But h3 played by Kateryna, stopping a knight g4 jump. Ooh,
hang on a second.
Pointing out 97.
I mean, is the idea to go g5? Okay, knight to h5.
Okay, that's pointed out as a miss. Well, I guess the idea was to go knight e7, move the other knight as well, and then g5, as the knight on h4 would be lacking an escape square. Okay, I think now Kateryna just needs to trade. There's no other move. Or I guess knight f5 is a move. Knight f5 is a move, but that... Okay, queen g5, maybe the knight will jump in even further with knight d6. Or maybe even g4.
Well, g4 is a really risky move. Just weakening the king, but maybe needs must, actually, because if you just sit there with white, then black is just going to go queen c7 and then just keep posting those knights on dark squares. So you don't want to be doing that. Yeah.
Alright, Ju Wenjun thing here. She goes knight to e7, okay. Alright, so expect a knight trade here. You can also go knight g3 back. Let's see what Kateryna will do.
Knight g3 feels that little bit better, because at least if there is a trade, then the queen will have improved her position to g3.
Alright, so she trades on e7, maybe rook c1, reinforcing the c4 push. And I guess black's going to push on the king side with f5. So to stop that, Kateryna goes g4 right away. Knight f6 now. Or queen g5 is an option as well.
Yeah, knight to f6. Interesting move. I guess queen to h4. Okay, queen to g3 is played. But there is no follow through to the attack.
No, but I like the idea of going g4. Otherwise, black would have played f7, f5, gained a lot of space on the king side. And at least now Kateryna is making that a lot more difficult for black.
Yeah. Actually, I'm kind of warming to this idea, because the rook can lift up to f2, and I can see a future where white manages to get a knight to g3, and maybe even go knight to f5. But of course, that is like one-sided traffic. There are two players playing the game, and Ju Wenjun, she's taken a pause as she plays h6.
I guess her idea is to go knight h7, maybe followed by potential f5, but Kateryna going rook f2, I guess she will bring in the other rook as well. We have knight h7 on the board. Let's see, it's going to be interesting to see how both players will maneuver here.
Nice maneuvering there from Ju Wenjun. But it's a really, really tense situation. The bishops on b3 and e6 kind of cancel each other out. And, well, to trade or not to trade. I suspect that if trade is going to happen, you're going to want to play moves like king to g2. At least improve the placing of your king.
Yeah, I like the move king g2 as well. Yeah, you don't mind the trade, but you want to trade on your terms. So I expect Kateryna to do something like that. Unless she's really happy to go into an endgame, then... Okay, she goes queen g2. I thought the queen trade wasn't an issue for white. But maybe she wants to attack.
Yeah, I also thought that too. Okay, queen to d7, any threats? Maybe b5 is what Ju Wenjun wants to be doing, and start opening up another avenue on the queen side.
I like that idea. So bishop d1 by Kateryna. Okay, so we see b5. Great move by Ju Wenjun, as after takes the pawn on b2, is quite awkward to defend. Okay, knight b3 might be a nice move as the knight is headed to the c5 square.
Mm-hmm. And the bishop on d1 is an excellent defender, covering f3. So Kateryna just skillfully defending this slightly unpleasant position.
Yeah, so let's see what Ju Wenjun is going to do. Maybe she can go... What about this? What about a4 and knight c5 and take? Take. As e3 is under attack, maybe after that you can go a3, take. And White's going to be stuck with a bunch of wings. But she's down to 18 seconds.
Yeah, not that much time, and she's working out exactly what you said. And queen to g3. And the knight now comes to g5, but it can be chased away. Back
h4, good move by Kateryna. g5, blasting
Ooh.
open the king side. This looks... but rook h2 and queen h4 coming next. Queen h4?
Yeah, queen h4 looks excellent. And if the rook moves from f8, you can destabilize it. But, yeah...
Queen... I stand
Queen
correct.
takes
Queen takes
e3.
e3. That's an important pawn, and g5 is going to drop as well now.
Uh-oh. Wow, that was the blind spots. I didn't notice as well that the pawn on e3 was hanging. And what a turnaround already.
Yeah, that's a very expensive pawn to drop, as now g5 is going to drop as well, and the king is now very exposed. So yeah, unfortunately we all missed it, but Ju Wenjun saw it. King h1 on the board. Okay, queen takes g5. She's keeping the queens on. She has to keep some chances alive. Queen h6 trades them off though. Queen e5, queen e5.
Yeah.
This is anyone's game.
Is there rook takes g6?
I think there might be with no. Okay, rook g1 instead. Queen, rook h2, queen g7. Keep the queens on. You have to keep some chances alive.
Yeah. And she drops the queen back to g3. I like this idea of keeping the queens on d6, and then you could back it up with bishop h5. But rook to e8.
Yeah, the black king is super safe here, sitting in its castle. Bishop g4. Some trades happen, but now black is pushing the e pawn. Ju Wenjun doing a great job, even though she's down to a few seconds. Queen of
Yeah,
three,
but now queen of 3.
Drop here. Yeah, queen of 4 instead. Also a good move. 3 seconds.
Excellent
You gotta move.
Okay, she jumps in with the knight. You can simply take the pawn on e3.
And now this rook can swing over to the h. Oh, and Kateryna wins on time.
Wow. Wow. What a game. And yeah, Ju Wenjun just too slow there at the end. But it did show some vulnerabilities. There were some blunders made with just seconds left on the clock. And Ju Wenjun's turn to play white, and she goes for e3.
Yeah, what a game indeed. But a crucial win for Kateryna, as now the lead is cut down to 1 point. We see Ju Wenjun, like I said, going for a very solid setup here. Kateryna as well, with e6, d5, and bishop b7. I think often you're waiting for this bishop to move, and then black takes on c4, followed by c5. I think here also, like taking on c4, if white recaptures with the bishop, like a6 and b5 is a very solid plan. And if white recaptures with the pawn, and c5 is often a good idea as well. But let's see what Kateryna is going to do.
Yeah, and she takes immediately on c4. Perhaps that's a little bit accommodating because you do capture with the bishop, as you've indicated. And then you're just going to just castle, bishop b2. You just wait for black to open up with c5. And the argument is basically you have natural places to put the pieces, whereas black still has to find a home for the king. Bishop b4. I'm going to say that's very interesting. I'm not quite sure what's the point of wasting time like that, though.
Yeah, she's creating this pin, but white can just deal with it with bishop b2. I guess she was hoping that white would have to play the awkward-looking bishop to d2. But now, yeah, knight e4 is just bad with queen c2. So I think bishop b4, as you pointed out, is just losing time for black. She goes c5, but I feel like after castles, takes, yes, the structure is symmetrical, but all of white's pieces are active, and black still has to develop the knight and the bishop on the queen side.
Yes, and this is the problem with this type of positions for black, is that you can slowly start pushing the black minor pieces back. So for instance, you can go a3, ask questions there, and there we do see bishop to e2, bishop to f3 in the works. I was actually thinking that maybe queen to f3 might be played, but instead Ju Wenjun, rook c8.
Yeah, again, the structure is fairly symmetrical, so maybe white can hope for a very small advantage, but can never be much. Okay, she goes rook c1. Alright, so let's see if black's gonna maybe just trade on d4, followed by bishop c5 as an idea to alleviate some of the pressure.
Yeah, but then again, it makes life easier for white, because then the queen in the center can switch over to the king side, and e5. Very forcing play there from Kateryna. Some possibilities of knight takes knight, also possibility of jumping in to b5 and then attacking this bishop on b4.
Right, so knight b5 on the board, aiming to go knight d6, or as you pointed out, pawn a3, as the bishop is running out of some squares. And yet a pawn on e5 is a bit of a double-edged sword. I mean, on one hand, black is gaining more space, on the other hand, black is also leaving some squares behind.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's unclear is the verdict as to whether it was good or not. Yeah, black needs to find a good home for the queen. And unfortunately, queen to e7 is going to be met by a3, whereas a6 is going to be met by bishop knight to d6. So there we see bishop to e6, queen e2. Is that not a good response?
Makes sense, but you have to be careful with this knight over here, as black can go a6, and after rook a2, there's still queen to e7. So Ju Wenjun also realizes that this knight on b5 is a little bit loose over here.
Yeah, maybe it's time to go a3. and just simply argue that this bishop got to be pushed back to e7. Not so easy position.
Yeah, I think after a3 the bishop will drop back, and then a6 will actually trap the knight, as then the a3 score will also not be available anymore. So let's see what Ju Wenjun... Oh, she takes on c6, aiming to pick up a pawn over here. Maybe you have to recapture with the pawn, so that after knight takes rook c... The computer hates that move.
Yeah, I wonder why it hates it. Knight takes...
Oh, look at this. I think after rook c7, we trade the queens, and then knight cb5, protecting the knight, and the pawn is pinned.
Oh, well, that's a good one. And can you... Yeah, of course, you go queen takes queen, then rook c7 isn't going to work either because of this knight cb5, as you've indicated. Very, very nice blow.
Yeah, so nice tactic there by Ju Wenjun. It seemed like that pawn on a7 was untouchable, but she figured out that that she could take it, and she might go up even 2 pawns here.
Yeah, okay. And well, the big question is how to play this on a practical level for black. Perhaps the best is just simply to go, you know what, accidents happen, let's just move the queen to e7 and just accept that I'm exchanged down. It's a lot of material there.
Yeah, an exchange on a pawn is a lot, so I think she should try somehow to only be down a pawn, or like 2 pawns with some compensation, but I don't know how she should go about doing so. Okay, she trades on d1, rook takes, again rook c7, knight b5, so let's see what she has in mind.
Aha! Maybe she wants to... No, because bishop takes knight is going to be met by rook takes bishop.
Right, but I think she's going to have to do something like taking the knight, and after rook takes rook a8. Give up c6, but at least you get a2 back.
Yeah, that's a good strategy. I see that one could work. What else is there?
Okay, so let's have a look. So let's say white takes with the rook. We take here, and we go... I guess maybe if white recaptures with the bishop, maybe we have rook c7 available.
And we see some hesitation there from Ju Wenjun. Is she calculating knight takes queen?
Ooh, that's a move as well. Yeah, as then the knight can jump back to c6, and that's what she goes for. Okay, the computer doesn't like that
Knight
move.
takes
Rook a8.
6.
Knight takes c6.
Rook takes a2, simply bishop takes e5. Oh, hang on a second. Knight takes bishop.
Right, yeah, as the knight on d1 is protecting bishop on b2. Now, Kateryna, I think she's just lost here. I think, okay, bishop d6 or something has to be played, and she has to try to fight on, but she is going to be down 2 pawns.
Yeah, that's a big, big task against the women's world champion. Yeah, she goes bishop to d6. Okay. The knight on c6 doesn't have that many squares. So say, for instance, you were to go knight to c3. You can harass this knight by going rook f to c8. There is, unfortunately, knight to b5 as an antidote. So, yep, that's leading nowhere.
Right, I mean, maybe you still have to go rook c8 and meet knight b5 with bishop to f8, but it all looks very passive. The pawn on a2, for the moment, would be hanging though. But yeah, it looks like a very tough game here for Kateryna, as she is down to 45 seconds against more than 2 minutes for Ju Wenjun.
And indeed, the rook appears on c8. We're predicting knight to b5. Bishop has to step back. And now, what to do about the a pawn? You can go a3. You can you can go knight to a7.
I like knight a7 as well, keeping that pawn on the board. You can also take an e5, let black take on b2, and then go for a move like knight bd4, something you can consider. Black is going to be forced to go bishop to d7. Ju Wenjun's got a lot of good options here, but ultimately she can only choose one, so I'm curious to see what she'll do here.
Yes, knowing Ju Wenjun, I suspect that she was going to go knight to a7, but no, she goes for your idea, and yeah, I also think that she can just plonk the knight back on d4, hold everything beautifully close. Yeah, knight to d4. Just every single piece is protected. Just modern day chess.
Yeah. The bishop is going to have to slide back to d7 to protect that rook on c8 to make sure there's no knight e7 tricks. And we see b4 on the board, advancing the b pawn now. Some really nice play by Ju Wenjun.
And there's nothing that black can do. For instance, I'm thinking of knight to e4 was my guess, but there we do see knight d5 being played, attacking the pawn, but the bishop is driven back to g3. 19 seconds for Kateryna.
This looks tough. Maybe just h3, make some move for the king, make sure you never get back rank checkmated, pass the move to black. But to her credit, Kateryna, for the moment, is hanging... Oh, I like this move. If the knight moves to the wrong square, this pawn can advance even further.
Well, it steps up, and I suspect your prediction of b6 is going to make an appearance right now.
Yeah, or just trade the knights first and then b6. I don't see how you're stopping b7. After bishop c8, you can even sack the rook followed by b7. So b6, and I think Ju Wenjun is going to open up a 2-point lead again.
Yep, and there we do see 4 points for Ju Wenjun, 2 points for Kateryna, and there are 8 minutes remaining in this 5+1 portion. This could very well be the last game played at 5 minutes plus 1 second, and there we see the same approach.
Yeah, but I felt like last time Ju Wenjun got a pretty comfortable position. No, but I don't like bishop e3. I mean, last game black got a pretty good game, so I'm quite surprised that Kateryna repeats it.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this just looked excellent for black. Black had the extra space. White had the problems with the knight to d2. Bishop to b3. Okay, and exactly the same approach there from Ju Wenjun.
Alright, so let's see what she's going to do. I guess bishop b6. But yeah, after this game there will likely be a break. I guess both players will quickly look up this line. And Kateryna will see that the computer just gives black an advantage. So I doubt that she will go for it again after the break.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not a success, I would say, with the white pieces. With the white pieces, you want to be pressing. You don't want to be defending. So bishop to d7. Your white's position is solid, but there's just no plan. I'm struggling big time. d4 played. So you're meeting e4 with this idea of going knight to h4.
You could also consider going to e5 now, as after pawn takes, the knight's going to have to move, and then you drop the pawn on the d5 square.
Also a possibility. Well, either way, queen e7.
Also a good move by Ju Wenjun, because now if white takes, you recapture, and the pawn on e3 is quite weak. So let's see what Kateryna is going to do. I feel like, again, Ju Wenjun has a very pleasant advantage here. So I think Kateryna definitely has to switch it up with the white pieces.
There we see h3 being played. That doesn't really change things too much, and rook a8, e5 is coming when Ju Wenjun wants it.
I think now might be a good moment. And I guess Kateryna, again, is going to go for knight to h4. So we'll see how Ju Wenjun would respond to that. She can also maybe improve her position with moves like bishop to c6, adding some support to the d5 pawn. Let's see what she's going to do.
And she takes. Interesting. And jumping in with the knight to e4. I wasn't predicting this. Now, there should be no way that Kateryna plays knight takes knight, because that would just completely iron out black's potential weakness of d5. So what you want to be doing is just move the queen, preferably to a square. We don't lose it. Queen to e3.
Right, yeah, so queen e3 is a good move. You could take and then follow with rook ae1. That could be a tricky move. The knight would be lacking a good square. Anyway, she goes for queen e3, also a good move. Queen e6 instantly by Ju Wenjun. And now the computer is saying, like, hey, you should take. And I guess after pawn takes, this move knight g5 looks pretty dangerous. That's why black instantly recaptured with the rook.
Yeah, and now queen to g5 played, attacking d5. And it does invite black to play knight to f4.
Now the 4 is a nice move. Yeah, aiming to perhaps jump into this e2 square. White's going to have to go king f2 as king h1 would run into a fork.
There's also
so let's see if
h6 in the air.
And ideas of h6 as the queen could be running out of squares. Yeah, no, for sure.
Bishop c6. Ju Wenjun doesn't play it. Rook e1. Yep, I like this move.
I guess queen d2, back to safety, and then maybe move like rook fe8 by Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, it makes so much sense just to carry on building the pressure, because at some point someone is going to blink and make a capture. So I'm just thinking rook fe8, there might be bishop c2, in which case it's black who has to trade on e1.
Okay, so let's see what she's going to... Oh, she goes for the move b5 again. I like it, because after takes, as rook on f1 is under attack, and you're going to have to make the slightly awkward rook f2. So nice move by Ju Wenjun, because now, after rook takes, pawn takes, the knight would be hanging, and that pawn on a4.
Beautiful move there. And there we do see a trade. Now is the time to go rook to fe8. And the blinking is about to happen, because how do you preserve this rook on e1? I mean, there's a knight on f3 to defend everything, but yeah, black is really taking charge here.
But after rook f8, I am a little, like, after rook c4, I feel like pawn takes, again, could be a little bit dangerous, as that f7 point could come under a lot of pressure. So we see Ju Wenjun, the first one to blink, trading on e1, and Kateryna recaptures with the knight. Maybe she wants to go like knight c2 to e3 to put some pressure on d5.
Yeah, but that's certainly an option. And now rook to e8. Knight c2 is going to be met by probably a4.
Right.
a4,
and then you have to think again. So bishop a2.
I have no plan. Yes, there is that.
Maybe
it's
queen
so
e6. Maybe queen e6 to stop knight e3 is an idea.
Yeah. And there we do see bishop c2 played. Does it work? Knight to f4. Yes, it does work.
Yeah, it's a move. It's a move. I mean, white can take, but you can take on e1 and regain the piece. So let's see what Ju Wenjun will do.
Yeah, that's a tactical solution, but it's very complicated. But knight to h4. Oh, this knight is loose. Maybe one can take advantage by going knight to d3.
And there we have knight d3 on the board. Now the knight is nicely protected. So I think if Kateryna has another move, I think she should be happy to go queen f4, trade the queens off, and play against the weak d5 pawn in the endgame.
Yeah, definitely she'll be happy. Also, she has the possibility of creating an outside pass pawn. She's the one that can go b2, b4 in an endgame. And outside pawns, they're very, very valuable when it comes to those pawn races. And 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute, by the way, remaining in this particular segment. So this is more than likely going to be the last game at this time control.
Yeah, let's see what Ju Wenjun's going to do. She's taking a little bit too long. She's now a minute behind on the clock. I understand Black doesn't have any easy moves. Maybe knight g6 back to stop queen f4, to stop knight e5, all of those jumps. She cannot afford to take too long, because that's what she did in the last Black game. She had a winning position, but ultimately she lost because she was in severe time pressure.
Yeah. And anything really happens when you just have seconds. We've seen tremendous swings, thrills, surprises, you name it, we've seen it. 40 seconds for Ju Wenjun, and I agree, knight to g6. It's never too late to turn back. And now it's Kateryna's turn. Now there is something that the queen on d2 needs to cover e1.
She goes knight c5. The evil board doesn't quite like that. I don't know why not. Oh, queen g3. I like that move by Ju Wenjun. Now she's setting up ideas of knight to f4. Because if you take the knight, there will be a rook e1. And all of a sudden, white is lacking that extra defender around their king. So maybe the knight should step back.
Yeah, you can't quite go rook f3 because of rook e1. So I agree with you. Do not allow the knight into f4. But the problem is it might have come too late, because the knight might also post up to h4.
Huh. Right. Also, another move after knight d3 might be something like rook e3, hitting the knight. And again, if the knight moves, another knight will land in f4. So let's see what Kateryna is going to do. She has an edge on the clock. She better spend the time to figure out something clever. Oh, bishop d3, is there a tactic? Not as far as I can see.
It's so tempting, though, because you just see bishop takes bishop and then a knight posting up to either f4 or h4. She offers a queen trade. Rook to e3.
And there's still rook f1. Rook f1 only move. Rook e3, there's queen f5. Okay, so she takes an f1. What if you recapture with the king?
I think you're going to have to. Queen h2.
If you take the queen... yeah, that might be a nice move. Because if you take the queen, there's knight f4, and then you're going to have to play the passive king h1.
Oh, she takes...
that.
Yeah. Oh, hang on a second.
It's just this. Queen c1, and you drop the pawn on b2.
Ooh. Yeah. Oh, those checks. Yeah, there's just no good way to block, because queen f3 is going to be met by queen to c1, and the b2 pawn is falling. But maybe she can keep the game alive by going queen to f3, king to g1. Okay, queen takes b2. You can still go... This is interesting.
Okay, so we see a trade. Maybe... Oh, knight f4. Okay, queen f1 only move, but it looks very passive. And then something like queen d2 keeps full control. Queen f1 only move. Or am I missing something? Wow.
No, well, she's gone for a run, because after queen f1, queen takes d4 would have been simple.
Ooh. But yeah, now you're gonna have to go queen f1, but I think after queen takes d4, it looks close to resignation time, because how do you save the knight? Oh, wow.
Well, you go for a run. You keep on going and take your chances. But how to finish this one off? Knight check.
King e7, it's not over. Check, king up. Touchdown. Alright, knight f6, but yeah, the king is still being taken for a hunt.
Yeah. Covering
She's
some
fighting,
squares. 3 seconds.
That's all. I don't see
1
before.
second.
Get him up. At d7, okay.
That was a pin all over the place. And there we see Ju Wenjun winning on time in a completely won position. Whoa! And there we see Ju Wenjun extending her lead to 3 points. The players will go for a break as we now move on to the 3+1 portion. Benjamin, take a look at that scoreline. Ju Wenjun simply in dominating form.
Yeah, she has been dominant. She lost a few games, somewhat unfortunately, but apart from that, she's been in full control. Also in this game with the black pieces, she just outplayed Kateryna and won in great fashion. So Kateryna is going to have to step it up, and she's definitely going to have to abandon this line. She has been playing with the white pieces.
Well, the players do have a few minutes to reset, to refocus, because it's break time. We are going to go on a break, and when we come back, is going to be more of the semi-final action at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. See you then.
You should develop your minor pieces first, before you get your queen out, your rooks out, before you go and have fun with these pieces. Your bishops and knights should develop.
There's a very famous chess movie, actually my favorite chess movie from the 90s called Searching for Bobby Fischer. I think a lot of people watching this might have heard of this movie. You should definitely watch it. I mean, this is kind of a really inspirational movie for me early in my chess career. The chess part is also pretty well done. And the big theme in that movie is that the protagonist, real person named Josh Waitzkin, who later became an international master, he has this problem where he brings his queen out too early because that's how he learns to play chess in the parks of New York City. And it's a little bit of a Hollywoodized sort of thing, but nonetheless, pretty important to prioritize your minor piece development. All of this is true. If you watch top-level games, you're going to see these principles largely put into effect and carried out. So again, this isn't like putting the training wheels on and then when you get good, you start violating these rules. Yeah, you violate them to a certain extent, but to a greater extent, you still follow the rules no matter if your rating is 600, 1600, or even 2600.
This summer, millions of people flocked to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris.
Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greet.
Hurry before the clock runs out.
We are back. We're the second semi-finals of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. And we are waiting for the action of the 3+1 to begin. But before we do that, let's revisit those smarter chess predictions and see how they match up in real life. So these were the predictions. There you can see that the AI had 3-4, but as we know, it is 5-2 in favor of Ju Wenjun. But let's focus in on the 3+1 because there, the prediction is that it's going to be even Stevens. Do we agree with that, Benjamin?
I think Ju Wenjun will probably have the edge in the 3+1 portion as well, as she has been so dominant in the 5+1 portion. I do agree with the sentiment that I think Kateryna's chances are going to improve in the bubble portion. But yeah, I think in the 3+1, Ju Wenjun will keep her edge.
Yeah, I also believe that as well, because we've seen Ju Wenjun consistently come to the games well prepared. She rarely gets into serious time trouble. There she does show some vulnerabilities, but there we also see the players. They are getting ready to revisit the online board. And Kateryna looking up. It's her time to strike back. And Ju Wenjun, she always has an interesting sitting position. It looks like she's suffering, but she's really in killer mode.
Yeah, I mean, she always has the same expression. She's locked in. She's just focused on the games. And yeah, it's been working out for her. She's been playing great chess with white, with black. She's been winning games, and that's why she has a big lead. Again, Kateryna is going to have to step it up, especially with the white pieces. I really wasn't impressed with her approach against the Berlin. So let's see what she will do this time around as Ju Wenjun opens up with the Reti.
Yeah, and there we see d6. Are we going to see d4? Yes, we are. It is a full-blooded fianchetto, King's Indian, and now it's crunch time. a5 chosen by Kateryna, knight c3, bishop to f5, very trendy move these days. You're just trying to secure the e4 square for your pieces.
It is inviting a repetition with knight h4, bishop c8, and knight f3. I don't know if I see Ju Wenjun doing that, but it is something to consider. You know, you can at least repeat once, but she goes b3 to keep the game going.
Yep, and this is the point. You just put your knight on e4, and there you're just arguing that those trades favor black, who of course does have that space deficit. But watch out for this bishop on f5. It is out there on a limb, so you can't just play moves like knight to d7, because yeah, that bishop will get caught. And there we see e5. So pawn takes pawn. What's to stop white from grabbing material? I guess there's a queen e7 at the end of it.
Right, or maybe knight c6 by black to put pressure on the pawn on e5, because for the moment it is pinned. White cannot take, as that's going to hang the bishop on c3. So e5, interesting pawn push by Kateryna. The Evo bar agrees with it, so I wonder if she has still looked at this at some point.
Yeah, I think she must have done. Yeah, you're completely right. After d takes e5, you go knight c6. Yes, and you keep the pin alive. Yes, she must have looked on it, because it's something that I've seen Anish Giri play for fun. He calls it his Title Tuesday repertoire. But I don't know whether that includes the move a7, a5.
Right. Yeah, I think a5, it does make sense. It's just a waiting move. And at least on the clock, it is working out for Kateryna, as Ju Wenjun is spending a lot of time.
Yeah, and we see knight to d4. Okay. Some decisions need to be made. There's pressure against c6. There's also pressure against f5. How is Kateryna going to handle it? She makes a trade, and now d takes e5.
Right, but then there is bishop c5 by white, hitting the rook on e8, and the pawn on b7 is hanging as well. But I guess, is there the move pawn e4? Hitting the rook on a1, a little counter threat, and blocking the bishop on g2.
Oh, we could be in for a little flurry of tactics there. I do suspect that that is the way forward, because otherwise you're looking at moves like queen takes queen and rook f to b8, and that looks miserable.
Yeah, so I like that move e4, hitting the rook in the corner. And then if white moves the rook, let's say the c1, then you have the time to go rook e8, and black's doing perfectly fine there, as again, the bishop on g2 has been blocked. So I think e5, e4 needs to be played here.
Yep, I also think that. But we see Kateryna pause, and she does trade off the queens, and she goes for the second approach. Okay, she's going to have to hope that these rooks can untangle. E4 is definitely very much in the air. Or maybe she's going to be banking on a4. Not really care too much about anything.
Right, so rook d2 by Ju Wenjun, aiming to double up the rooks. But yeah, here, I like the move e4, closing the bishop on g2. You can also play h5 to make it difficult for white to ever go g4, give up the g-pawn to regain that e-pawn. She goes bishop e6. I guess her idea is to go a5, a4, and if white goes b4, now the pawn on c4 would be hanging.
And, well, now she has to do it. She's... hang on a second. After a4, is Ju Wenjun's plan to take on a4?
Ooh.
Well, we're going to see.
Maybe she can take a b7. Look at this, because if you take, there's rook d8 check, and after takes, there's bishop f8, and she finds it. Ooh, that must be frustrating for Kateryna, and yeah, we definitely see a bit of a reaction there.
Yeah. You definitely see a grimace. It was not in her eye line. So, okay. Can you escape this by just simply going rook takes bishop and go bishop f8 and then try to hide the king on h7?
I don't know. I mean, you don't lose right away, but it's looking really unpleasant. After takes bishop f8. I guess white takes with the bishop. I guess f6 has to be played here to create a square for the king. She goes h5 instead. Now Ju Wenjun can go bishop d5, bishop d6, and take on e5.
Yeah, but it's the b3 pawn is hanging.
That is true. Yeah. So it's not over yet. Like black is getting that pawn back as well.
Yes, and it's setting up to be quite the match. And we did see Smarter Chess's predictions that, that Ju Wenjun had a small edge. Well, our council of wise viewers have decided that today's winner is going to be Ju Wenjun, because take a look at these stats. Look at this.
Wow. It thinks Ju Wenjun is a 76% favorite. That's a lot. I mean, going into this match, I thought it was pretty even. I mean, at this point, okay, the viewers have the advantage that this poll is usually asked after a few games. So I guess at that point, Ju Wenjun was already up. So, they're getting more information than we do.
Yes, I guess that's very much true, but still 76% in favor of Ju Wenjun. Now, she has been displaying phenomenal form, but Kateryna, she is fighting hard, and Ju Wenjun just 24 seconds. Yeah, I agree with you. She should just go for the c-pawn. That is where the money lies. And there you see rook takes h2. No.
Yeah, I think king f7, a good move by Kateryna. Oh, rook c1, also a good move. Wait, so taking that pawn apparently was not good. I don't know why. Now black is regaining the c-pawn, and she's doing perfectly fine.
Yep, she's doing perfectly well. Also, I would say that Ju Wenjun has to be careful that this bishop on h3 doesn't get trapped. So rook to b2, rook check, bishop to d4. Do you think that Kateryna can shake things up and turn it around? Because Ju Wenjun only has 12 seconds left. Check.
I don't think so. I think it's too dry if Ju Wenjun wants... Yeah, and there we have rook c3. That's just a draw for... Okay, so let's see if Ju Wenjun will milk the clock here, or if we're going to see a draw right now.
Nope. And you're right. Ju Wenjun could have milked the clock, but no. We are on to the next game in the 3+1 portion, and there we see Kateryna. She is going for bishop to b5, and there we see the Berlin d3. Do you think we're going to... it looks like she's going for the same.
Well, let's see if she's going to go bishop e3 again. Ju Wenjun got very convincing positions with black pieces, so she has to do something different, and she does so with the move d4.
Yep, and... that's something that we saw that Kateryna did in her game against Valentina. She was using the time during the breaks just to go over her games with the engines and find out where those small improvements were. And there we have a different type of position where white has the d4, e4 center, but black will try and chip away at it.
Yeah, no, that's the hallmark of a strong player, being able to learn from your mistakes, figuring out what you did wrong, and knowing what you have to do better next time. Alright, so we see a trade on e5 here. I think black should just recapture with the pawn, and I feel like black's doing perfectly fine. The bishop can come out to e6 next, so I'm a little puzzled here as to why Ju Wenjun is taking that long. I mean, she could also recapture with the g6 knight, that's what she does.
Yeah, but Kateryna is not obliged to capture that knight. She can just step out of the way. I'm just thinking knight to e3. And leave that pawn on d6.
Yep, knight e3 is an option as well. Alright, so let's see what Ju Wenjun's gonna do. Or, Kateryna, as it's her move. She trades on e5 and goes queen to f3. I guess she wants to meet bishop e6 with knight e3 and try to bring the knight over to the king side.
Looks very nice. I love getting a knight onto f5. Then you start to introduce ideas of sacrificing a piece on h6 just to crack open lines against the king. In practice, difficult to handle. There we see hesitation there from Ju Wenjun. How to fight this? Do you have to go... I'm missing that knight on g6, Benjamin.
Well, that's a drawback of trading of the knights. Black could play g7, g6 here if she wants to stop knight f5 altogether. I think also if you play a move like queen e7... Okay, she goes knight h7, so I wonder what she has in mind in case of knight f5. Well, let's find out.
Queen f6.
Okay,
Queen
maybe
f6.
just bishop e3 in case black takes. I think you just recapture, and the knight is a little bit off.
Right, and she goes g4. Wow, that's a very bold move. King to h8, queen to g3. These moves are a little bit mysterious to me.
I think Kateryna wants to go h4 and g5 down the road to start an attack.
Yeah, but then why go bishop d... Okay, well, e3. Bishop e3 connects the rooks. We can't fault that. And... I mean, could Ju Wenjun be banking on eventually making moves like g6 and trying to trap the knight? No. Because Kateryna once did that to me. She went g6. She allowed me to take a pawn on h6, and then went because knight that happened, knight to g5. But okay, rook to d7. There's an open line.
So h4 by Kateryna. Okay, now we see a trade on a5, and Kateryna instantly recaptures with the g pawn. The computer is giving that as a miss. Maybe e-take was better to keep that pawn storm alive. I kind of like that idea as well. Now queen e8, which is a nice move by Ju Wenjun. She's not only doubling up the queen and the rook. I think her main idea is to go bishop b6 and trade out these bishops, and also now her knight can come back to f6.
Yep, but Kateryna, she is challenging the d-line, and there we do see knight to f6, blockading the f5 pawn. Yeah, unfortunately, white isn't in time making moves like bishop to b3, and this pawn on e4 is just vulnerable. So king to h2, perhaps lining up rook to g1, checkmating ideas on g7, but black can easily fan that one off.
Alright, bishop e6, a move that was not possible earlier. Now after rook takes d7, black can recapture with the knight. Rook g1, I think rook g8 is forced, and there we have it. Okay, I mean, I feel like taking the pawn, I mean, it's just asking for trouble. As you're putting your queen and your king on forkable squares, there's got to be a win for black. I mean, something like take,
yeah.
or that. You're putting also your queen and the king on the same diagonal. So that pawn is untouchable.
Yeah, I agree that. And I also just curious whether Kateryna can go really gung-ho and make moves like bishop to g5. I mean, it's too much, because the black knight can get to h5. But, if you make a move like queen to... how to do this in a correct way? Okay, I guess maybe you can wait a bit. You can go. I've suggested this type of move for such a long time. King h3, queen f3, and off you go. Okay, so
All right, we see a trade. And I like the fact that Kateryna is keeping the bishops on the board. Ooh, what about bishop
Bishop
g5?
g5, yes. I love that move.
Queen d6 will be forced. She goes for d1 first, setting up the sneaky bishop g5. Bishop g5 would win the game, and that's why Ju Wenjun goes queen e7.
Yep. And there we see
Also, the knight was
27
hanging, of
seconds.
course.
Yeah, 21 seconds now for Kateryna, and yet she moves her king up to h3. Okay, don't forget that a bishop to g5 is still very much in the air.
But I think now black can maybe just ignore it. Right, bishop g5, you don't care, just make a move as... What is white gonna do? h6 is protected, f6 is protected. Knight h5, okay.
I think we're going to see a
just gonna go,
repetition.
No, she sacrifices a pawn.
And Kateryna takes it now. I thought this one was very brave because after queen e5, black gets excellent compensation on the dark squares. Okay, queen moves to the center.
Rook d1. White's first to infiltrate on the 7 rank though. So Kateryna definitely having the advantage here, and Ju Wenjun is going to have to defend with only 20 seconds.
Not easy. Rook d7, come in.
Okay, rook b7, there goes the b pawn. Tough defense for Ju Wenjun here. b4 take. Okay, you don't quite... Okay, bishop b5, that's a... I thought it... Okay, take on b4. Take on b4. Or that. King up. This looks nasty. If the king comes to f4, then e5. King f4.
Yeah, but how do you ever get e5? You're going to have to let go of the b pawn, and that's why we see bishop to f7. Now king to f4. No.
King e3 instead. This looks very unpleasant for Ju Wenjun. Kateryna needs a win here to come back in the match.
Yeah, but she's got to keep an eye on the clock.
King up.
I'm expecting. Yeah.
Gotta move.
Get in e5.
Gotta move. And then king e5. King e5. Go.
Throw in a check.
Go up. They got it. Okay, bishop e3.
Bishop d5. And now the king can just march its way somewhere. There you go, Kateryna, building up time.
She's moving her king all the way around. Okay, there it comes. King c6. King c7, yep. King d7. King e7. Yep. Bishop, no.
King f7.
Alright, gotta move!
Oh!
Oh, gotta move!
She's gonna lose on time! Ju Wenjun wins. Oh. Oh, and there Kateryna cannot believe her eyes as she loses on time to Ju Wenjun, and Ju Wenjun extends her lead to 4 points. Wow. 1 second increment. Virtually nothing.
What a heartbreaker for Kateryna, as had she won that game, the lead would have only been 2 points. Now it's 4. And she had all the chance in the world to do so, but I think she just let herself get just a little bit too low on time.
Yeah. And now we see an interesting approach there from Ju Wenjun. Knight c3, bishop to f4, the Jobava London. And c5 is the reaction from Kateryna.
So c5, I guess something like castles now. And white's keeping all the pieces on the board, but black should be doing pretty fine here.
Yep. I mean, the issue I have with the Jobava London is that what is white doing with the knight on c3? You kind of feel it should be a pawn. Otherwise, it's a great opening.
That's everyone's problem with the knight on c3. Everyone's like, why is this knight in front of the c pawn?
I know. I've seen it work on so many levels as well. You know, when white's just gone h3, g4, f4. But then I always end up with this type of position. I'm like, I don't get it.
Alright, so a4, nice move by Ju Wenjun, aiming to gain more space with a5. And Kateryna's going to have to make a decision. Will she go pawn to b6 to stop that? Well then, I guess knight c6 shouldn't be an issue. I guess you just go queen e8, she goes rook goes a5 to grab that space on the queen side.
Yeah, and she's doing things beautifully, actually. She can even take the time out to go h3, preserve that bishop on that beautiful diagonal. Great control over the queen side. A bishop to f3, also a nice move. h5, now h3 played. No trades whatsoever for black.
Right, bishop f5, bring the bishop into the game, but maybe just, rook e1, bringing that piece in the game as well. Rook c8, Kateryna activating another piece. Yeah, somehow with white, I would love to go knight a4 to b6 or c5, but it's really difficult because the moment you do so, you hang the pawn on a5, and also c2 is hanging. So let's see how Ju Wenjun will try to improve here.
I'm not being funny, but do you think g2, g4 will be played?
I think it's definitely an idea. I think it's an idea. Yeah, no, for sure.
It just feels that black is so congested on the king side, and there you can see Kateryna struggling in terms of the clock. Knight to e6.
That's a knight e6. I expect bishop e3 here, preserving the bishop pair. Maybe black can jump in with a move like knight e4. Let's see if she will do so.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm tremendously worried about this bishop on f5. So once the bishop steps back, h2.
Ooh,
now your move.
Bishop h2 was a big mistake, but I wonder why. I guess after knight e4, there are some lines, like let's say knight e4, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, then knight takes d4, and everything works out nicely for black.
Interesting. It's to do with this knight on e5. So knight to e4, of course, Kateryna is an active player, and she finds it.
Nice move by her. Alright, so d5 by Ju Wenjun hitting the knight. To be fair, the knight is not actually under attack, because if you take, you will hang the queen on d2. That's why the computer is pointing out pawn to f6. Wow.
And this has given us a miss. Knight to c4. I was thinking b4 as well, or knight to b6, as you pointed out. In fact, the rook has got no squares.
Yeah, knight c4, a nice move though, aiming to go knight b6, and then the rook will be trapped. She goes pawn e5, but now white's got a very strong passer on d5, and look at this, maybe b4, hitting the knight, and then e4 is hanging.
Yep, and let's not forget that d6 is also in the air at the right time. But first up, I like your b4 move. I think it's so good.
Alright, so let's see if Ju Wenjun will go for it. She's got an extra... Oh, the computer doesn't like it. It's dropping down.
Yeah. And, the computer hates like that move. Yes. Why? What is wrong with it? Is it...
Well, I guess you... I think that was not quite it. I think you had to take on b6. And then either rook c4 or rook d7 was the way to go. But now white should have the edge. Let's see where she's gonna go. Oh, she goes back to e1. c4? And the pawns are rolling.
Yeah, and I guess you can't lock out this bishop with f4. Yeah, I didn't like e4 at all, because the bishop on h2 suddenly becomes a monster. Yeah, bishop c7 in the air. 33 seconds for Kateryna. And if Ju Wenjun wins this, she extends her lead to 5 points.
Yeah, 5 points is a lot. Queen f6 on the board for Katie1. And yeah, now white's ready to go c5, d6, maybe c6. If black doesn't show anything for it quickly, she's just going to get steamrolled on the queen side.
Yep. And I guess time is ticking, so queen offers itself up for a trade. But I would be delighted to see this. But there is a big threat. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen, bishop c3.
Right. So let's see how Ju Wenjun is going to deal with this. She goes queen g5, creating a counter threat on g6, so king h7 was played. Maybe just c5, give up b4, and then c6, as the pawns can become very dangerous.
Yeah, instead we see
Wait,
rook
what?
to e3. Queen takes c4.
Oh!
Oh!
Queen h6!
Oh, and Kateryna cannot believe her eyes. Yes, that game is decided by Desperado. Queen takes h6, and Ju Wenjun extends the lead to 5 points. e4, e5. It's a Lopez, and Kateryna, she needs to shake things up. She just needs to do something different. Maybe move away from e4. Just play anything other than this Lopez.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, heartbreaking loss there for Kateryna. Just when it seemed like she was about to come back in the game, she made a terrible blunder. And yeah, 5 points is a lot. I mean, crazy things can always happen in the bullet portion, especially now that it's 25 minutes. But 5 points is just so much that Kateryna really needs to hang in there. She needs to keep Ju Wenjun's. She needs to stay close to Ju Wenjun, because then she'll have a chance. But if it's like 5-6 points going into the bullet, I think it will just be too much.
I think it's going to be too much, you know. But okay, before the bullet, the gods have placed the 3+1. So if Kateryna can just put together a string of victories here, just narrow the gap, then still it's anyone's game in bullet. So, okay, a3, bishop a5.
Mm-hmm. Or bishop c5. Or I don't think you trade. You don't want to give white the bishop pair that easily. So I expect bishop c5, because if you go to a5, white can go knight c4, and you're going to have to give up the bishop pair. So bishop c5 on the board. I guess now knight e4, and white is having some nice active play in the center.
Mm-hmm. And there we see bishop b6. And I think this is going to be the last game before the players go on a break, and the second half of the 3+1 will take place. And there we do see knight to g3. So in a way, it's good for Kateryna just to kind of just shake the tilt, because she was winning this game that she got flagged on. This other game was just really unfortunate. So if she can just maybe just draw, she can just reset, go outside, splash some cold water on her face, and, you know, do something different, come back fighting.
Yeah, but also, I mean, yeah, she had a few unfortunate losses, but also a lot of credit should go to Ju Wenjun. She's played some great chess. When she had bad positions, she always hung in there and made it difficult for her opponents. And that's why she's leading by such a big margin. So let's see if she can extend that margin going into the bullet. Because let's think about it, 25 minutes. I think when there was 15 minutes, we have been seeing 5 games, right? So I guess with 25 minutes, we will probably see, I guess, around 8, maybe 8 games. So again, you definitely don't want to be down 8, but you also don't want to be down like 5 or... I guess 5 is still doable, but you're going to have to almost sweep the bullet portion.
Yeah, you're also going to have to play extremely quick as well, because do remember that milking the clock, something that you reminded us, is a possibility where Ju Wenjun just keeps on dragging out these completely lost positions, you know, because what Kateryna Lagno needs to do is checkmate. And that's going to be a big ask.
Mm-hmm. Alright, but I think Kateryna, even though the evil bar gives black a slight advantage, I think she's got some chances in this game. She's also up a minute on the clock. She's got more space on the king side. And we see queen c7 being played here. Let's see what white will do now.
Yeah, and it's true that white does have more space on the king side, but there's no way to dislodge this knight on d5. And once that knight is on that square, it's difficult to develop this bishop on d2. Wow, I suspected something rash might come, such as g4, but I don't think the position calls for such things. And there we do see Ju Wenjun give up her rook for the bishop, and yeah, queen to e5, nice move, but Ju Wenjun says no, and instead she threatens bishop takes g4.
Right, great exchange sacrifice there by Ju Wenjun. Yeah, bishop takes g4 is a very nice threat, as after takes, white does not have queen g3, as black can simply take, and white cannot recapture the pawn, as the pawn is pinned. So let's see, I mean, you have queen g3, but then bishop c7 would be annoying. Black can also go like knight g6, try to plant the knight on f4. So let's see how Ju Wenjun will try to work the compensation here.
Yeah, I think that bishop c7 looks completely overwhelming. Knight to g6, also a nice move with the threat of bishop c7 and just putting a knight up to f4. Yeah, you can't allow that to happen. So are you obliged to go bishop takes knight? And then it's the bishop pair that you have to counter.
Yeah, I mean, you can playing your knight on e5 for the time being, but knight over there is also loose. So I feel like Ju Wenjun, she might only have a pawn, but she has great positional compensation for the exchange here.
Yeah. And white doesn't have any development. The compensation is sitting there on a1. And yes, it's not working. Oh, hang on a second. That is a tactical weakness. One piece attacks it, one piece defends it. Bishop c7. Yeah, this is what we've been talking about. The queen has to move, and knight will just park on the f4 square.
Queen d3 played, okay. Ooh, what about queen d6 here, aiming to jump into h2? Oh, that was my suggestion, but the computer doesn't agree. Okay, I don't know why not.
I think it's good enough. I think the computer is just being godlike here and criticizing what is a great practical move. Knight to f3. You can still post up a knight.
Ooh, but what about bishop e6 back? Aiming to go queen g3. You kind of go to g2, as then there will be a knight of 4 fork.
That's a lovely move. You have to go king f1. Oh, no. Okay. h5.
That's 18 seconds. She goes queen c5, threatening checkmate on 1. Knight d4 to block, but it looks very loose.
And now the knight comes in.
Oh, but
bishop c4.
What a dagger. Winning the queen.
Yeah, and there you can see Kateryna. Wow. She's giving up this game. She cannot fight it out. A queen down. And there we see 2.5 points to Kateryna Lagno. 8.5 points to Ju Wenjun. Ju Wenjun is just simply dominating here.
Yeah, a 6-point lead for Ju Wenjun. That is massive. So Kateryna Lagno is gonna have to strike back in the second half of the 3+1 portion, as she needs to give herself a chance going into bullet.
Yes, and now the big question is whether Kateryna Lagno can make a comeback in the second half of the 3+1 portion of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. We will find out in just a few minutes after this break.
Chess with friends is fun, and Discord is your place to talk with friends. This month only, Discord is joining forces with Chess.com. Win a game against Wumpus, Nelly, or Clyde, and you'll win a free month of Discord Nitro. And watch out for a super secret opponent later in the month. Play them all only on Chess.com.
How fast are the fastest chess players in the world? Bullet chess is a wildly popular format, with hundreds of thousands of games played daily on Chess.com. Players have a total of just 1 minute to play all of their moves. Hikaru Nakamura has the highest bullet chess rating ever achieved on the platform and is a 4-time bullet chess champion. On average, he spends just 0.8 of a second on a move, one of the fastest cadences in the world, all while playing better quality moves than most of us can with hours on the clock. Despite his fast speed, Hikaru rarely pre-moves, doing so only 15% of the time overall, and 36% of the time when under 20 seconds. Daniel Naroditsky has more bullet games than any other titled player on Chess.com, a mind-boggling 141,000 games. He takes just 1/100th of a second more than Hikaru overall, but when in a time scramble, he's pre-moving almost 10% more. While bullet chess is fast, hyperbullet is even faster. Players just have 30 seconds total for the game. Andrew Tang, generally considered the fastest mouse in chess, just won Chess.com's first ever Hyperbullet Championship. He's actually slightly slower overall than other top players, with an average move time of 9/10 of a second. But in a time scramble, his anticipation is unreal as he pre-moves more than half of his moves. If you want to be a bullet chess legend, you are going to have to be a master of split-second decisions. Good moves are great, but what matters is often how fast you can get them on the board.
We are back, and the big issue is whether Kateryna Lagno can overcome this devastating 6-point gap in the second half of the 3+1 portion. We have seen Ju Wenjun in powerful form. The time does not stop her. Her excellent chess is just immeasurable, and there we see the players getting ready for the second portion. And Ju Wenjun, will she be able to extend her lead, maybe even clinch it in this portion? We are going to find out in just a few minutes. There we see Kateryna.
6-point lead is a lot, and Kateryna, she's looking up to the ceiling. She's thinking like, what do I need to do to defeat this strong Ju Wenjun? I don't know. I mean, I feel like she's trying, but Ju Wenjun is just an incredible player. And I think for Kateryna, she just needs to cut into that lead just a little bit. If she maybe cuts it down to like 4, there's still a chance going into bullet.
Well, we'll find out what's going to be happening because the players are about to get underway. 4 points is still a lot, right? Because it's only 25 minutes of bullets, and just think about it, the games take at least 2.5 minutes. And if Ju Wenjun wants to, she can drag them out to their potential. So 4 points is pretty tough. 6 points almost insurmountable.
Yeah, and I think 6 points, I mean, mathematically, yes, it is possible. I think in the bullet portion there will be approximately 8 games or so. It will be asking for a lot coming back from a 6-point deficit. From a 4-point deficit, yes, it is also a lot. But, you can easily in bullet, you can easily win one game after another. Anyway, let's see what she's going to do in this game. Is she going to stick to the same King's Indian setup?
And this is the second half of 3+1 portion. So we were getting ahead and thinking what's going to happen if this 6-point gap remains and the games go into bullet. That's going to be very, very difficult. But for now, 3+1. And there we see Ju Wenjun again, just taking the center, e4, d4, c4. 3 fine friends there in the middle of the board. e5, knight to f3. And Ju Wenjun, she's so good when the center is stable and she has that little extra bit of space. So we see knight to c6, d5 coming, and things are going to get spicy here. What do you think we're going to see? Are we going to see knight to e7. Maybe the knight steps back to b8.
I also like the idea of knight b4, kind of same idea as knight b8, with the knight often heading back to the e6 course. She goes knight e7. I guess now she wants to move the other knight to d7, and then go for an eventual f7, f5 push. And we see Ju Wenjun going for the very typical knight e1 to d3 to support a c5 push.
And there we see f5 immediately from Kateryna. Now, you can fight this in many ways. You can just simply ignore it, as Ju Wenjun's doing, and you can also meet f5 with ideas of f4. Now, this is given a question mark.
Seems a bit harsh to me.
g5? Yeah, I don't understand why the computer is being so critical, but it says after bishop to g5 that, yeah, white is a lot better.
Okay, well now, I mean, yeah, can you go f4? Ju Wenjun says yes. Let's see how Lagno is going to respond to this.
Well, she played queen to f8. That was all designed to get in h6. Maybe the time now is just to roll the dice and see what happens. Oh, e takes f4. I don't like that one because you can just go
what about
e5.
e5 maybe? And trap the rook.
That looks good, although you do have to work out knight e4. What else is there?
You can maybe also recapture with the knight and try to send that knight to e6, because after takes, the diagonal would always open up for the bishop, and that's the move Ju Wenjun goes for.
Yeah, and it somehow keeps a little bit of control over the chaos. Knight to e6, such a devastating threat. And if Ju Wenjun wins this, it's 7 points.
Yeah, who would have thought that between these two heavyweights in the WSCC? I certainly did not expect it, but Ju Wenjun overall has been very convincing throughout this event. Anyway, she's now up half a minute, and Kateryna has a lot of problems to solve here, and I don't think there's a way to do so.
Yeah. No, I was thinking back to the matches that Ju Wenjun played. First up against Anna Sargsyan, that was very much overwhelming. And yesterday, Ju Wenjun was pretty modest, and she said, yeah, the score didn't really reflect the fight, but she was in powerful form against Alice Lee. And today, she looks suited and booted against Kateryna Lagno. And I just find it very impressive because Ju Wenjun is playing way past midnight.
Yeah, it's very late right now in China. Anyway, we have 96 on the board, hitting the queen. Alright, so black probably has to take it. White will recapture. But yeah, the problems are just piling up. After rook takes, white is putting a lot of pressure along the f-file. She can take on e4 afterwards. And then maybe rook f7 after that. So, I don't know, we might be looking at another win here for Ju Wenjun.
It's just looking completely overwhelming, right? You don't want to be taking on f1 because, as you indicated, a white rook will find its way on f7. But then again, you don't really want to be going rook to f5 because that rook can just get chased around. And there's also bishop takes knight as well. I mean, there's bishop takes pawn. Oh, no, this is a disaster.
It is, yeah. I think we might just be looking at another win here for Ju Wenjun. We see rook f3, okay. At least she's keeping the f-file, or at least this diagonal close for the bishop for now. But white can also just take the rook, take the knight, take an f3, and that looks pretty winning to me.
It looks winning to me as well, because you just can't stop a white rook emerging on f7. And yeah, it's just not going Kateryna's way. Ju Wenjun is just ready for her, and there we're seeing it. Bishop takes knight. Ruthless.
Yeah, rook f7 is a big threat here. Bishop e5, but I think just queen d5, defending the pawn, hitting the rook. Black can play rook e8, but I think after just rook f7, trade, taken on c7, it's a completely winning endgame.
You can also go rook f1, because you can meet queen takes e6 with rook f8. And she goes for this, but is this a case of fancy play syndrome? Because you saw the engine say no. Rook f8.
Wait, so check, king up, check, king up, check, block. Where's the win exactly?
But you don't need to go for massively complicated stuff. So here, okay, the first move is queen to d2 check. What other moves are there? And then you meet.
Well, you can h4 after that.
But then you have bishop to d4 check. Although that's probably insufficient. In fact, it is insufficient.
Yeah, I guess after h4. Yeah, wait, what does black do after h4? You check an h4, isn't that just winning on the spot? Because after bishop d4, I guess we can take, and after check, king up, and you can always block with the rook coming back. But she trades on e8. Okay, so queen takes, and now she takes on c7. Should also be good. Oh, because you cannot even take because of check.
Yep. Very effective as well. And now you can go king to g2. Queen to e4. I like it.
Hey, Kateryna's still fighting.
Queen c2 in the air.
Right, but now she can block with the rook. Oh, there goes a pawn. It's not over yet.
No, Kateryna's certainly fighting hard. And now queen to e4. Maybe another pawn is going to disappear.
Oh,
queen
there it
takes
goes.
c4.
King g6. Yeah, she's fighting hard this game. I thought it would have been over by now. But she doesn't go down without a fight.
2 seconds there for Kateryna and queen f8. And then we see a draw by repetition. Oh, Kateryna drawing. Well, at least the point. It's a still 6-point gap, not 7 points. It was looking very, very dangerous for Kateryna. And there we see knight to d2, a different approach from Lagno.
Right, so let's see what Ju Wenjun's going to do. Black can go with d6 here, and that's what she does to defend the pawn on e5. Alright, so I think we saw this in the last game with knight e7. Now white has the opportunity to go d4, get a big center, but black has plenty of ways to attack that center with moves like bishop g4 coming next. Sometimes the knight swings back to c6, and I think here black goes d5, and then plants the knight on e4.
And sure enough, all of this happens. Quick response there from Lagno, a4.
c5 by Ju Wenjun. Let's see how Lagno will respond to that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what happens after d takes c5. As if you capture with a bishop, knight b3. I was thinking knight takes knight or queen c2.
Maybe a5 to push that bishop away, but I guess the bishop will go to c7, and then the pawn on e5 can easily become weak.
Yes, that is true. And this knight on e4 is such an annoying piece.
It is, yes. So knight bd4, I feel like it's missing the point a little bit. Let's see what black's going to do. Maybe knight f5 to open up the diagonal for the bishop again.
Yeah. And Ju Wenjun just making the moves that you suggest, Benjamin. So, yep, there you see the knights come off the board. And once again, there's a problem with Kateryna's dark square bishop. It doesn't have a natural home. Maybe she has to park it on e3.
Alright, so we see bishop d7 by Ju Wenjun offering a trade of bishops. Okay, so let's see what Lagno is going to do. Maybe just bishop e3, allow black to take, and you capture with the pawn. She goes bishop e4 instead, same idea. I mean, she could also recapture with the knight, but then again, this diagonal is open.
Yeah, and there we see a6 just asking the question. We see a trade. Interesting. And now I preferred the bishop being on e3 just so that it looked after the knight on d4. Queens are beautiful attacking pieces. So 1 minute and 37 seconds for Kateryna. She's behind on the clock. Knight to f3. f2 is vulnerable.
Yeah, maybe just rook c8, grab the open file on the board, and there we have it. And Ju Wenjun also doing a good job on the clock as she's almost up a minute. Maybe rook c4 here. Ooh, I like rook c4 because it was hitting a4 and it was also eyeing that bishop on f4.
Yep. I also like rook c4, but I also like rook to d8. There's no rush in Ju Wenjun's position. She just simply carries on improving her pieces. And question, to take or not to take? I mean, White's development feels so cluttered that you kind of feel like maybe bishop c7. But yeah, there's a trade and then rook c2.
Hitting the pawn. So let's see how Kateryna will defend it. Maybe queen b3, also hitting the rook is a move. I guess, okay, she goes queen d4 to defend it.
Rook c4?
Oh, yeah, that's a nice move. Winning the... Oh, there's queen d1 still to defend it.
And
queen
in fact...
b6.
Okay. Yeah, but now you can double up on the c line, control that line.
That looks like a nice move. Yeah, so Ju Wenjun definitely still better here. Also up on... Oh, queen x8!
Exactly! Oh! And Kateryna Lagno wins. Oh, she needed that stroke of luck there. Wow. So the gap has narrowed down to 5 points. Yeah, with Ju Wenjun making a tremendous blunder. That's in quite a promising position. And there we see instead bishop to e7. Do you think tiredness will play a part? Because the players have been used to 45 minutes plus 30 minutes and then 15 minutes of intense chess. Now we're looking at, you know, first up 1 hour and 15 minutes of 5+1, then 50 minutes of 3+1, and finally ending it all with 25 minutes. These are kind of like intense games of chess. It's full of dramas. There's no opportunity for the players to recover. So do you think that endurance might play a part?
I think it will definitely play a role. As you pointed out, Ju Wenjun is playing at a very late hour. I think it's like 2 a.m. in China. So, you know, things like that can happen. As you mentioned, we already have 75 minutes of 5+1 under our belts, and now also almost 45 minutes of 3+1. And then they're going to have to do 25 minutes of 1+1. So I think for Kateryna, it will be great to win this game as well and go into the bullet portion with a chance, you know. And, you know, I think Ju Wenjun might not have been completely aware of the format, because if she was, she might have just let the time run out before resigning to make sure that this game will definitely be the last game of the 3+1 portion.
Yes, because it doesn't come naturally, right? When you think about the sporting rules to let your clock run out, it just feels like you're just being mean. And I know that when people let their clock tick down against me, I literally block them.
First that's so that's, I guess that's your procedure. Yeah, you just click block, but I guess that's it.
Yeah, that's it. I'm like, I'm not playing you again. You made me wait 3 minutes instead of resigning. But queen to b3. And here, well, Ju Wenjun's eyeing up the b7 pawn, and it's a nice move there, nice space advantage. Bishop to d2. Black doesn't have any pawn breaks, and this bishop on f8 needs to find a role.
Yeah, so White's a tiny bit better, but it's really not a whole lot. I mean, if you add another pair of knights and bishops on the board, then White probably has a pretty nice advantage, but here Black doesn't suffer as much from the lack of space, so the queen comes out to f6. Let's see how Ju Wenjun is going to try to improve here. But you're absolutely right, it doesn't feel natural to stall it out, because when you make a blunder like that, you just want to hit the resign button and start the next game. But, you know, in this format, it might make sense to let the time tick out to make sure that this is the last game of the 3+1 portion.
Yeah, and incidentally, is there a rook takes e4 tactic? And yeah, that's exactly what Kateryna played. Plan is to meet rook takes e4 with the simple d5, attacking both the queen and the rook. Okay, doesn't win any material, but at least you've liberated the bishop on f8.
Yeah, Black is definitely not worse anymore. Maybe, if anything, Black is a tiny bit better. Anyway, we see rook e1 by Ju Wenjun. c5, don't worry, can still be met with knight f3 or knight b3, defending the bishop. So let's see how Kateryna will further activate her pieces now. She does so with the move rook d5.
And this is a nice move for Ju Wenjun. She just has to make sure that her king side is protected. Knight to f3, sounding the retreat. Well, it does invite moves such as a5, because the instinct is to kind of go bishop to c5, but you don't want to get pushed back with moves like b4. Rook to d7, threatening rook to e7.
Yeah, she really wants to contest the e-file. So let's see, Ju Wenjun goes bishop to e3, hitting that pawn on a7. And now after rook e7, she can keep the rooks on the board with a move like queen c4.
Yeah. But I must admit, I really like the rook being on d5. I liked the possibility of putting the bishop on c5. And now Ju Wenjun is activating the pieces, attacking the queen. Is c5 an idea for black? So b4 would be played. But there we see queen to g4.
Tricky move. Now c5 is not a move, as white can take, and the rook would be hanging on d7. So let's see, maybe if Ju Wenjun gets the time, she would love to go h4, h5 to put some pressure on black's king side. Let's see how Lagno deals with that, and she goes rook e7, getting the rooks off the board.
Yep. And I'm expecting Ju Wenjun still to go h4, because it's a really awkward move. I mean, this knight on g6. They say that the worst square for a knight is on g6, and Ju Wenjun is kind of showing that. If you go h5 now, the knight would be forced to go to h8. So yeah, queen to e2 makes so much sense. Be active with your pieces.
She goes queen e6 instead, offering the trade of queens, but this endgame is a tiny bit better for Ju Wenjun without any risk. So let's see if she can put some pressure here on Kateryna Lagno.
And 2 minutes and 28 seconds remaining of this 3+1 portion. Do you think better Ju Wenjun will drag this game out? There we see e5, because she can just like move the king all the way to d3 and move it back again, and just go knight to d2, knight c4. There's a lot of dancing available for the white pieces.
I don't think she'll necessarily drag it out, but I think she'll try to win, because black has an isolated pawn on e5, so I think white definitely still has chances here. Maybe knight e4. Bishop c5 is an idea, because if black would take, white would get a fork. So black is definitely still the one that needs to be careful. Also, I like the idea of h5, fixing these pawns on the dark squares.
Yeah, a very instructive endgame move there. And 35 seconds for Ju Wenjun. She goes bishop to b6. But it does feel like this is the kind of position where Ju Wenjun can just try for ages. We just saw the evaluation bar shoot up. What was the find?
I have no idea, but king d3 was played h5. The computer doesn't like that, but I think it's not a bad... Oh, knight g5, threatening checkmate on 1.
Oh, wow. And she doesn't quite spot it. It's the wrong move order, but still. It's looking really dangerous for black. 15 seconds, Kateryna Lagno, but you have bishop to c7, and now the knight must drop down to d6, and there we see a trade.
Yeah, even though it's more pleasant maybe to play this endgame with the knight against the bishop is doing a pretty good job. You can go to bishop f2, or I guess you're just in time with king d3.
Yeah, just, but... Well, hang on a second. What was this? King f7.
Uh-oh, her entire king side is collapsing.
Uh-oh. And with 27 seconds left, a win would be very much welcomed by Kateryna Lagno. The gap would be narrowed down to 4. And this is something that is perhaps catchable.
Oh, shoot.
Knight to f4. Knight to g2.
g5 creating the outside passer.
Yeah, the king will come up to g4. And bishops are so good. Oh, hang on a second.
She's gone in the wrong direction here, but it's anyone's game as they're super long time. Push!
Yeah.
And now king f3 could be very unpleasant to
it's
try the
happened.
king over here. Knight f5, and it's pretty much stalemated. Or king h2. Not over yet. King down. King f1. No.
Yeah.
King g2.
And now king g2.
But the clock has expired, so this is the last game of the 3+1 portion. Let's see who is going to win. Ooh, there goes the pawn. But Kateryna can go for the queenside pawns.
Yes. But okay, knight to e6. Ooh, Ju Wenjun, no time.
Ooh.
1 second.
That's a
bishop takes
big
queen.
mistake. And maybe black can still go for the win? I guess not really, yeah, but... Oh!
No, but it is.
King up? No, but you had to go king up. Okay, now it's just a draw. Or...
Yeah.
Oh, no time though. You see.
No, the time is a problem, and this is a beautiful loop. The knight will come to b5, and it is a draw. 9.5 against 4.5. The 3+1 portion is finished. We're now going to move on to bullet chess, but wow, I mean, Benjamin, just show us the win there for Kateryna Lagno.
Yeah, in this position right here, after knight e5 check, I think she had to go king to c3. You give up the pawn on c6, but now she takes on a4, and this a-pawn is simply uncatchable. But she went king to c5, this step in the wrong direction, and now Ju Wenjun was able to grab this pawn. And yeah, the game ended in a draw. So a big missed opportunity by Kateryna Lagno. Ju Wenjun keeps a 5-point lead, which is a lot. Also 4 points would have been a lot, but you know, you have to strike back as quickly as possible.
That's exactly what Kateryna Lagno needs to do if she wants to tie the match, because right ahead of us we have 25 minutes of bullet chess. It's all going to be dependent on nerves, speed, and of course great intuition and calculation. We are going to go on a quick break, but when we come back it is going to be fast and furious chess at its most extreme.
You should develop your minor pieces first, before you get your queen out, your rooks out, before you go and have fun with these pieces. Your bishops and knights should develop.
There's a very famous chess movie, actually my favorite chess movie from the 90s, called Searching for Bobby Fischer. I think a lot of people watching this might have heard of this movie. You should definitely watch it. I mean, this is kind of a really inspirational movie for me early in my chess career. The chess part is also pretty well done. And the big theme in that movie is that the protagonist, real person named Josh Waitzkin, who later became an international master, he has this problem where he brings his queen out too early because that's how he learns to play chess in the parks of New York City. And it's a little bit of a Hollywoodized sort of thing, but nonetheless, pretty important to prioritize your minor piece development. All of this is true. If you watch top-level games, you're going to see these principles largely put into effect and carried out. So again, this isn't like putting the training wheels on and then when you get good, you start violating these rules. Yeah, you violate them to a certain extent, but to a greater extent, you still follow the rules no matter if your rating is 600, 1600, or even 2600.
This summer, millions of people flocked to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris.
Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greet.
Hurry before the clock runs out.
Welcome back to the final segment of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. We are going to join the players Kateryna Lagno and Ju Wenjun as they're about to play bullet portion. 25 minutes of action-packed chess. And there we see Ju Wenjun. She is on the cusp of qualifying into the finals as she has a 5-point deficit. Now, we've been umming and ahhing whether this is actually mathematically possible to catch up. Benjamin, what do you think Kateryna Lagno needs to do aside from the obvious, which is win and win quickly?
Yeah, I mean, obviously she needs to win games. I mean, I think the first game is obviously important. If she wins that one, especially if she wins it quickly, that must give her confidence for the other games. Other than that, yeah, just put pressure as much as possible, play quickly. Anyway, we are off. And we see Kateryna once again playing the real low pass. But I certainly think it is mathematically possible. I think there will be, give or take, 8 games played. But that also means that she cannot afford to lose too many games. Maybe she can drop 1 game, but she cannot lose 2 games.
Yes, I mean, I'm just afraid if she drops 1 game, there'll be 6-point deficit. And we've seen that the players can delay and just run the clock down as long as possible. And there we do see a nice long maneuvering game ahead of us. The thing is, though, Kateryna has a big ask ahead of her. How does she beat the Women's World Champion? Quickly.
Yeah, just playing quickly, creating problems for her opponent, and then, hope for good things to happen. Yeah, obviously it's a very tall task, but she can do it. She has turned matches around in bullet before. So let's see if she can do it this time again.
Yeah, well, we will see whether this is a miracle comeback. And there we see c4 given a question mark. Maybe because the knight could have jumped into f4. But Ju Wenjun takes a step back, and Ju Wenjun is noticeably slower on the clock. 36 seconds to 42 seconds, c5, bishop takes pawn. But Ju Wenjun is really, really solid in this position.
Yeah, I like Black's position. I didn't quite like the move b4 by Kateryna. Maybe d4 earlier was better, because now she has to deal with that weak pawn on c4. So it feels like Black's definitely better here. But yeah, Kateryna plays a little bit faster. Also, she has been doing better in the time scramble. So if she can keep the games close and try to trick Ju Wenjun when she's low on time, that's where she's going to have some chances.
Yeah, but the most active move on the board was in fact the best one as suggested by the engine. Knight to f4. And, well, we see bishop takes knight as being a possibility, followed by queen takes pawn. But queen c3, knight takes g2 is in the air. Complications. 12 seconds for Ju Wenjun. She goes for it.
Ooh, queen takes f6 might have been a bit of a... Ooh, knight h5, knight h5. Or knight f5. Both. Ooh, knight f5 might be even better. Knight h5
okay,
played.
knight f5 was
a fork.
Yeah, that was the move, by the way.
Great move. Oh, and the rook is hanging in the corner.
Oh, she doesn't see it.
Bishop h7, bishop g6, queen h7, queen f7, checkmate.
And Kateryna Lagno strikes back. Yeah, did you see how quickly she finished off that game? This is exactly what she needs, and the gap has narrowed to 4 points. And there you see, knight to f3. So Ju Wenjun's just going to be playing these closed positions that take a lot of time. So she just needs to keep the tension for as long as possible. e4, this has worked out a treat for her. h3, bishop to e3 is also good enough. Knight c6, I'm expecting h3, resolve the tension, and now play d5.
Right, so let's see where Kateryna is going to go with her knight. If she goes knight d4, this is a pawn sacrifice, so I can just take twice. There's no tactics with the knight, so rook e8 is played, threatening knight c4. But now white is the time to go queen e3. Yeah, the last game was super important to get off on the right foot. But this game is important as well, because let's see how Kateryna does with the black pieces. Ooh, she's allowing b4.
Yeah, and b4 wasn't played, but b3 instead. And there, unfortunately for black, there is just no like shenanigans on this long diagonal, because you can just defend the knight on c3. And there we see the knight being kicked back. Knight takes c7 is massive threat. Also, this pawn on a3 is vulnerable. c5. Ju Wenjun is just in a commanding position here.
Yeah, ooh, and she takes on d6 and takes on c8. She's now getting 2 rooks against the queen, and the rook on c8 is powerful. Perhaps she can bring in the other rook as well, but the queen is tricky, especially when you're low on time, so let's see how Ju Wenjun will deal with that.
I love your idea of introducing another rook into the equation, and she drops back, perhaps with the idea of relocating a knight.
G4, that felt like the wrong pawn push. Maybe h4 was better to try to carve out some dark squares. Now it feels like black doesn't really have... I mean, you can take this pawn, but it doesn't really feel like she can hurt white at all on the king side.
No, and indeed, a3 is coming. e5 is also an amazing shot, because you just go d6. The pawn is virtually unstoppable.
I don't see how you stop it. d7 is coming next, and bishop f6, okay, push. No, I think Ju Wenjun is going to win this game, and yeah, that's going to be a tough loss for Kateryna.
Yeah, it's not what the doctor ordered. Let's put it that way. Knight to e3, but perhaps a miracle can save Kateryna as she plays with 14 seconds left. Rook d4, threatening rook takes g4. Yeah, black's position is going to fall apart.
Yeah, rook takes g4. This game is about to be over. Bishop e4. And yeah, I think knight f5. I think she should just hit the resign button, get the next game going, because it's about to end.
Knight to f5 is devastating. And there you see Ju Wenjun immediately strikes back, and we have a 5-point deficit to overcome. The drama still ongoing. Just under 19 minutes remaining on the match clock.
Right, and we see Kateryna switching it up with the Scotch opening. All right, so one trade has happened, but still a lot of pieces on the board. Black is generally considered to be quite solid here, but yeah, overall, yeah, that was a tough loss, because, I mean, it's not mathematically over yet, but I think from now on she almost has to sweep.
Yep, I agree. And now Kateryna needs to pile on the pressure, maybe queen to f3. Whatever you do, don't trade off queens in this particular position, because it takes ages to even get an ounce of advantage.
So queen c2, eyeing the pawn on h7. Okay, let's see if Ju Wenjun will defend it, or maybe she can also go for something like knight b4. She goes h6, a3 to stop that annoying knight b4 jump. But I feel like black's doing very fine. Black has these isolated pawns, which he has a lot of activity to compensate for it.
And Kateryna's doing all the right things. She's playing quickly. She's putting pressure on the knight. It's been a theme, actually, throughout, that Kateryna has struggled to develop the dark squared bishop.
Alright, so we see bishop d3. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's good that she tried something else. But what I like about the rule of pass in the Italian is that you keep all of the pieces on the board. And here, the position is already a little bit more dry, but at least now she's getting some nice and active piece play. So let's see, maybe knight c5?
Yep, knight c5. And what was the trade of pieces? The bishop now arrives to d5, h3. And black can get really active with queen to f4. And there we see bishop to f1. 17 minutes remaining of the match. And Ju Wenjun, she's just such a pro.
Yeah, so knight for good move by here, trading of the knights, and yeah, now white's not really better anymore. Alright, so we see a trade. She can still hope for the a-pawn, but rook a8, good move, keeping that a-pawn under lock and key.
Yeah. And there we see queen to d6. It's difficult to find something that Kateryna can chew on. You kind of want to be maybe bishop b5. I see the evaluation bar saying no, big mistake because of rook to d8, but it wasn't found. Queen to c5.
We have rook g6 now, hitting g2. You can also take, she goes bishop takes g2. King takes. Also looks very good for black.
Yep, and yeah, bishop to b5 just didn't quite work. And there we see White's king is super unsafe, and it is advantage Ju Wenjun. She has the lead on the clock. 2 seconds for Kateryna. Rook to f8. Well, maybe
Apparently there was-
Kateryna, if she can survive, I think she can
Oh, yeah,
take
that
it.
a-pawn is still alive. Push. Oh, that's such an unpleasant tactic. Because, yeah, there just goes your a-pawn, all of your hopes of winning, and now she's going to have to defend this endgame. Queen f2. It's another pawn.
Rook to g4. Okay, it's not quite over just yet. Okay, but a rook and pawn ending. Yeah, this is going to be winning for Ju Wenjun. The king just will march up. And there goes the rook.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Lagno. Yeah, she got some pre-moves in, and all it led to was a loss. So, a win for Ju Wenjun, and now I think there is still a chance, maybe mathematically, but practically speaking, the match is almost over with a 6-point lead and 15 minutes on the clock.
Yep, and well, it is also super safe openings that Ju Wenjun keeps employing. You know, it's the Catalan, it's the Lopez. She gets herself into these tense positions where all the pieces are on the board. And there we see bishop to g5. This is a whole load of theory. Knight to c3. White plays for a very gradual expansion in the center.
Queen d3, aiming to go for e4. We see h6. Often white trades here, you can also move the bishop back. She goes for the first option, and now against e4 followed by knight e5 definitely gives white an advantage.
Yeah. And it's also a difficult position to win from as well. Knight to d7. Because what Kateryna needs is like an explosion of fireworks and for Ju Wenjun to go wrong. And this one is, again, advantage Ju Wenjun.
And black is a little bit passive. She jumps out with knight c5, but yeah, white's now opening up the position, opening up the d file, opening up the long diagonal for the bishop. I don't know, in bullet it's just so easy to blunder here. Knight db6 is a big threat. Maybe you move the rook, but then there's knight f6 winning the queen.
And how are you going to control everything? Maybe you have to go knight to d7 and knight to f6, knight b6. It's looking so good for white.
Yeah, just collect the exchange, maybe like a knight a5 after, try to collect some more material, knight b6, knight d7. Ju Wenjun looks like she's on her way to another win.
Yeah, knight d7. Beautiful play there from Ju Wenjun. And the b7 pawn falls. Ju Wenjun notching up all of those points. Okay, queen to f6, threatening queen takes f2, but easily blocked. Maybe the knight can come into d4. There's some hope there.
Rook d1 played, a5, h4, yeah. I mean, it's still going to take some time to finish this off. I mean, if the lead wasn't so big, I'd say resign, get another game going. But if you resign here, I think it is actually mathematically over, so I think it's good that Kateryna fights on.
Yeah, and well, that was a mistake. Rook to e7. And the a-pawn falls.
Maybe there was something better, but anyway. White up the exchange here. If she can also get the other rook to the 7 rank, I think it's pretty much winning. Rook c1 looks pretty good, yep.
She goes for it. And
yeah, I don't think you hold this position.
Well, it's difficult to do when you don't have too much time on the clock. And there we see rook check to c8 and now rook to c7. Those rooks are brilliant on the 7th rank. 5 seconds for Kateryna. She has to block with a bishop. Yeah, but she will let go of the a-pawn.
Yeah, and this is going to be over very soon. So that would be another win for Ju. Oh, rook takes g7. That was made in a couple of moves. Rook c7 now. Yeah, no, she has been a boss. She has been absolutely dominating this match. Definitely not something I expected. I thought it was going to be very close, but she has showed tremendous chess throughout this match.
Yeah, And there we see Ju Wenjun 7-point lead over Kateryna. Yeah, we predicted that it would be close. We didn't quite know exactly how it would go. But one thing that we thought was that Kateryna would be bossing it in the 1-minute portion. That's yet to happen. And Ju Wenjun 7 points ahead with 10 minutes and 42 seconds remaining on the match clock. It's all but over.
Yeah, again, she is the 4-time women's world champion for a reason. She's now playing the French defense, white sacrificing a pawn. But yeah, you always have to prove the compensation. That's never easy.
Yeah, okay, I think this is a good strategy, right? Because Ju Wenjun doesn't often play the French defense. E4, E5 is her main weapon of choice. So why not take it into those tricky gambits where one has to play really accurately? Queen to E2. What are we going to see? Knight to E7.
Knight E7, a pretty typical move, aiming to develop the knight to G6. Or we'll see we'll see black take on D4 now, I suppose. And then the knight can often come out to C6 as well.
And there we see knight C3.
Maybe knight takes C5, take another pawn. Okay, bishop E7 instead.
Oh, okay, but knight to B5 and you're mixing things up.
No, knight takes C5. Take it. It's a free pawn. Oh, I guess white can take on G7.
Yeah. Okay, castles.
People in the chat are asking about... There is the mercy rule. If Kateryna wants to, she could resign the match, but players haven't done that. It just doesn't really feel in the spirit of the match, in my opinion, because, you're playing bullet anyway. Just keep playing, and before you know, the match clock has expired anyway.
Also, the prize distribution works out that the player who wins walks away with half of the prize fund, and then the remaining half is spread according to win rate. So if you just give up, well, you can see that Ju Wenjun will just walk away with the lion's share of the money.
Yeah, she would walk... I don't know the math at this point, but it's... And she wins another game. Wow.
Yeah, she wins another game. Too much pressure against F7. Nothing is working in Kateryna's favor. And there we see E4, E5 employed by Ju Wenjun. And we're going to see a Scotch knight takes knight. Bishop D3.
D5, alright. So a Scotch 4 knights. Let's see, we see trade on D5. All pretty standard stuff. Now white often goes H3. Aiming to go Queen F3 and then Bishop F4 or Bishop to G5.
Yep, this is the move. And then they kind of want to go Queen to F3 to put pressure against F6. But Bishop takes knight. No, Bishop to H4.
C4 play. Let's see where she's going to go with the Bishop. Bishop F5 is an option, or Bishop B2. Perhaps a little bit more passive, but keeping the Bishop pair.
But it's still a really solid position for white. Difficult to go wrong here. It's kind of simple chess at its most beautiful.
Queen E3, hitting the pawn on A7. Okay, let's see what black's going to do. B6.
Queen D4, centralize.
Bishop F5, hitting the pawn on C2. I feel like black's doing fine here. Yeah, she takes the pawn on C2, why not?
Yeah, okay, but how are you going to recover the pawn? So there we see queen takes and bishop takes D5. But bishop to D3 in black is the one that is slightly better.
Right, as she can go rook B2, rook to C2 maybe, go after the pawn on C... Oh, but there goes rook E7, hitting A7.
Can't defend that one. Just give it up. Go for the C pawn.
Yeah, that's an idea. She goes A5 instead. Okay, so let's say rook A7 maybe. We might get a bit of a race with white taking the A pawn, black taking the C pawn, white then pushing the A pawn, and black then pushing the C pawn.
Yeah, but Ju Wenjun, she is forcing one of black's pieces onto the defensive. Maybe it's time for Kateryna just to ignore it. Just go rook to C2. F7 pawn is irrelevant.
She goes bishop g6 instead. Okay, rook c... Yeah, there goes the pawn. Rook d2, maybe rook e1. Rook e1, threatening checkmate. I suppose it's a draw with like...
But you could just give checking. And here you're not going to skip checks.
Yeah. Yep, and this game ends in a draw. So Ju Wenjun keeping her 8-point lead with 5.5 minutes on the clock.
8 points. And there we see Ju Wenjun now just having fun. You know, she tried the French, now she's trying the Sicilian. Why not?
Yeah, so, but here she's paused the thing. Let's see what... Oh, she goes for d6. Jovanka, do you know how this opening is pronounced?
Scheveningen or something like that.
It's called the Scheveningen variation of the Sicilian. That's one test to find out if somebody is actually Dutch. Make them say Scheveningen. It's a word only Dutch people can pronounce.
You know, one of my sister's friends, I think she's English, and she had some Dutch guy come up to her in America and say Scheveningen. And she was just like, that's so random. But then it dawned on me that I think he was a chess player.
Oh, that's funny. Anyway, we have a pretty typical Sicilian position here with white having the isolated pawn on e4, black having the isolated pawn on d6. Should be approximately even here, and Lagno goes bishop to d3.
Yep. And now rook ac8. Rook f2. Black has a really comfortable position. Knight goes back to g6. Ju Wenjun threatening bishop h4. She's in no trouble whatsoever on the board. Queen b6 again. Ju Wenjun finding all the right moves. She can just take on b2, drop the queen back to e5.
Yeah, up a pawn here with a good position. Again, she is playing incredible chess. Keep in mind that this is bullet chess, but she's barely making any mistakes. And that's why she's leading with such a big margin.
Yeah, and just looking at the accuracy in front of me, 98.1% in bullet chess. 17 seconds there for Kateryna. Plays h4, but the queens, of course, come off. And yeah, the bishop on e6, just defending the pawn on f7, the knight on e5. Lovely piece. Okay, well, Ju Wenjun doesn't even need to be precise here. She can just go rook to d8.
Rook d8 and king g8. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely let most of her advantage slip, but black is definitely still better here, as white has a lot of weaknesses, and white's not getting... Oh, that's a nice tactic, though. I was going to say white's not getting a pawn back easily, but she actually is.
Yeah, and g6 given as a miss, but yeah, if Ju Wenjun wants, she can just start removing the g5 pawn. Indeed, it happens. And an active king. Look at that. It's making a beeline towards the d5 pawn.
Rook b5, making sure the d5 pawn is protected. That's a king.
Do you think it's going to find a home on d4? Yes, indeed it does. Okay, king takes d3. King c3.
King c3, declining the pawn sacrifice. Rook e3. We might see a repetition here. Who knows? Yeah, I guess also at this point they know the match is pretty much over. Anyway, we're starting the last game with 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, so this will very likely be the last game of the match.
Yes, most certainly. And Ju Wenjun, she goes for her tried and tested formula of just keeping the position stable and calm. So they see b3. I'm predicting bishop b2, d4 ideas, taking on d5. She does like to put a pawn on d4, and indeed, here it comes.
Yeah, pawn d4, now knight b2. White's aiming to go pawn to e4, so I'll go c5, allowing that pawn here, but now just knight f6. And yeah, white can hope for a very small advantage here, but black is just so super solid.
Yep. And here, but I would say that white is the one with the plus here, because the queen is super flexible on d4, can move over to g4, and there's a strong square on d6 that you can anchor a knight to.
Yeah, sometimes you just jump in with a knight because if black takes, you recapture, and then you're threatening checkmate on the g7 square. But I like what Ju Wenjun is doing. Queen g4, just keeping all of the pieces on the board.
Yep, I love it too. I must admit, I would have found it irresistible to put a knight on d6. But so far, Ju Wenjun is resisting temptation. Nope, it happens right now. Rook to e1. Is there black? Is there a threat? Hang on. Rook to e1 is met by knight to d3, as you're pointing out. So we're going to see some fireworks. 38 seconds remaining in the match.
Knight d4 here looks terrifying. How do you defend there? Maybe you have to go h5?
Yeah. And also, rook to e1.
It's a bit too slow. Maybe.
But you can do it again.
7.
Knight to d4.
Is there a win? I mean, at the very least, you can take on h6 with a tremendous attack. Ooh, but take on g7 even better.
And here, can you do... You got knight takes f7.
Right, but f2 will be hanging at the end, so there is something to calculate. Anyway, the match clock has expired, so this will be officially the last game of the match. But yeah, the win was already in the bag for Ju Wenjun.
And there we see 15 seconds. And Ju Wenjun. I mean, it would be nice actually to finish with a brilliancy, right? Because it seems very, very fitting. Knight takes f7, finally appears. The knight falls on e6, and everything is tied together. Queen to g4.
Maybe just push up the pawn. Yeah, there she goes. Queen e7, Lagno trying to hold on, but maybe bishop on a d3 is a nice way to remaneuver.
f4. Lovely idea. And keeping control on e6. Attacking the rook. h4 is coming. h5.
Ooh, that looks tough to deal with. Take on g6 and the black king is wide open. Queen g4? This looks terrible. This looks pretty scary. f5?
It looks devastating. I thought rook e5 as well. But...
rook h2.
3 seconds. Oh! Queen h4.
Well, at least Lagno finishes the match with a win, but other than that, it's all been Ju Wenjun this match. I mean, what incredible play by her.
Absolutely phenomenal performance there from the women's world champion. Ju Wenjun, she dominated from start to finish, and she finishes the match there with 7 points advantage over Kateryna Lagno, who is an incredible player. She is also a former WSCC winner, but what a match. And there you can see the scoreboard. It started with Ju Wenjun having a 3-point lead, and then it extended even more. And in the end, 14.5 points. Ju Wenjun looking unstoppable.
All right, so yeah, great play by Ju Wenjun. I mean, again, I did not expect it to be this dominant. I thought it was going to be a lot closer, but yeah, Shuvalova has her work cut out for her, because if Ju Wenjun plays like this tomorrow as well, it's not going to be easy for Shuvalova.
Yes, but what a competition we have had, and what a final it's going to be. We see Polina Shuvalova will be playing against Ju Wenjun, and that one is going to be epic. Both of our semi-finalists today, Shuvalova and Ju Wenjun, were just in dominating form, and there we see on the brackets, it's come to this. This is the moment where we will find out who will be crowned the Women's Speed Chess Champion. Jan, you said that Shuvalova might have her work cut out for her. What do you think we can expect from the match?
I think both players are just going to be showing the same chess we have been seeing so far. Shuvalova is going to fight really hard. She's going to try to keep it close, try to hang on in games even when she has the disadvantage, and try to, maybe trick Ju Wenjun in a time scramble. But Ju Wenjun, she's been an incredible player. She has had such a comfortable path to the final. She won the first match by 10 points, the second match by 4, and this one by 7 points. So I think she's definitely the favorite going into the final tomorrow.
I think she's also the favorite, but there is some kind of poetry in motion here when it comes to Polina Shuvalova, because she started the round of 6 defeating Zhongyi, And then she defeated Hou Yifan. And then today, she, of course, was absolutely superb. You know, maybe 2 former women's world champions, and now it's the current women's world champion. Who knows what's going to happen? Well, one thing is guaranteed. It's going to be an incredible match. We're going to see drama. We're going to see thrills. We're going to see spills. And our chess players are going to be pushed to their very limits. It's been an absolutely amazing day of action, Benjamin. It's been long, but boy, was the chess worth it. It's kept us entertained every second, every move of the way. Thank you very much once again, Benjamin. And I'd also like to give a big thank you to everyone at home for watching. Tomorrow, it is the grand finale. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be fantastic. And you know what? You absolutely cannot miss this one. Good night.